Welcome to this power-packed Power BI course. Inside this course, we will be taking data of Finsey Clothing Company. That company contains the details of their customers, their products subcategories, and so on. Based upon these details, we will be creating a summary dashboard containing the revenues, costs, profits, and so on other details. Also, we will be creating a dashboard for customers and a dashboard for geography based upon Europe, North America, and Pacific regions. Once we are done with that, this course is entirely covering the 6 important steps. So initially you will be understanding about introduction to Power BI, then how the data can be transformed and connected using each other, and then you will be learning about how we can model the data and connect the tables with each other. After that, the most powerful language of Power BI, that is DAX, will be understood, and finally how this entire thing taken together can be visualized in the reports will be used. Once you are done with that, the certification will be provided to you on completion of this course. This course is having all the topics which are shown in this index, so you can see if this is useful for you, and if you want, you can skip some sessions as well. These will be given as a timestamp for you. Also, this course resources are given, so whenever you are practicing, you can download any Power BI file along with the session and you can use that. If you want to skip some sessions, for example, you want to go to session 45, then you can download the session 45 file and start from that onwards. So it will give you a practical hands-on while you will be watching the videos. Now, this course should be taken by you people because this is the most demanded BI tool, and people are taking who are the data analyst and the business analyst, and there are multiple job opportunities as well for this. Now, if you are a student, if you are a job seeker, or if you are a working professional, you can watch this course. And finally, you need a laptop and you need to practice while watching the videos to get most out of this course. And once you complete that, your certification details have been given in the description box. Now let's see how after completing this course your dashboards will look like. So this is your Power BI dashboard. Inside this dashboard, the details of revenue, cost, profits are given. If you select any particular category, then all the details will be selected and filtered based upon that category. On the left side, we have created navigation tools. So if we click on our location here, then it will redirect us to our location dashboard, wherein we can select specific continent and data would be filtered based upon that. Also, we have created our summary dashboard, our customer dashboard as you can see, and finally our product dashboard. So all these taken together will create your final Power BI report. So I welcome you all and let's get started. Let's understand how we can install Power BI desktop. For that, there are 3 different options. The first option is to go and download it from Microsoft Store. Once you download it from there, there are automatic updates whenever the new version arrives. So you don't need to update or do a reinstallation once the new version or any update comes. Also, there is no requirement for admin access because there is no installation inside your PC. The second method is to go and download it from web. Once you download it from web, there are 2 options of 32 bits and 64 bits through which you can install it. After installing, whenever the updates arrive, you need to click on update and get it reinstalled so that it can be used with the latest version. Also, if you are using your company's laptop, then you may require the admin access, which will be like allow admin access for installing, because it will change the configuration of your local system. The third method is to get the Power BI as a part of Office 365 license, and there are multiple options just like enterprise version, Microsoft 365 subscription, and so on. One thing to note here is that there is no need to get the Power BI Pro account for accessing Power BI desktop, meaning that you can access these without any Pro account. So let's go and see this in live action. We can go to Microsoft.com, and by going there you can click on download Power BI desktop. Once we click on that, you can see it will redirect us to Microsoft Store. So I have already opened that, and you can install this Power BI desktop app. So I have already installed that, and once I install and click on open, you will see Power BI desktop like this. So this has been installed, and this will get automatically updated. The second method which we discussed is to go to my apps.microsoft.com, and inside that you can go and click on Power BI desktop, and when you click on download, you will see an installable file has been installed here. Once you install that file, you will be able to see that Power BI desktop would look like this, and whenever any update would arrive, you can do that update by looking at here, that update available, click to download. So you have to update the Power BI using the installer again as well. So in these two methods we can easily install the Power BI, and I hope you understood it, and thank you so much. Let's understand the important Power BI settings. Inside Power BI there is an options and settings tab. Inside that, the global tab contains the preview feature. All these preview feature needs to be check marked, because whenever Power BI does any update on a monthly release, those needs to be reflected in our report. The second important setting is the data load file setting. Inside that, we need to uncheck three important items. First is auto detect relationship. Many times Power BI incorrectly identifies relationship between two tables and create a primary to foreign key relationship, which may be incorrect. So we need to uncheck them. Also, we don't want to have the auto date in type, so we will uncheck that as well. Third important setting is the regional setting, wherein we need to select the country wherein we are staying or for which we are creating this Power BI report, because based on that setting, the text format, number format and others would be shown and reflected. Now let's see this thing in live action. So we go to Power BI, and inside file we go to options and settings. Inside options and settings we go to options. It's getting loaded now. Yes. Now once it's loaded, we need to go to our preview features. Inside preview features, you can see there are a lot of unchecked items, so we need to check all these items because these are important preview features. And based upon Power BI release, you may have different items as compared to what I am showing here, because this keeps on updating very frequently. Once we have done that, we need to go to data load, and we don't want to update relationship when refreshing data. Also, we don't want to auto detect any new relationship, and finally we don't want any auto time and date. In the third setting, we need to go to regional settings, and we have already selected English United States because this report is being prepared for United States company, and we press OK, and we have done all of these three important settings for now. Once we have done that, you need to know that these settings are very specific to this particular Power BI report only. When you create a new Power BI report, those settings won't be applied there, and you have to reset that report based upon the new settings again. I hope you understood it, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand different types of data connectors and how we can use them. Inside Microsoft Power BI, there are a lot of data connectors like file data connectors, database connectors, Microsoft Fabric, Power Platform, online services, and so on. And these are containing a vast data connections through which you can connect to any kind of data source. So let's go and see this in live action. So we are here at the Power BI canvas. Here if we want to load the data, you can see the get data option. Inside that, highly common used data sources are being shown. If we click on more, you can see that a lot of options are there. If you see inside file options, you can see Excel workbook, text boxes, PDF, folder, and these are used for different type of reasons. For example, if we use the folder kind of data source, and if we add any new file inside that folder, then that file automatically appends and updates in our model. So these are having different cases of use cases. If we go to database, we can see that there is an option of SQL Server database, Access, IBM, Meteza, and so on. If we go to Microsoft Fabric, so all kind of Fabric connects, just like data marts, warehouse, lakehouse, and so on. Similarly, we can go to Power Platforms and connect the data words, data flows, etc. Also, there are a lot of Azure services, just like Azure Table Storage, Blob Storage, and so on. A very powerful tool here is being shown in the form of online services, which is we can connect the SharePoint online services, D365, that is Dynamics 365, Salesforce data, Google Analytics, and a lot of different platforms, just like Google Sheets as well. Inside the other, we can see that there is a web option. So if we want to create a web scraper, that whenever the data updates on the web, it keep reflecting in our Power BI, we can scrap it from there. And at the last, there is a blank query option. So if there is no data connectors inside the requisite list which is shown here, you can create your own query and connect the data. So these are highly useful data sources. For our initial data import, we go to file and we want to import through the text or CSV file. We click on text and CSV and then we click on connect. We need to select our data, so we go to our FinSec clothing raw material database. Inside that, we want to import our territory lookup table, so we click on that. Once we click, this is establishing a connection. Once the connection will get established, it will show a preview like this. So it is showing the file origin and the delimiter is by comma. Also, this Power BI trying to evaluate the data type based upon first 200 rows. So Power BI looks at these numbers and establish that this is a numeric data type. Power BI goes to these regions and see this is a text data type. So based upon initial 200 rows, it is going to establish that what kind of data type this is. After that, there is a load option and transform option. If we click on load, it will be directly loaded. However, if we go and click on transform, then we will be able to transform data based upon our requirement. So we click the transform here. Once we click the transform, you can see it's getting loaded, and wait for a second. Yes, once this is loaded, you can see that we have successfully imported our FinSec clothing territory lookup table. And this table is very useful for us because you can see this is containing the sales territory, and Power BI has identified that this is a numeric value. So you can see return as 1, 2, 3. Region is a text value, country is a text value, and continent is a text value. In this way, you can import different data sources. I hope you understood it, and thank you for watching. Let's understand Power Query Editor. Inside Power Query Editor, we can see all the tools at the top. These are our query editing tool, inside which we can enter our data, add a new source, manage parameters, etc. After that, we can see a formula bar which is containing a code. This code is the M code, which is the language of Power BI. This is exactly like the VBA for Excel, wherein you record some macro and you get the coding. Similarly, if we keep on taking some actions, that action is converted into this M code and that is shown inside the formula bar. No worries, there is no problem, because without M code we can easily do the formula language and create our Power Query dashboards. On the left side you can see a list of our queries. So I have imported one table which is Finsick clothing territory, and all the tables which you have imported will be shown in the name of queries listing here. After that, we can see this area which is the table preview. Inside this, entire details of tables along with their columns and what are their types of data is being shown inside the table. After that table, you can simply see that there is a query setting tab. This query setting tab is an important tab because we need to give the name to our table. Just like the table naming, we don't need to name it like underscore Finsick underscore clothing. That is not required. We can write it in the plain language, because whenever we will be calling our tables, the table names should be very much readable and important. After that, we can see the applied steps. So inside these applied steps, whatever steps we take, so for example, when we imported the table, you can see that these first line have been promoted as header. So Power Query treated the first row as a header. So this has been done, and whenever there is an update to the data, all these applied step will run itself and we will get our final results. So let's go and see these things in live action. We are in our Power Query dashboard here. On our tab, you can see there is a home tab, there is the transformation tab, there is add columns, view, tools and help. Inside home tab, you can see there are general settings just like choose columns, remove columns, keep rows, etc. In the transform column, these are used to change any column for transformation. Just like you can create and replace the value, you can extract certain values, and we can pivot the columns as well. Inside add columns, a lot of options are there, just like we can put the conditional if formatting formula. If the sales territory key is 1, write its name at northwest and so on. So a new column can be added using multiple parameters here and so on. Now, as we were talking, that this is our M code formula, which you can see. This is helpful and this is technical at the moment, but going forward this will become easy because all these are plain English only. On the left we mentioned this is our query. On center, this is our, I can say, table preview tab. On the right we saw our properties tab, and on the right bottom applied step will be shown here. So this is the overview of our Power Query editor, and I hope you understood this. Thank you so much. Let's try to understand the basic table transformations. Inside Power BI, there are a lot of transformation options, which includes the adding columns, removing columns, adding rows, removing rows. Also, when we click on any column inside any table, and we see on a right click that there are multiple options which we can select as and when required. So let's go into our Power BI model and let's test these features. We go to our Power BI model here. Inside our Power BI model, let's go and add a new table. So we go and select text or CSV file. We want to import the Finsick clothing product table, so we import it here. After importing, we will let it get imported. Yes, when it's get imported, we can see that there are certain applied steps. So first step is showing the source. The Power BI shows that this has been taken from this particular source inside your data. So this become an important aspect for Power BI to evaluate. After that, there are written as column 1, column 2, column 3, and these are the column, but no header has been provided to them. So Power BI goes and see the first row and treat it as a header. So those are promoted as the header based upon the identification. After that, you can see entire data which is shown here is only of text type. Then Power BI goes further and change the type of that text based upon the selection of columns. So product key is a numeric value, then it's updated as a numeric value by Power BI. So that is a smart move by the Power BI. Now if we know that this is the product cost and this is the product price, we want to convert these numbers into the currency or dollars. So we can click and select both of them, and then we go to decimal number and we can select the fixed decimal number for our convenience. Once we do that, we can add it as a new step, and these numbers have been converted to fixed decimal, as you can see. Similarly, at this moment you can see that our complete name is having suits, and inside suits there are multiple products. So we want to categorize these into different elements. So we click on this column, we go to add column, inside that we click on extract, and we want to extract the text before delimiter. We click on that and we can see that our delimiter here is dash. So we press a dash here, and if you want to show the advanced option, this will be taking the delimiter from left to right from start of input. We press OK, and once we do that, you can see that this text has been shown here and all the items before delimiter have been identified. We give it a name as category. Also, we want to get the text after the delimiter. For that, again we would go to add column. Inside that we will go to extract and text after delimiter, and we again write dash and we press OK, and you can see that this is showing the text after delimiter and entire thing has been shown here, and we write its name as product. In this way we can create multiple things inside the Power BI transformation tab. Also, I want to show you that there are some redundant data inside the complete name which is 0. So these are not relevant for our analysis. So we click on complete name here, we click right, and there is an option of replace values. So we want to replace the 0 values with the blank data. So we can write it as blank, and if we press OK, you can see that all those blanks have been removed. But this does not work like an Excel because there are showing as a double inverted comma. So let's go and inside the complete name again, replace value, and we want to replace these two as a blank item. So we press OK, and now you can see that this has been shown as blank. So in this way we can use these transformation tabs for our analysis, and thank you for watching. I see you in the next session. Let's understand how can we extract data from web. In the Power BI, there are certain native web connectors through which we can import the web hosted files, just like Microsoft Excel or CSV files. Also, we can scrap the data from millions of pages which are having the URL. So just like this Wikipedia page, I will be showing how we can do that. We go to our Power BI dashboard, and inside that dashboard we go to new source, and we want to get the data from the web, as you can see here. Now if I click on web, and we want to get the data from Wikipedia page, then it asks for putting the information of URL. So, we go to Google and I show you that this is our Wikipedia page from where I want to import the data, and this is showing the top 10 or top 9 accounting firms details. So, we go to our Power BI dashboard and we paste the link here. Also, there is an advanced option. Inside this advanced option, we can put the HTTP request header parameters, command timeout, but for now we want to do it for the basic. So, we click OK, and once we do that, it will get loaded. Let it give some time. Now, you can see that there are a lot of tables showing here, just like HTML tables, gesture tables and text. Inside this HTML table, if we click on global accountancy top 9, then you can see that all the top 9 global accounting firms list is showing, which is Deloitte, PwC, EY and so on. We can also view it in the web view just like a Wikipedia page. As you can see, these all are the text details, and after text you can see here that top 9 global accountancy firms list has been given along with their revenue. We convert it to again table view. We click here and we press OK to import this table. At this moment we want to import this table, and you can see that this has been imported. Now, this column of change is showing no values. So, for now we do not need it. So, we go and remove columns. Inside remove columns, there are two options, remove columns and remove other columns. If I click remove other columns, then except this change column, everything will be removed on the left side, all these 4 columns. But for now I do not want to do that, and we click on remove columns only, and this has been removed. Now, we do not know and we do not see the data in the numeric field only here, because the numbers as 64.9 billion is written. So, we only want to show the numeric value. For that reason, we go to transform. Inside transform, we go to extract, and we want to extract text before delimiter. Here the delimiter is space. So, if you can see that there is a space between all these numbers. So, we choose the delimiter as space. Now, this one space has been selected here, and we press OK, and you can see this has been converted to number and all the text is gone now. After that, this is showing as a ABC, which is the text. So, instead of that, we want to show it as a fixed decimal number, which will be in dollars. So, we convert it into the dollars, as you can see. Now, this is showing the revenue in USD. Also, when we do not want to load the data and we want to keep it unloaded, so we can check mark here inside this particular area of arrow. So, I just do not want to load this data at the moment, because I wanted to show you only the import method from web. I hope you understood that, and whenever the data would be updated on the Wikipedia page and you press refresh, then this data would be refreshed automatically. So, for example, in future, if PwC become the top firm of accounting and its rank become 1, then it will be updated on Wikipedia, and from Wikipedia, if you just click on refresh, every data point would be refreshed. I hope you understood it, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the profiling of data in Power BI. Profiling implies we are checking the column quality, column profile and column distribution. When we talk about column quality, it reflects how many data points are valid, how many are having errors, and it gives an option to remove those errors. When we talk about column distribution, it specifically tells about how many distinct values are inside the column, how many unique values are there, and what is the error profiling. And lastly, column profile implies and gives about what is the range of our income status and so on based upon the numeric field. So, let's go and see this thing into action. We go to our Power BI, and inside our Power BI let's import a data point. We go to Excel. Inside Excel, we go to our say working instead of Excel, let's go and select all files, and we want to import from CSV file. We want to import our customer data. So our customer data would be containing here, as you can see, this is our clothing company customer lookup table. This is getting imported, and we press an OK. After pressing OK, you can see this is showing the Finsic clothing customer lookup table. Let's check the customer profiling data. Before that, let's see if the data points are showing correctly. So this is a numeric field which is correct. This is a text field. This is a text field. Date of birth, this is showing as a date. And then marital status is correct. Gender is correct. Income is showing as number. Total children is a numeric form, and so on. So these data points are showing correctly in their details. If we go to view, inside view, we can see one option of column quality, as you can see here. So this option of column quality, one second, this option of column quality can be seen here, and if we click on that, we can specifically find that entire data set is showing here valid inside the customer key, prefix, and so on. But this data is being evaluated based on initial 1000 rows, as you can see here. Instead of that, we want to evaluate column profiling based upon entire data set, because our customer table contains more than 18,000 row item. So we click on that, and we want to bring the customer profiling based upon entire data set. We click here. Once we click, you can see that there are certain errors. So inside the customer key, there are certain errors. Inside the prefix, it's look good, and so on. So let's go and find what are the errors here. So when we click on the customer key, and we go and click on this 3 dot items, and we click here on keep errors, then we can see that these are 19 errors inside this customer key. If we click on any error, you can see that the customer key we could not convert to number. So this is a dash, a blank, and this customer key should be a number. So this is showing an error here. So let's go back again. Let's check another error. We click on this error, and you can see this was a customer number, but again there are some dashes. So either we need to tell to our product team inside the company to correct the customer numbers, and it will fetch automatically correct customer number, or if these are incorrect customer number and we don't want them, we can just go back again and remove these errors. So let it get loaded, and we got an option to remove errors. So we click remove errors. Once we do that, let's see what happens. Now our entire customer key, prefix, and other data points are showing correctly, and those errors have been removed. In future, if there are again similar kind of error, these would be removed out of this customer key, and if the data needs to be corrected, then it should be corrected in the original Excel file or the source file from which we are fetching the data. Once this is done, let's go to, instead of customer column quality, let's go to column distribution. When we click here, we can see the column distribution is loading, and specifically if we talk here, you can see that there are 682 people whose name is distinct and 19 is unique, which specifically means that there are 19 people whose name appear only once inside this data, and there are uniquely 682 people inside this data set. This information may be helpful or may not be that much helpful, but yes, for initial discussion and understanding, this is good. Similarly, you can see that there are 1000 distinct surname, but there is only 3 unique last names. Unique as in they appear only one time inside this entire data set. So this is about the column distribution here. And after the column distribution, if we go and once again click on column profile, you can see that inside this column profile, this is telling everything about this column. So if we see, if I click on first name. Michael is appearing highest times, that 418 times this name Michael is appearing, and the total data count is 18,129. Out of that, distinct count is 682. This data may not be that much helpful because we will be creating our own measures for analyzing the data further. But instead of that, if we go to our total income, then you can see this is showing our minimum income as $30,000 and maximum income as well. Similarly, average income, standard deviation are also given, but these are not of much use for now. And this value distribution of income has also been shown here. So in this way, whenever analyzing the data, any person can easily identify if there are certain errors before creating the dashboards, and if there are errors, those can be rectified initially. After creating the dashboards, if those errors pop up, it becomes very difficult, because to go back and correct the things instead of doing it initially would really be helpful. I hope you understood it, and thank you so much. Let's understand the text tools inside Power BI. The first text tool is split column. Inside split column, we can split our text based upon some delimiter or by the number of characters, just like after 3 characters we want to split the column, or by any particular position. We can also split the column from lowercase to uppercase or uppercase to lowercase, and so on. The next option for text formatting or text tool is format option. So we can convert our text into the lowercase or the uppercase, or capitalize each word, which is in Excel is the proper case. We can trim that and clean so that hidden spaces or unwanted characters can be removed. And the third text tool is the extract option. So we can extract any particular data out of any column through the first characters or the last characters, or before any particular delimiter, just like dash, comma, space, or any other thing. So let's go and see these options in live action. Inside our database, we can see that the customer table is having the prefix of Mr., Mrs., and so on. Now these prefix, everything is capitalized, so we don't want these to be capitalized. So we click on prefix. We can click on transform or add column, one option. If we create an add column, then it will create a new column containing the formatting which we apply on it. But if we go and transform column, the same formatting would be applied within this column only. So we go to transform. Inside transform, we go to format. Inside format, we capitalize each word, and this will be capitalized. Now this has been updated. The similar option you can see is available inside the add columns as well. But if I capitalize each word right now, you can see a new column is created at the end. So, and initially there was one column as well. So add column is used whenever we require any additional column. At this moment we don't need it, so I just remove that. After that, our first name and the last name are also in the uppercase, so we want to update them as well. So we select them, we go to transform tab. Inside transform tab, we go to format, and we want to capitalize each word again, and we update that. One thing to note here is that when you select both of these columns, the split column option is disabled, because the split column is available when you have selected only one column and you want to split the data based upon certain condition. So these options go and activate based upon your selection. So if you select both of them again, you can see this merge column got activated, because we can merge these two columns. But if we select only first name, then merge column is deactivated. Now our next task is to create a merge column based upon the prefix, first name, and the last name. So we go and select prefix and the first name and the last name, and if we go and create and click on merge column, you can see that all these columns would be merged, and when these will be merged, instead of these 3 columns, one column would be created. So we don't want to transform it at the moment, we want to create a new column. So we go here we click on merge columns, and we want a separator. So it's like we want a separator of colon, comma, equal sign or space. So between all these three items we want to create a space when these are merged, and the new columns name is full name, and we press OK. Once we do that, you can see that at the end this full name column has been created with the complete name, and every time a space has been created, which you can see here. So every time a space is there when these are connected. In this way, if we go further and we want to separate our email address, so let's suppose the company wants to know the domain name of against each of the employee. So we select our email address. Inside email address, we go to transform and we want to split the column. So we click on split the column. Inside split, we want to split it by delimiter. We click on it and we select or either delimiter. So what delimiter do we want? So our delimiter here is @ based upon which we will select, and this is asking for each occurrence of the delimiter, meaning that wherever @ is available, it will split the column. So in our email address, @ is present only one time, so it will be split into two items. So we press OK here and let's see what happens. Once you do that, you can see that our email address has been split into two items. One is the name and second is the domain name, as you can see here. At this moment, we don't need this transformation. Instead of transformation, we want it to be only, I can say, addition of new column. So what we will do, we will again select this email address. We go to add column. Inside add column, we can go to extract, and what do we want? We want to extract the text after the delimiter. So our delimiter here will be @ and after this @ whatever is written is our domain name. So we go and select that, and you will be able to see that text after delimiter has been selected. So we give it a name as domain name, and yeah, this has been updated. So I hope you understood that there are multiple options as well within these format, extract options, merge column, and these can be used based upon the requirement as and when they are needed. I hope you understood this, and thank you for watching. Let's understand the numeric tools inside Power BI. So the first numeric tool is statistics function. Inside that, we can do a sum of any data points, minimum, maximum data points value, median, average, and so on. These are the aggregator functions, and if we add another column, these would be reflected entirely in that column. I will show you exactly how it would look in a live environment. Next numeric functions are standard operations, or I can say standard options, where we get add, multiply, subtract, divide, and so on. And after that, the third kind of options are the other options, wherein we get the rounding option, where we can do a round up, round down, other information, and scientific options. So let's go in the live environment and see how these are applied. Inside our fancy clothing product lookup table, we go and let's try to find out our average product cost. So we click on product cost here, and when we go to transform, inside transform you can see statistics function. We can do a sum, minimum, maximum. So let's find out the average product cost, and when we click on average, you can see it's $17.62. This information may be helpful for a moment, but we cannot use it in other tables without creating measures. But for now, we understood what is our average price, so we cancel it. Similarly, if we want to know what is our maximum product price, we can go on statistics function again, and we click on maximum, and we can see $60 is our maximum product price. We cancel it again for our analysis. After that, if we go and we want to apply the same kind of options, so if we select product cost and product price both, you can see that these statistics and standard options have been grayed out and other options are remaining only. So if you see this rounding option, then we can do a round up, round down or round. So right now these are having multiple decimal points and we want to round it up to 2 decimal points. So I do, and decimal points we want is 2. We press OK, and this entire data has been converted into the 2 decimals now. Earlier it was having 3 decimals, as you could have seen in the average price and maximum price which we calculated. After that, if we want to go and see this complete name and we want to apply any statistics function, we cannot apply that here. If we go to add columns, in the add columns as well, we cannot apply that because these are the text column. Let's go to our product price again, and these are our product price, and let's go to transform tab. We want that we are going to launch any specific Christmas price offer, and we want to give a 20% off on all the product prices which we are selling to customer at this moment, and we want to show that price in a different column. So we go and click on add column. Inside add column we can go and do some standard operations. You can see that statistics operations are grayed out right now because we cannot apply them on this single column. So we want to give a discount, so we write it as multiply, and this entire column would be multiplied with, I can say, 20% discount, which means 80% of the entire value would be given. So I multiply it with 80% and I press OK, and you can see that after discount $49 become $39.20, and we can give it a name as discounted price. This discounted price can be used in multiple places as well for our measures, which we will be learning in later sessions. Along with that, you can see there are other options to check if any data point is an even number or odd number. We can use that as well based upon requirement. There are certain trigonometry functions which at the moment we are not discussing, but you can use them. Similarly, there are some scientific options as well wherein you can calculate square, cube, power, square root and so on. Now if I show you that there is the product cost given here and we want to transform that, then we can transform based upon the split column, or I can say based upon any of the statistics options or standard options. But we cannot do an addition, because if you do an addition of this column, all the product cost would be added together and they will be shown in a separate column, but that cannot be possible. I hope you will understand this in the futuristic sessions where a detailed discussion will be done. But till now, I think you liked it, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand the date and time options inside Power BI. Inside the date options, there is an option of age. Using age, we can calculate the number of days from a particular date till today. Using the date only option, we can find out the date out of any particular cell which contain date as well as time. Using the year option, we can bring the year from any particular date, and there are a bunch of other options just like month, start of the month, quarter and week. Similar to these date options, there are a particular option of changing the locale. So based upon the country, you can select the locale. For example, in United States, the date format is shown as month, date and year, while in United Kingdom, the date format is shown as date, month and year. And based upon the country, this can be updated so that people can read it more conveniently. So let's go into our Power BI dashboard and see these in live action. Inside our Power BI, let's go and import our text or CSV file. We click on our calendar lookup here. This is getting loaded. Once this gets loaded, we press OK. Now this data is showing here. However, the column is not showing any particular header because our original raw data may or may not have some header. So let's go and update our original raw data first. So we go here in the raw data and we opened our calendar lookup table, and you can see there is no date option as the header. So I write date as a header here. Once we do that, let's go to our Power BI again, and before doing that, it's important to save the file. So I have pressed Ctrl S and closed it. Now let's go and refresh this preview, and you can see this is showing some error because earlier this was another cell and now there has been a date. So let's remove these two as well again, and let's import that again. So I delete it, and let's go and bring our text or CSV file back. So we click on calendar lookup again here, and now you can see date header here. We press OK, and based upon our pressing OK, you can see it's mentioning the date, 1st January, 2nd January, 3rd January, and so on, and the formatting is date only. If we click on date here and we go to using locale, so I click here, and based upon selection of locale, it will show the data here, just like you can see, change type with locale. So our type right now we want is to be date, and date format should be English United States, as you can see here. So that is fine for us. Now based upon this date, we need to go to transform column tab, and inside transform there are a bunch of options. For example, if we want to calculate and find out the year out of this particular date, so we can click on year, but when we click, you can see entire data has gone. So we don't need, or I can say we don't want to transform it. Instead of that, we want to add a column. So I remove the applied step and then do a add column. Inside add column, go to date, and we want to show year. So this year has been taken and extracted out of these dates, and you can see these years are showing right now here. Also similar to year, we can go to add column again, and we click on date because our selection should be date instead of year to activate and remove these grayed out areas. So we click on date again, and inside the date you can go and see that there are bunch of other options as well. We want to find out also the name of the day, so we click on name of the day, and you can see on the 1st January 22 it was a Saturday, and its heading is showing as day name, which is fine for us. Similar to that, if I click on here and we want to know the, I can say, start of the week, so if we click on start of the week, you can see that 1st January 2022 is there, and this is showing the start of the week as 26 December 2021. Now in different places the start of the week can be treated as differently. By default, Power BI starts the week from Sunday. However, in our daily routine, we have the start of the week from Monday. Because how do I know that? Let me just click on the start of the week again and click on the date, and let's try to find out the name of the day. So you can see that all the start of the week are showing as Sunday. But we want to update our start of the week. So how can we do that? So we go and insert the date name. We just remove that because we don't want to show it right now. Here the inserted start of the week is here, and we click on this gear icon, as you can see. Once we click on that, you can see this is showing the start of the week column, and inside this column formula, this is showing the date, and when we press comma and when we press 1 is represented by Monday, and we press OK, you can see that instead of 26 December, this is showing 27 December. Also right now, if I go and click on date and show the name of the day, you can see that week is starting on Monday. This is one way through which we can find the date, or I can say start of the week. Let's go and remove that, and let's find it through the other way. So we click on the gear icon again, and many times this one becomes difficult, so we use another option, and we write it as day dot Monday. And when I write it as day dot Monday, you can see that this has also been converted to 27 December 2021, which is our Monday. So these two different options are there, and the third option is to select from this I can say formula bar. Here instead of Monday, let's suppose your company starts on Tuesday, so you can write it as day dot Tuesday, and when we press OK, you can see the 27th December has become 28th December and so on. So based upon these can be used and updated. So let's do it again Monday, and yeah, this has been updated for our selection now. Now let's go and select our date option again, and let's see what other options are there. So there is a date only option, there is a month option, you can find the quarter of the year, start of the quarter, week of the year, day of the week, and so on. So there are a lot of options to add columns. If we go to transform tab, inside transform tab as well, you can see date options are there. Inside these date options, you can see a lot of options, end of the day and so on are there. The only difference between transform and add column is that transform changes the column itself, or I can say overrides the column, while the add column creates a new column. However, the options are more or less same, and in this way we can use the date and time options for our analysis, and I hope you understood this. Thank you so much for watching. Let's understand conditional columns and index column. Using the conditional columns, we can create if statement. So if something is true, one result is shown. If that is not true, another result is shown. Also, we can create nested if statement inside these conditional columns in Power BI. The other column option is the index column, wherein we can create index from 0, 1 or custom index, so that unique row identifiers can be created. So let's go to Power BI and see them in live action. This is our Power BI dashboard here, and inside that let's put a text or CSV file, and we want to put our sales data of 2024. So we clicked there. The data is getting loaded now. Once after this loading, we press OK. Now you can see that data is given, such as order date, order number, product key, customer key, territory key, and order quantity. Now we want to put a column which is a conditional column, and that will show if our order quantity is greater than 1, then we will write it as multiple items, or if our individual or order quantity is 1, then we will write it as single item. And if there are some order quantity as 0, which should not be here because this is a sales data table, but still we will create an else statement to write that as others. So we select the order quantity, we go to add columns, and there is an option of conditional columns here, as you can see, this one. We select this conditional column, and after selection of that column, you can see the new column name is being asked. So we write it as status of quantity. Inside that, we need to select firstly the column name. So we want to select the order quantity, so we selected that, and if order quantity we want to write as is greater than, I can say 1, then we want to get the output as multiple items, or I can say multiple quantity. If that is not true, which means that this is not greater than 1, then we can add another clause. Then again the order quantity is, I can say, less than or equal to 1, we can put it as individual quantity, or instead of less than or equal to, we can put it as equals to 1, then we can write it as individual quantity. And after that, if there is more clauses, we can keep on adding here, but still if anything is not true, finally we want to put it as others. And if we press OK, let's wait, and you can see the status of quantity is being shown here. Our order quantities are here in the form of 1 only, because our sales data is having the one quantity order only. However, if there would have been more than one quantity, these status would have been shown as multiple quantity, and this is the status of quantity using the conditional column, as you can see here. Along with conditional columns, there is an option of adding the index column. So for adding an index, we can either start it from 0 or 1 or custom. So let's go and select index from 1. When you click that, we can see that index is showing as 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. If we want to show this index at the beginning of the table, so we can keep on dragging it, and you can see if we keep on dragging it, it will be shown on the left. However, there is more efficient way, so we click on right and we can click on move, and we want to move it to beginning, so we select that. Now you can see this index has been selected here. However, for our analysis purpose, this index won't be much helpful, and we don't want to show this index at the moment because our other index are already existing in this table, which is our product key, customer key and territory key. However, many a times your table may not have these keys and you need to create an ad hoc index key. So for now we don't need that, and we can just go and remove that. Once we remove that, we reached to our original table state, which you can see now. However, there are a lot of options added due to these index options, and these additional 3 options are not needed because effectively we don't need them, right? So we remove the columns, reorder the column, and adding index, we remove all these 3 steps because those takes our memory and space. Now we are at the same place which we needed. I hope you understood these 2 things of conditional columns and index column, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand the aggregating and grouping options in Power BI. These aggregations can be done by any date, product or customers, etc. Meaning that if you are having sold your product ID 101 multiple times, then you can aggregate entire product ID 101 and get the total quantity. Similarly, if you have sold a particular product to any customer, then you can aggregate entire sold quantity against any particular customer through these aggregation and grouping options. And there are 2 kinds of aggregation. One is with one key and another is by more than one keys. So let's go and see these 2 options in live action. We come to our Power BI model here, and inside that you can import this data of Fancy Clothing Sales data 2024. After importing this data, you can see that we are having any particular product key here and the total quantity of that key against each product. Now if I go and sort this through ascending order, you can see that product key 1 has been sold multiple times, but we don't know what is the total quantity of this product key 1. Similarly, if I sort this through descending order, product key 70 has also been sold multiple times, but we don't know what is the total quantity of that. For that reason, we click on this product key, we go to transform tab, inside that group by option, and this group by option, if we click that, you can see that there is a basic options. Inside this basic option, we want to create the product key summary, and the new column name we want to put it here. So let's give the new product or new column name as total quantity, and we want to put the operation. So we want to sum the quantities instead of count, and we want to do the sum of which column. So we want to do a sum of order quantity, so we select that and we press OK. When we do that, you can simply see that product key 32 has been sold 28 times, which means total 28 quantities has been sold. If we go and do a ascending selection, then you can see for product key 1 has been sold by 25 quantity. In this way, we can easily identify that what was the total quantity which has been sold. Now, but we don't need this at the moment. Instead of that, we need to show our data based upon, I can say, product key and the customer key together, and for that reason I go to view here. Inside view we want to show our query setting again, which is our right panel, and we cancel this sorted column and group column again, and we reach to our original data here. Instead of product key only, we want to sort it by product key and customer key at the sum level of total quantity. So we go to transform again, we go to group by, and this time we select advanced options. Inside advanced options we want to do the sum by first condition, which is our product key, which you can see. Also we want to create a group based upon customer key, so second option we selected customer key, and the new column name needs to be given. So this is total quantity, and after that instead of count we want to show the sum of these quantities, and the sum is inside the order quantity column. Once we do that, let's press OK, and you can see that all the product key and the customer keys have been shown here. Now let's go and sort it through ascending order. So we can see that customer number 8424 has purchased product key 1 time. Similarly, this customer has also purchased product key 1 time, and so on. So based upon these formulas we have aggregated the product quantity based upon product key, customer key, and so on. I hope you understood this, that how can we use the group by option and create the aggregated numbers for any product quantity, and this is very helpful while we need to aggregate any kind of data inside Power BI for our analysis. Thank you so much for watching. Let's understand pivoting and unpivoting tables. This is just like pivoting in Microsoft Excel, where if we want to create and show some data points on multiple columns, we show the headers inside the column. If you see our region, so central region, north region, and south region, these three regions are shown in the column. Instead of showing them in the column, if we want to show them inside the rows, then we can put the central region, north region, and south region inside one row. This may be needed to create an analysis and filtering inside a single column instead of using multiple columns. So this is known as unpivoting, and if we create the same table and use them to create and show inside multiple column headers, this is known as pivoting. This would be more clear and maybe little bit confusing at the moment, but let's see this in the live environment in live action. So we go to our tables, and inside our table let's go and import our new source. Our new source is the pivoting and unpivoting tables. We select that. This is getting loaded, and let's wait for it. One moment please. This has been loaded, and we press OK. Once we press OK, you can see that this has got loaded. We name is as demo for pivot and unpivot. You can see the data here right now. There are three different regions which are shown inside three different columns, but an analyst need to filter based upon a single column so that it can be more helpful. So let's convert these into the unpivot stage. So we go in transform tab here, we select these three columns, and inside unpivot column there are three options. As you can see, unpivot columns, which means whatever columns are there we need to unpivot them. Unpivot other column, which means except these three selected column we need to unpivot the remaining column, and finally if we want certain selected columns to unpivot we can use that. Right now all the three columns are selected, so we can use either first option or third option. We click on unpivot columns, and once we do that you can see all the three headers have been converted into the row line item, and the transaction was done on 28th February. It was men's wear category, and attributes have been shown here. Now any analyst can do a filtering, and based upon that filtering the formulas and measures can be created. Instead of that, if you have the data in this format, we can convert this format into again pivot columns. So we select this attribute, we go here inside pivot column, and we click the pivot column. Now we want to pivot these columns based upon the value. So, we select value and we press OK. Now, these again have been converted into these different columns. So, based upon the user requirement, the pivoting and unpivoting can be used, and these are highly effective ways so that data analysis can be facilitated. Along with pivoting and unpivoting, there is another option of transpose. You may think like this is just like transpose, but in transpose, if there are multiple repeated line items, those gets repeated on the header itself. So, let me just go back and remove this pivot column for a while. Now, if you see that we want to create a, I can say, unpivot table for these dates, then 20th February is repeating for third time. When these 20th February will be unpivoted, these will be shown on the headers, but it will be repeated again and again because these are three different line items. So, let me just show you the thing. If we click on transpose, and you can see that 20th February, 28th February and 28th February, these are shown differently instead of getting them aggregated. So, transpose cannot be used, and instead of the transpose, if we use unpivot, then these will be aggregated. I hope you understood the implications of using transpose and unpivoting column, and this session may be helpful for you. Thank you for watching. Let's understand merging queries in Power BI. Merging queries simply creates a wide table based upon the lookup kind of field in Power BI. It means it looks into another table, and where the common keys are found, it increases the table size and we can add more fields. However, if we are merging queries, there are more efficient ways without merging queries as well, including DAX function and measures. So, we should not always merge queries because it may create the redundant data. However, for understanding how merge queries function works, let's go into our live environment. So, this is our sales data 2024, and inside this sales data we want to show a merge query function. So, inside this, if we go to home tab, inside home tab you can see there is an option of merge queries, and when we click on merge queries, there are two options. First is merge queries and second is merge queries as new. Merge queries will create a merged column on the right side of original table and a new table won't be created, and merge queries as new will keep this original table as original and create a new table with the additional columns. So, for our analysis right now we need only merge queries. So, we click on here. After clicking here, you can see the first table sales data is showing as 2024 here, and we want to merge it with our, I can say, product data. So, we click the drop down. Inside this drop down there is an option of product lookup table. We click on that. Now, inside product lookup table you can see the product key is a unique key. Inside the sales data table, the product key is also a unique key. When we select both of them, you can see a notification shows that the selection matches 2630 rows from the first table, meaning these two are matching together. Also, this is showing a join kind, which means left outer, meaning inside the sales data table the data from the product lookup table will be, I can say, merged on the right side. When we press OK, and if you see there is a kind of summary of table with the link here which is created. If we go and click on this drop down, there are a lot of options from the product table which we can bring here. So, right now we want to bring the product key, our product price, and also the, I can say, product cost. And after that you can see there is another option, use original column name as prefix. So, if we keep this item as selected, then original columns will be shown as a prefix. So, we press OK, and once we press OK, you can see the table has been wide enough. So, this has spread across on the right side, and this was the original table Finsic clothing product lookup, because we have selected and kept the original names. Dot product key, so these are the product keys. As you can see, this is showing the product key 70, and inside the sales data table this is also 70 here. After that we can see that the product price is showing, which is $18.87, and our product price, this was the cost $18.87, and our product price is $51. This has been shown through the merge queries. And if you want to see another product key, let's suppose we want to see this for product key 45, we select that in the filter, and based upon that we can see the product 45 key is imported, or I can say merged here, and that product's cost is showing and the price is being shown. In this way we can merge the queries. However, if we can merge, it's not always essential to merge, because there are more efficient ways to analyze the data. When we merge queries, the data become redundant. Now the same data of cost and price is available in this sales data table as well as the product lookup table, the same data of price and cost. So in case of redundant data, the models become inefficient, because model is unable to understand which data source to be used. So this was the merge queries selection option, how to do that. However, it's not always suggestive to use that. Thank you so much for watching. Let's understand appending the queries. In Power BI, appending the query means joining two or more tables which are containing the same headers and same type of data. For example, you are having two data sources or two Excel file, wherein one is containing sales for year 2021 and another is containing sales data for year 2022. You want to join those two tables, so you can use that using the append query, because it makes the table more taller. However, there are more efficient ways to appending the data instead of using this append functionality, but for our understanding purpose, let's go to our live data and see how this works. So inside our live data, we go to our new source, and inside our source let's go to text or CSV file. Inside that, let's go to sales data, and there are other options of getting the sales data. So I am bringing the sales data for 2022 here. As you can see, this is getting loaded. This has been loaded here. Similarly, we need to bring the sales data for 2023 as well. So we go there and load the sales data for 2023. Now it had been loaded. After getting these two data loaded, we can see inside the home tab there is append queries option here. As you can see, inside the append queries option there are two options, append queries and append queries as new. When we choose append queries option, the data of 2023 would append with data of 2022 within the same table. If we choose the append queries as new, then these two tables will remain intact, and we will create a new table which will be showing appended data of 2022 and 2023. So let's do append queries as new, and we should be using this through 2022. So let's go here and let's use append queries as new. This is getting loaded, and we are appending two tables. So first table is sales data 2022 and second table is sales data 2023, and we press OK. When we press OK, you can see another table showing the name as append is showing here. Let's give it another name as sales for year 22 and 23. Inside this data, you can see that order date and sales data is containing for the year 2022 and 2023 as well. Let's go a little bit below. Let's load it. Yes. So you can see 2023 data is here as well. But there is one problem with this append function. If we are appending two data sets, Now these two become redundant for me because these details of 2022 and 23 are inside a new table. But if I go and want to delete the 2022 table and click on write and delete it, then we get an delete query option, an error that the query Fancy Clothing Sales cannot be deleted because it is being referenced by another query. Due to that, inside our table it gets more redundant data, and while creating the measures and DAX formulas, sometimes incorrect data could be fetched due to these duplicacies. So append function is not that much really helpful, but it may have some other use cases which you may tell me in the comments as well. And I hope you understood this append query here, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand how can we append the files using folders in Power BI. This is a very powerful tool and it can append 2 or more tables which are containing the same headers and same data type. Whenever the folder is containing the files and the file gets deleted, edited or modified, all those additions, deletion or modifications are shown inside the Power BI. So let's go and see the same thing in live action. So we come to Power BI and we go to our new source. Inside our new source there is a more option. We click on that. Inside the more option there is a folder option. We click on that. After that, this is getting loaded. Once we go on browse and inside the documents, inside we can say our data is inside the Power BI and the Power BI course and raw data for Power BI model and the sales data. So this folder is containing the sales data for 3 years, which is 22, 23 and 24. We press OK. After that we press OK and this data will be loaded here. So let's wait for its loading. Now once it's loaded, you can see there are 3 kind of content showing as binary, or because these 3 files are containing the details of 22, 23 and 24, there are 2 options, combine and transform data. So right now we will transform data and based upon that we will combine them later. This is getting transformed. On the left side you can see when it's transforming, a query is being created, and this is a technical query which Power BI create for the future appending, and we are not concerned about that. So let's make it smaller, and this data of appended query has been created here because you can see the data has been combined together. Even if you go here and there are different parameters or things returned such as the sales data. Inside the sales data you can see there is, I can say, a drop down kind of menu which mentions combine files. So if we click on that combine files, it will combine all the 3 files. So it's getting loaded and let's wait for it. Now you can see that all the 3 files are here, 22, 23 and 24, and these got combined. So we press OK and let's wait for them to get combined. Yes, now those files have been combined. Inside the data you can see that the initial details is showing the source name, which is the name of the file. So there are 3 files as we are aware, which is 2022, 23 and 24. So if we load further you can see them. Also all the data inside those 3 files has been shown here, as you can see the quantity, territory key, customer key, product key and so on. And right now we don't need to show this query, so I just made hide it, and the summary of that table has been shown in the sales data similar to what it was showing above. So we don't need the source name at this moment, so we do a right click and remove the file name. Now all the 3 year sales data is being shown here, which we will be using for our analysis, and also the older data for the sales of 2020, I can say 223, and which we combined using the append query is not relevant for us at the moment. So let's delete them, which are our older data which we don't need. So I press delete and this got deleted. This is again getting deleted. Next one we delete it, and finally the last one we are deleting that, so it's got deleted here. Also, if I show you what was the data inside the sales folder, so this is the data which was sales data 22, 23 and 24. If we add another sales data for 25 with the same column headers and same data type, and press a refresh here, after pressing the refresh, all the data of 25 would be shown here. I hope you understood this, and this must be very helpful to you. Thank you so much for watching. Let's understand the data source settings inside Power BI. Whenever there is a change in the name of the file or the location of the file, or we want to connect our sources to another data source, then these data sources setting may be used. Inside data sources setting, we can go to change source, and based upon that we can choose the new source which we want or updated source where we want to tag the data. One important thing to note in this case is that whenever you change the location of the file or rename it, then Power BI shows an error and we need to reconnect it using the updated source. So let's go and see this thing in live action. Inside our Power BI model, let's go inside the transform data. Inside transform data, you can see there is an option in the home tab of data source setting. When we click on this data source setting, it lets it get loaded, and you can see that all the files through which we have connected, so this is showing the source and the location of all the files. Also we have connected through one Wikipedia page, so this is showing that as well. If we want to change the source of any file, then we can do that. So let me just go and show you that how we can do the same. So we go to our Power BI files. Inside that, if I go to raw data for Power BI, and at the moment if I change the file name of fancy clothing product lookup table and I just press 1 in front of that, the name has been updated. After updating the name, if I go back to our query and let's go the product lookup table, and it's showing an error because it's saying that it's unable to find the product lookup table name inside the source. So for that we need to go to our data source setting, and then we need to go and do a change source. So let's go for this product lookup table, go to change source. This is getting loaded. After that we can go and browse the file, so we click on that and our file name is product lookup table 1. We press OK and we close it. Once we do that and press refresh, you can see all the data formatting and all the applied steps just like before are there. In the case of data source setting, only the source keeps updated. So when it's got updated, all the other remaining applied steps remains like that. So for the reason we don't want to update our table name, so I go here again and remove 1 from here, and let's go to our table again and I refresh the preview, then again error would be shown because product lookup table 1 is not available at any place. Also, if you cut the files from this particular location and paste it in another location, again you need to update the source in Power BI. So there is another way. Instead of doing the data source setting from this place, it can be done through the applied steps and sources. So we go to sources here, we click on the sources, and based upon that we can go and select our product lookup table. We press OK, and after pressing that all the data is again showing here. So I hope you understood this thing, but wait, let's see that what's happening. Okay, that's fine. I thought that the headers were not promoted, but these are applied steps, so headers are promoted here. So I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand refreshing query in Power BI. So refreshing query is very convenient in Power BI. As you can see, we can go to refresh preview and we can refresh all queries or only a certain preview. Also, if there are other tables on which we don't want to apply refresh, we can disable the refresh. So let's go and see this thing into live action. We come to our Power BI here, and inside our Power BI, let's go and click on this territory lookup, and there is an option of refresh preview and refresh all. If we press refresh all, it will refresh all the queries. As you can see, it's refreshing here and it's loading. Let it get loaded. It may take a few seconds to get loaded. Once this will be loaded, let's go and close and apply here. So we do a close and apply. I click on close and apply, and after close and apply, if I press refresh, on the front side of our query you can see all the queries are refreshing. So here we can see that all the queries are getting refreshed based upon pressing the refresh button in the home tab on the front end of Power BI. Now if let's again go to transform data and let these get loaded first, because without them getting loaded we won't be able to go to transform data. And let's wait for a moment, and all these have been loaded now. Now let's go to transform data again, and we go to transform data. At this moment, let it get loaded. Yes, let's make it smaller. Inside the transform data, if we don't want our territory lookup table to be refreshed, so we can disable include in refresh report option from here. Also, if we don't want our product lookup to be refreshed, then we can say we don't want it to be refreshed. Similarly, if we want our customer lookup to be that it should not refresh, so we remove the refresh from here. Again, we can do the same thing for calendar as well, so we remove that as well. Now once we have done that, let's do a close and apply here. And now if I press refresh here, you can see only 4 queries are refreshing. All the remaining queries of lookup tables have not been refreshed because we have removed the enable option, which means we have disabled the refresh. I hope you understood this basic thing about refreshing, and thank you for watching. Let's understand what is a data model inside a Power BI. If you see the below image, there are independent tables existing inside the model. So this is not a data model because there is no relationship which exists among these tables. On the right side, if you see, the tables are having any relationship of one to many, and this table is also having relationship of one to many. So we can call it as a data model. So data model simply means the relationship and collection of dependent tables through which we can do some meaningful analysis. So let's go into the live environment and see this in live action. This is our Power BI model, and if we go to our model view here, you can see there are a lot of tables existing inside this model, and all of these tables are the independent tables because these are not connected with each other. Now if I bring my sales data table on the left, and let me show you what can be done, and this is our Finsic clothing territory lookup, and this is our sales data. There is a territory lookup, and inside territory lookup you can see there is a territory key which is the unique identifier. Inside sales data as well there is a territory key. So if I go and connect these two with together, you can see that a pop-up opens which shows about a new relationship. We will go through this thing in detail, but for now if I press save and OK, you can see that a new relationship has been created which is showing connecting these two tables. So a data model simply means that there is a connection of two or more tables through which we can bring some meaningful analysis. I hope you understood the meaning of data model, and thank you for watching. Let's understand about data tables and lookup tables. Data tables are the tables which contains multiple iterations of the same item. So for example, if a company is selling product of men's t-shirt, men's trousers, then a data table will contain all the orders of multiple men's t-shirts purchased and men trouser purchased. For example, if you see this data, then you can see the product key 1 has been sold multiple times and product key 2 has been sold multiple times. So one product can be sold multiple times, so this is containing a lot of data or fact. So that is the reason this is known as data or fact table. A lookup table on the other hand is the dimension table which contains unique attributes of any particular product, customer or dates. For example, if you see the data below, you can see each line item is reflecting a unique customer. It won't be repeated here. It is just like XLOOKUP, wherein you are having the unique list of people and you want to get the data from other list which is also unique. So lookup tables are just like containing the unique products, customer, dates, etc. So let's go and see this live in our Power BI model. So this is our Power BI model. Inside this we are having this clothing territory lookup table, and if I click on here, you can see that there are 10 territories specifically inside this lookup table, which means that each territory is unique inside this lookup table. However, if I go to sales data, then you can see that any product category key has been purchased multiple times. So if I sort ascending, then you can see that product key number 1 has been purchased many times, and if I go below, you can see that this has been purchased many times. Then product key 2 starts. So a fact table contains multiple iterations of the same item because it is just like a sales table data or multiple kind of product sold data, but the lookup table will always have unique identifiers or unique keys. I hope you understood this, and this is very essential and important concept while creating our data models. So thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the primary and foreign keys in Power BI. So primary keys are the keys which are unique inside any particular table. So this is a customer table for us. Inside this customer there is a customer key of 6443, 6444, 6445 and so on. So all these customer IDs are unique, so these became primary key. The primary key table is also known as dimension table or lookup table. As correspondence to this primary key, a customer can purchase multiple times. So this customer 6444 has purchased product ID 50, product ID 50 and product ID 55. So this customer can purchase a lot of items. So the table which contains multiple instances of the same line item is known as foreign keys table, and the table's name is also treated as fact or data tables. So let's go and try to understand the same thing into Power BI in live environment. So this is our Power BI table. Inside that, let's import two of our data sources. So one is our product subcategories table. We are importing that. And let's go and import product categories table as well. So let's go and import our product categories lookup table. This is getting loaded. There are two categories for us. Now let's do close and apply, and this will close and do a refresh on the data. and in 2 to 3 seconds this will appear because this is loading in the background. So let's see, yeah, this is loading here. Once this gets loaded, we will go on the left bar and our data model is on the left side. So we will try to understand how this data model will work and how we can identify the primary keys and foreign keys inside this data model. So let's wait for a moment, and this has been done. Let's go to our data model here. This is getting loaded. Now inside our data model there are multiple tables, as you can see. So we need this territory lookup table, product lookup table, customer lookup table, clothing calendar lookup table, sales lookup table, but this sales data table is for 2024, so we don't need that. So let's remove that for a moment. Also we don't need this demo for pivot and unpivot table at the moment, so we will also remove that as well. So we remove that here. After that we can see our category table and subcategory table is also shown here. Once we see them, you can understand and see that this territory table is containing a line item known as sales territory key. Inside this sales territory key, all the line items are unique. So let's go to our table view and go to our sales territory key, and inside that you can see all the territory keys are unique, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 and so on. If we go to our data model again, you can see within a sales territory a lot of products can be purchased. So sales data contains a lot of territory details, as you can see here, and the same thing can be seen in our table view as well. So we go to sales data and you can see territory key number 7 is being shown here because multiple customers have purchased within this territory. So we can conclude that sales data is our foreign key table and the territory key table becomes our primary key table. So we can go and create identifiers for that. So if we go to sales territory key and select this table, inside properties we can create this as a key column, as you can see here, key column. So we go and make the sales territory key as the key column. Once you do that, a symbol of card kind can be shown here, which is showing that this is our important primary key. Similarly, we can do this for the product as well. So we click on the product table and we identified the product key as our primary key. This is getting loaded. This has been updated. The same thing can be done for the customers. So we go here and customer key becomes our primary key because these are our lookup tables and only one time of each instance occurs. There is no duplication inside that. This is just like the VLOOKUP where unique values we are having and we want to bring certain data against those unique values. Inside this calendar table, we can go and choose the date as the primary key because date would be unique. After that, we can go and select our product category key. So this product category would become unique. So we write product category key as the unique key, as you can see. And finally, our product subcategory would become unique. So we go to product subcategory and this product subcategory key became unique for us. Now this has been done, and the sales data, all the data are foreign keys because the details are containing at a multiple instances. I hope you understood the difference between primary and foreign keys, and thank you for watching. Let's understand creating the table relationships in Power BI. The first method to create the table relationship is to click and drop method. If you know that our sales territory key is the primary key and our sales data table is having the foreign key, so you can connect them by click and dropping on each other. Either way, then the relationship would be created. The second method is to using the manage relationship option, wherein you can go and select both the tables on which you want to create the relationship and Power BI will try to identify the primary key and the foreign key and highlight it. Based upon that, it will show the cardinality and the relationship will be created. So let's go and see the same thing in the live action in Power BI. So this is our Power BI model, and right now one relationship was created here. So let me just delete that for a moment. Now if we want to create a relationship, then what we can do, we know that this is our primary key, the sales territory key, and this territory key is our secondary key or the foreign key. And if we click and drag the primary key on the foreign key here, you can see that a table will pop up and it will show that the sales territory key inside the FinSec clothing territory lookup table, and the sales data and territory key is showing here. So both are right, and there is a one-to-many relationship, and this relationship at the moment is active. So we press save. Once we do that, you can see that the relationship has been created. Similar to that, if we go and try to create some more relationships, so let me make it a little bit smaller here. If we go further, and the other method is to create the relationship using the manage relationship. So we can go to manage relationship. There are two options, one is new relationship and next is auto detect. Many times Power BI becomes incorrect while auto detecting. So let's go and create new relationship, and we want to create a relationship between our customer lookup table and our sales data, which is our data or fact table. You can see when we click on them, it's automatically highlighting the customer key as the primary key and sales data key here, and both the relationship looks true. There is a one-to-many relationship and this relationship active. Let's go and do the save. Once we do that, this relationship has been created. When we create these relationships, it's always better to create the relationship in a direct mode, which is drag and drop or click and drop method. So let's go and do further. So you can see that clothing product lookup table is here, and we know that the primary key is product key, and we want to connect that product key with the product key here. So this has been connected. We press save. After that, we need to see the clothing company lookup table for calendar, and the date is the primary key and the order date is here. So let's connect both of them again, and let's press save, and we will use these two keys and connection later on. But for now, you can see that there is one return and there is many return, which reflects that there is a one-to-many relationship here. As you can see, this is one and this is many. Also, the direction is on the right side, which means it's flowing towards below data table, as you can see in all the tables. So this is about understanding the table relationship. However, if you want to do the edit on the relationships, then we can go to manage relationships, and there you will be seeing all the active relationship, which are 4 relationships here. And if you want to edit any of them, you can select this and you can just go and click on edit, and based upon editing you can just update it and so on. Also, if you want to certain relationship to be deleted, then you can just click on the line here and you can press delete and it will delete the relationship. For now, I am not deleting the relationship because we need that, so we press cancel. Also, when we hover over any relationship, you can see all the active relationship has been shown. So the sales territory key is active here. Similarly, the territory key is active. So this relationship is being shown. If we hover over on the other relationship, the product key and the product key relationship is being shown here. So in this way, the relationship can be created, and I hope you understood this session. Thank you so much for watching. Let's understand star schema in Power BI. So there are primary key tables and foreign key tables inside any Power BI model. So the fact table, or we can call it foreign key table, should be in the center, and all the primary key tables should be around that centered table, looking like a star schema. so that easily it can be seen which primary keys are connected to the foreign key. Let's go and see the same into live action in our Power BI model. So this is our Power BI model. Inside our Power BI model, let me just make it a little bit smaller. If we put our territory lookup table here, clothing product lookup table here, and our customer lookup table at this place, and finally our calendar lookup below, then this entire structure, let me just make it a little bit bigger. This entire structure looks like a star, so this becomes the star schema. When the model become more complex and data increases, then these kind of schema can be used. Also, along with star schema, there are other schemas as well, just like snowflakes. So based upon the requirement, those schemas can be used. Now let's go and connect our remaining tables here as well. So this table was our categories lookup table, and this table was our subcategories lookup table, and here it was our product lookup table, as you can see. Now you know that the category table is the most superior category table, because why I am saying that, if you see the category table, let me just go to the table first. Inside the category table, you can see that there are only two categories, menswear and women's wear. But inside the subcategories table, you can see the categories are showing multiple times, 1 1 1 1 1 and 2. So the repetition of categories here makes this table a foreign key table for our category table, and this is the subcategory table. So let's go here and let's connect our product category key with our product category key here, and both of them are going to connect through one-to-many relationship. Also, this is our product subcategory key, and let's connect this product subcategory key here. As you can see, this is the subcategory key with subcategory key here, and this is again one-to-many relationship, because inside this subcategory table there is only a unique list of subcategory inside this particular table, and now these are connected. So this was the basic demo of arranging the data in a star schema and connecting the consequential tables with each other. I hope you understood this, and thank you for watching. Let's understand about the relationship cardinality in Power BI. Relationship cardinality should be always correct in the one-to-many form or one-to-one form, because it will reflect the correct data. If you see the below table, you can see this is a product table and the product keys are unique. Inside the sales table, the product keys can be repeated because one product can be sold multiple times. So there is a relationship between one to many between these two tables. If we go on the right side and see the table, here the product table is having duplicate product keys and the sales table is having the product sold. Now we cannot tell through looking at these product key which product was sold. Either it was a t-shirt or it was a shirt, because both of them have been provided with the product key of 2, which may be incorrect. So the cardinality should always be one-to-many or one-to-one, because that will reflect the correct results. So let's go and see the same thing in our Power BI model. So this is our Power BI model. Inside our Power BI model, whenever we click on any relationship and we go to properties pane, we can see the cardinality is mentioned here, and the cardinality is shown as many to one, which is correct. And all the relationship which are created are either having many to one relationship, or I can say one to many relationship, that is vice versa or so on, that is fine, or one to one relationship. But it should not be many to many relationship, which may be highly incorrect and which may bring very discrepancy in the results. So I hope you understood this basic concept of cardinality, and thank you for watching. Let's understand how can we connect two facts or data tables in Power BI. So two facts or data tables directly cannot be connected with each other in Power BI because both of them might be having multiple foreign keys and not unique primary keys. So it's always better to connect those tables through a shared lookup table. As in the below example, you can see the sales data is a fact table and the return data is also a fact table. And if these two are connected with the territory lookup, then these territory lookup become the common key or the common table for both of them, because this table is connected with the sales data and this territory lookup table is also connected with the return data as well. I hope that this would be very, I can say, hazy at this moment, but let's go into the Power BI and make it more clear. So this is our Power BI model at the moment. Let's arrange it a little bit so that it can be more clear when you see it. So let's arrange it a little bit here as well, and let's arrange it here. And finally, this is our calendar table. So let's put it here on the left, or instead of left, let's put it on the top. Now let's bring our return data. So we click on text or CSV file, and inside that we click on return data here. This is getting loaded. Let's go and do a load for this data because the format is correct. I know that I have created the data myself, and once this gets loaded, this table will reflect in this model view here. You can see that return data table is showing here. Now let's go and connect this return data table with I can say the territory key. So this is the territory primary key, and we select this territory key as well. Now this return data will be connected with the territory key as well. Yes. So if you see that this sales data is connected with the territory key, the both keys are highlighted. Also the return data table which is here is also connected. Wait for a second. Territory key is here. Which one? Yes, this is the key. So you can see that this return table is also connected with the territory lookup table. So both are highlighted. Let's go into the report view and try to evaluate if these are performing correctly. So let's go and select our territory key. Let's make it a little bit on the left side, and let's select our territory lookup table. Inside that, let's go and select our territory key. This has been selected, and what do we want? We want to bring our quantity of sales. So let's go to our sales data table. Inside that, let's select the order quantity, and we don't want to show the sales territory key at the moment. Instead of sales territory, let's show the country's name, and these are the country name here. If I select, and instead of this particular chart, we want to show a table at this moment. So this is the table, as you can see. Let me just make its size a little bit, or let's increase the size here. Yes. So now you can see that there are 5 different, or I can say 6 different countries through which the sales has been done, and the sales quantities data is showing. Also we have created the returns table as well. So if we go and click on returns data table, then we will be getting the return quantity. So we click here return quantity, and after that we can see that 614 quantity of our products have been returned through these countries, and this has been done because we have connected the data using the territory lookup table, which was our primary key. So in this way we can connect more than one tables, or I can say more than one fact table or data table with a lookup table, which may be helpful to bring the data. There are a lot more things to understand in this particular concept, but for now, thank you so much for watching. Let's understand the filter flows and context. So filters inside Power BI can pass downstream, as you can see in the below image, which simply means that whenever we are creating the filters, we should use the primary key table or the lookup table data for filtering instead of any data tables or fact table, which may be redundant. So I think that this may be hazy at the moment. So let's go into the Power BI model and see the same thing into live action. So this is our model at the moment. Let me just clear this clutter a little bit, and let me put the data here, the territory lookup table here, and the sales data table here, and the return data table on the left. Let's bring it here so that these become more clear. Let's make it a little bit below, and let's put these tables on somehow right. So you can see that the first table is here, which is our territory lookup table, and the second table below that is the return data table, and the third table is sales data table. If you see, these tables are having the filters which are flowing downstream. So this arrow is coming towards down, this arrow is coming towards down. Now inside this sales lookup table, or so instead of sales lookup table, inside this territory lookup table, if you see that sales territory key is mentioned, inside the returns data table as well territory key is mentioned, inside this sales data as well you can see that territory key is mentioned below. However, if you try to filter the data using the territory key here, the correct data won't be shown on the face of the report view. So let's go and see these things in live action. So we go to report view here, and inside report view this is our data. So let's make it a little bit bigger so that it can be evaluated further, and let's open our territory lookup table here, and inside sales territory lookup table let's select our sales territory keys, and let's put it on the top here. Now you can see that inside this data table all the territories which are having there in our data model 1 to 10 are showing, their total order quantity is showing, and total return quantities are also showing, because we have taken this sales territory key from our lookup table, which is our primary key table, and all the data is inside that uniquely. This is being showing correctly. However, instead of selecting the sales territory key from this lookup table, if we go to our sales data and let's select it first and remove the territory key from here, and we select the territory key from our sales data, then what will happen? Let's go and see. Let's put it on the top here. Now you can see that this is showing the order quantity as correct data, but return quantity is showing incorrect data. Why this is happening? Because if you go to our model view again, we are selecting the territory key from here. Now the territory key cannot go upside inside the territory lookup data because the filter is only flowing downside. So in that case we need to use the common key which we used previously, which was our sales territory key, and through this sales territory key we were able to filter down and filter down. However, when we use the territory key from sales data, this is not working. Let's go to our report view again and let's show what will happen if we choose our territory key from return data. So I remove it from here and let's go to our return data table and let's select our territory key from return data, and you will find that order quantity is showing incorrect this time, but the return quantity is showing correct. This is again happening because when we are sitting and taking the territory key from return data, this territory key is only and only can bring the data with respect to return, and it cannot go upwards towards the territory lookup and come back towards the sales data to bring the correct order quantity. I hope you understood this. This may be a little bit confusing at the moment, but if you practice enough, you will be able to get more insights out of it. And thank you so much for watching. Let's understand bidirectional filters in Power BI. So inside Power BI, we can create both direction filter, as you can see this symbol here of both the direction. These directions can be through the primary key table and the foreign key table, or we can say this can be from the lookup table to the directional or the data table, and the data table to lookup table as well. Through these bidirectional filters, we can able to achieve more flexibility for filtering the data, but sometimes it may be problematic when the data is huge, so it's not always suggestive to use the bidirectional filters. So let's go to Power BI and see these filters in live action. So this is our Power BI model. Inside the model, you can see this is our territory lookup, this is return data, and this is sales data. So this is our lookup table, and these two are our data table or fact tables. So if there is one direction only between these two tables, if I go and click here, and then you can see the edit relationship menu opens, and that asks for cross filter direction. So right now this is a single direction. If we click on both directions and save it, you will be able to see that the both direction symbol would be shown here. As you can see right now, the both direction is showing. After this both direction is showing, let's go to our table view and see, instead of table view, let's go to report view and see what happens after this both directional filter has been created. So in our data here, you can see, if let me just remove the filter first. Yeah. So if we go to our territory lookup table, the unique primary key here is sales territory key, and if we select that, the data using the sales territory key would be shown here, as you can see. So the sales territory key is showing, our total quantity is showing, our total return quantity is showing, and that is fine because both the tables, that is the sales data table and return data table, are connected through a primary lookup table, which is the sales territory key. Now instead of sales territory key, if we go and select our key, primary key, I can say, from our sales data, then let's see what happens. Right now there is a bidirectional, I can say, filter created. So we go to our territory key here and we just drag and drop it here, and you can see that there is some problem. Territory key is showing here, order quantity is showing correctly, but return quantity is not showing correctly. Why this is happening? Because if we go to our model view here and you see that we have created a bidirectional filters to this return data, not to the sales data. So when we selected the territory key from here, this filter cannot go upwards. This cannot go upwards and bring the data. So right now this is showing incorrect. value. However, if we go here to our report view and instead of territory key, let's select our return data and bring the territory key from return data, and let's just put it here. Now you can see this is showing the correct territory key, correct order quantity details and correct returns detail. However, there is another problem with that. In using the return territory key data, you can see only the territory 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are showing. The territory key number 2, 3, 5 are missing. So these territory keys are missing. Why this is happening? Because inside the return data, inside the territory number, I can say this one 2, 3 and 5, there has not been any return. So if there was no return and we selected these territory key which are having the returns, which are territory key number here, which is 1, 4, 6 and so on. So what Power BI did, Power BI took the territory key 1, 4, 6 and so on and did a reverse filter from here, and those territory keys were shown here. Now 1, 4, 6 territory keys are here, and from that it fetched the quantity details for those 1, 4, 6 territory keys which are showing here, which means that when we are using reverse filters, or I can say both side filters, the data may be fetched correctly. However, this is not a good practice because it may bring not complete data. Now let's do one thing. Let's remove this table details from here. So let's click on the relationship again, and instead of both, let's make it single again. And this time, let it get loaded, and let's this time create a both side filter or cross filter between the sales table and the lookup table. Now there are both side relationship here. If we go to our report view again and let's remove the territory key, let's go step by step again. So let's go to our territory lookup table first, and inside that we are having sales territory key, and if we select that, all the order quantity and return quantity is showing correctly for because this is the lookup table. And when we remove it, so we remove it from here, and when we select the data from return data, so we select the territory key from here, and when we put it here, you can see order quantity is showing incorrect. Why? Because the territory key is selected from return data, and right now the return data is not having any cross filter. So if we select the territory key, it cannot go upwards and sit in the above table. So this is showing incorrect data. If we go to report view again and remove the territory key from here, and let's go and select our territory key from sales data. So we go and select the territory key from here, and you can see this is showing absolutely correct data. Why this is happening? Because inside our sales data right now, all the territories are having any kind of quantity sold. So all the territory 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, every territory is here, and when that is here, this cross filter context is bringing all those territory to above, and from here all those territory 1 to 10 are getting the returns data going below, because it can go below using this filter. I hope you understood this cross directional filter. However, it's always advisable not to use these filters from the fact or these data tables. Instead of that, use the filters from the primary key table or the lookup table, which is containing entire list of data. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand hiding fields from report view. In our Power BI, inside our lookup tables there are primary keys, and inside our data tables there are foreign keys. While creating the reports, by incorrectly people may choose the foreign keys in the report, which may be a problematic thing, because foreign key does not include all the unique list of primary keys which are in the lookup table. So let's go and see the same thing and how it can be hidden from the report view in our Power BI live environment. So this is our Power BI at the moment, and when we go to report view, inside report view, if I write territory key, then you can see the territory key exists in returns table. The territory key also exists in our lookup table, territory lookup table, and in the sales data as well. So by incorrectly, ideally we should choose the territory lookup table and the sales territory key, which is our primary key, for correct results. However, many times these territory key or these territory key inside the fact or data table is selected incorrectly. So how can we hide them? So let's go to our model view. Inside our model view, we can see that there are two facts table. One is sales data and another is returns data. Let's choose the return data first. Inside that, the territory key is mentioned, and when we click on this territory key, then there are options here which you can see, and there is a hide in report view option. If we click on that, that is hidden from report view now. This is hidden, so there is a symbol of crossing the I, which means that it will not be shown in the report view. Similarly, inside the sales data, if we go and we don't want this territory key to be shown, then we can click on hide here as well. Also, there is a bilateral filter here, so let's remove that first because we don't need that. We only need the filter in one direction. Yeah, now let's go to report view. Inside report view, if you press territory now, only the sales territory key inside the lookup table is being shown here. Also, if you go inside the returns data table, you won't be able to see any territory key, although that territory key exists in the background data and in the model as well, but that won't be shown in the report, through which incorrect data can be fetched. So this is corrected now. Now let's hide the other foreign keys as well, and there are other methods as well. So if we go to table view, inside table view, if we go to sales data, you know that customer key is also a foreign key inside sales data, because sales data is a data table for us. So we can just go and remove this from here. So you can see that this has been hidden. As you can see, this has been hidden. We have clicked on hide. Also, the order date becomes the foreign key for our calendar table. When we click on order date and we click here on the right side, nothing happens. But if we right click, and there are other options to hide in report view as well. So there are multiple ways through which we can hide them. And this product key again is the foreign key for the product lookup table, and we go here and we click right on the product key and we hide in report view here. So this is the way through which we can hide our fields from any report view, and I hope you understood this. Let's go to our returns data as well and see what other keys are available. So territory key we have already hidden. The product key we need to hide, so we click on the I icon here and make it hide. Also, the return date is the foreign key because the calendar lookup table is containing the unique list of dates, so that is our, I can say, primary key table. So this has been hidden as well. So all the fact tables foreign keys have been hidden, and these won't be shown in our report view here, which is our primary goal. So I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the model layouts inside Power BI. In a complex Power BI model, when the table increases, it becomes very difficult to identify which are the connectors among the tables. So Power BI model layout, it makes tables easy and convenient to read and bifurcate different fact tables amongst each other. So let's go into the Power BI model and see this in live action. This is our Power BI model. Inside that, one fact table is this return data table and another table is sales data table. If we click on add a new layout, and let's give it the name of, we can write as sales data table, and we can drag the sales data table here. Once we do that, inside the more option we can add related tables. Now you can see all the 4 tables which are connected with this sales table, and this is more neat and clean view as compared to this view wherein all the table connectors are getting mixed up with each other. Along with the sales data table, let's create our returns data table as well. So we go to our returns data table, we bring it here and we add a related table, and you can see this return table is related with only territory key right now. So let's go to our all tables and connect this return table along with territory key. Let's connect it to the product key. So we click on product key and we drag it here, and there is one to many relationship. When we press save and OK, it is getting saved. And when we go to returns data table and click here and add related tables, you can see that this is our return table and these are connected with 2 different tables. So through which we can easily understand when our data model becomes more bigger, and these are the methods through which our models can be easily created. Right now our tables looks haphazard because everywhere it's showing as FinSig clothing, title lookup, FinSig. So instead of showing that, let's rename this table for our analysis purpose. So we go to our transform data, and inside transform data let it get loaded, and let's rename these files or tables for the ease of our analysis further. So this will become our, we can call it as territory lookup table. We renamed it. Similarly, this table will become our product lookup table, and this table will become our customer lookup table. This next table will become our calendar lookup table. This is our sales data, that is fine, and instead of sales data, let's call it as sales data table, and this is our product subcategories table. So let's name it as product subcategories lookup table. This is our product categories table, so we call it product categories lookup table. And finally this is our return data table, so we call it as return data table. And once we do that, let's press close and apply, and let's wait for a while when this get loaded and updated. So let's wait for a moment. This got loaded. After that, let's go to model. Now these headers are more clean, wherein we can see this is our territory lookup table, this is our calendar lookup table, then this is our product lookup table, this is customer lookup table. Also these are showing the more cleaner name, and this return data table as well showing more cleaner name. So I hope you understood this thing, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about formatting and data categories in Power BI. So formatting and data categories help us to format the data. For example, this is the product cost, and this data type should be in dollars, so we can format that in dollars. Also, if we want to show the decimal places to 1, 2 or more, we can do that. Similarly, we can change the data types based upon the type of date, type of year, and so on. So these are the front end formatting. Now you should not be confused with the data formatting here versus data type while importing the data. When we import the data and we define the data type as currency, numbers, or the, I can say, text, that is for the storing purpose. This data formatting is for displaying inside the reports. So let's go to our Power BI report and see this in live action. So this is our Power BI report at the moment. Inside our all tables, all the tables are showing here. Let's go to our table view, And let's go to our first table, which is our calendar lookup. Inside calendar lookup, date is showing as Sunday, January 1, 2022. We don't want to show it like that, so we select it. Inside the column tools, we go to format, and inside format, we want to show it as a particular format of month, date and year. So we click on that. Once we do that, this will get updated and entire data would be shown in this format. That is the need when this will be shown on the face of the report view when we will create reports. Also the years looks fine. Start of the week, we also want to update that. So this is showing as a text at the moment, so we need to go and update that first. And when we, let's go into our I can say transform data menu, and let's update the start of the week first. So we came here and this is our wait for a second. Yeah, this is our calendar lookup table, and this start of the week is not showing the date because the format was here date, but the date format is not showing here. So let's go and convert this format into date, and you can see now the format has been converted to date. Let's go close and apply. So the data format should be right so that these can be applied. This is getting loaded. Let's wait for a second. Now once this is loaded, if we select start of the week and go to column tools, we can update its data format as month, day and year, like that. This has been updated. Similarly, if we go to our next table, which is our customer lookup table, inside that customer key is fine, first name, last name. We don't want to show the birth date in this format, so we can go and quickly update that as well. So we have updated that, and then marital status and gender, annual income. Now this annual income, we can convert it to dollars, so we go and select dollars as the format, and this will be displayed in our report in dollars. Also how many decimals we want to show, so we can choose that up to 1 decimal or 2 decimal points, whatever we need. At this moment we don't want to show it in decimals, so that's fine. Then total children and all other details look good. Once we go that, let's go to product categories lookup. Everything looks good here. Let's go to product lookup table. Inside that you can see product keys, subcategories, product cost, and these product costs are already in terms of dollars, as you can see, and the product price is as well is showing in dollars. That is fine. And how many decimal points we want to show, so we can go and write here instead of 0, let's go and put as 2. So this will be shown up to 2 decimal points here. Also we want to show the price up to 2 decimal points, so we click on that and this is getting updated. Everything else looks fine. Let's go further in our subcategories. Subcategories look good. Return data table, that looks good. Sales data table, this order date doesn't look good, so let's convert its format again to our defined format. Now this looks good. And last we go to our territory lookup table, and there is a special type of formatting for this territory lookup. So there is an option of country, and this will be used for creating the map related visuals. So we select the country and we can define the category for that. So if we click on data category, you can see we can put it as a country. So this is country here, we select that, and this data type is country now. This will be helpful for report view for country basis. If we go to continent as well, this is uncategorized at the moment, and we can select the continent. Based upon selection, great Power BI visuals will be created for countries and continents. Now if we go to our data model here, you can see it has been updated and showing a globe icon that these are having a specific category of continent, and this is having a specific category of country in our table. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand hierarchy in Power BI. So basically hierarchies are the groups which contain multiple level of details, such as in case of year, you can have a hierarchy of year, month, week and dates. In case of continent, you can have the hierarchy of country, state, city and so on. These are very helpful to get the drill data down and drill data up. So let's go into the Power BI and see them in live action. This is our Power BI here, and inside our territory lookup there is written as continent and then country and then region. So let's create a hierarchy based upon this continent first. We select the continent and go and create a hierarchy, and you will see that this is loading, and after loading this hierarchy has been created where the continent is there inside it, as you can see. Also let's put the country inside that hierarchy. So go to add to hierarchy and we want to add it to the continent hierarchy. Once we do that, you can see that country has also been added. Once we do that, let's go and create a table for that. So let's go and create our sales data. So this is our sales data and we want to show our order quantity. We selected that and we want to show it in a metric. So entire metric has been selected. Now if we select this continent hierarchy, the numbers would be shown here. Let me just increase the size little bit. You can see that the data is showing as 3 continents: Europe, North America and Pacific. Now there is a plus option. This is just like a pivot table where a hierarchy has been created. So if we click plus on Europe, we can see all the countries inside Europe for that hierarchy. Similarly, if we click North America, we can see all the countries inside that. Also there are option of drill up and drill down. So if we press this double down arrow here, you can see that all the countries are being shown. If we press this one arrow down, then nothing will happen. I will discuss this later. And let's do a drill up again, and if we do this double arrow but with a specific direction, then it will show just like a pivot table. Let me just show this. This is the Europe and all the areas have been opened here. So in this way we can create hierarchies, so the data drill up and drill down can be done. Also, just like this continent hierarchy, we can go and create the hierarchy for our calendar as well. So let me just go to our calendar lookup table, and inside that we want to create a hierarchy for year. So we select it and say hierarchy here, and this will be created. Inside this year hierarchy, we will put the first start of the week. So we click here and add to hierarchy, then this will be added here. Similarly, if we click on this date, then date would also be selected. So we click on that, add to hierarchy and year hierarchy. Now this has been added, as you can see. Now if instead of this data we want to show, instead of continent hierarchy, we want to show it at the level of year, so we go and select this data and drag it to rows, and you can see the data is showing as order quantity. Our order quantity has been broken into 3 years, 22, 23 and 24, and if you see, then these are the start of the week, and inside start of the week there are 2 dates on which a certain quantity has been sold. So in this way we can create multiple hierarchies and do the analysis on a deeper and greater level. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand the DAX. So DAX is the data analysis expression and is the formula system which is used inside Power BI. DAX primarily is used to create measures, which are the formulas just like Excel. If you have used Excel, then there are formulas like sum, sumifs, average. So DAX is used for that, to create measures. Also, DAX is used to create the calculated columns based upon the features inside any row. So let's go and see how it can be used. So this is our Power BI model. Inside it, you can see that our table is showing the clothing calendar, and the table is showing the sales data. Now inside this sales data table, if we want to do some analysis, then we can click on new measure here, and once we click here, a formula pane will open to define the measure. So we can define the name of the formula if we want to do some aggregation, some sum, average, min, max, or any kind of formula. So we can do that based upon this formula bar right now. And this is one method to use the DAX as a measure. Another method to use DAX as a measure is, let's go here again, and we can go and click on new column. So if we click on new column, what will happen? It will again open the formula parameter here, and this formula parameter we will define based upon certain condition. For example, if inside our sales data table, if the quantity is more than 1, we can put the formula if with the if condition, and put if the quantity is more than 1, write it as multiple quantities, and if the quantity is 1 or 0, then we can write it as for 1 single quantity and for 0 0 quantity. So these kind of definition can be created, and once we create that, inside the sales data table a new column would be added. So if we go to sales data table, and inside sales data table a new column would be added. So there are two different methods of using the DAX. One is to create the measures, and second is to create the calculated columns. We will understand these things in detail, but this was a basic introduction, and I hope you understood this. Thank you so much for watching. Let's understand calculated columns using DAX in Power BI. While using these columns, there are no A1 style reference just like in Excel. Also, the aggregator functions like sum, average don't work on them. For example, if this is the table and this is showing the total number of children, and if the children number is greater than 0, then it will show as a parent. So this formula is the correct use of calculated column. However, there may be incorrect ways of using the calculated column. For example, this is the sales data table. Inside that, total order quantity is given. Now if you use a sum formula, then in each row the total quantity will be shown. However, this is of not any use, so this is an incorrect way of using the calculated column. Let's go into the Power BI and see the same thing in live action. This is our Power BI table view. Inside this table view, let's go to our customer lookup table. This is our customer lookup table. Inside that, the children quantity is given here. So people are having children from, you can see, 0 to 5, and we want to create a calculated column. So we click on column tools and new column. When we click on that, you will see that a formula bar is open. Inside that, we will write parent check, and we will use the formula with if condition. So if logical test will show our result, if that is true, then something will be shown. So this is our customer lookup table. So we write as customer lookup table, and inside that, let's choose total children, as you can see. And if this column is greater than 0, we want to call it as a parent, or if this is not greater than 0, then we can write it as a not a parent, and we press enter. When we do that, you can see this column has been created for a parent check. Let's go and test if this formula is correct. So if we select any data points except 0, so it will show parent in the parent check column, and you can see that is true. So the formula is working fine at this moment, and at this moment I would like to let you know that the calculated column uses the row context, which means for every single row the formula runs. So it goes into this row and checks the children quantity is 5, and then gives a result of parent. It goes to the next row where the children quantity is 5, then it gives the result of parent, and so on. So it is a row context measure. Let's go and see the incorrect method of using the calculated column. So let's go to our sales table data. Inside that our total quantity is given, and let's go and create a new column. So we go and click on new column. Inside that let's write it as total quantity, and let's do a sum of the quantity. Now this sum should be from the sales table, as we are using the sales table. So we write sales, and we want to use the order quantity column inside the sales table, and we want to get a sum. So we put a close parenthesis and press enter. You can see total quantity is showing, which is 7890. However, this is of not any use at this moment because this is the total aggregation. So calculated columns should be used against each row when we want to evaluate something. However, when we want to aggregate and do some other analysis, we should be using the measures. We will be discussing that measures later on, and I hope you understood this one, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand the DAX measures inside Power BI. So DAX are primarily used to create new calculated values, and they always refer to entire column or entire table for calculation. For example, if you calculate sum of total quantity, then the quantity exists inside sales table, so it will refer the sales table. Inside that table it will refer to the quantity column. Also, the DAX measures cannot be seen because these are only the calculated fields. So when we use certain filters, then these can be seen. We will understand this while looking at the Power BI live dashboard right now. But before that, let's understand two things. There are two kinds of measures. One is implicit measure and second is explicit measures. Implicit measures are predefined, pre-calculated measures inside Power BI, and explicit measures are the measures which we create in Power BI. So let's go into the live environment and try to understand the difference between both of them. Here we are standing in our Power BI dashboard, and we are having our sales data table here. If we click here inside this table, you can see table tools appear. On the top we can see there is an option of new measure. So if we click on that, let it get loaded, we can create a measure. So right now I am creating a measure. Let's give this measure a name of quantity sold. And what do we want? So we want to sum the quantity sold. So this exists inside the sales data table. So we select sales data table, and inside sales data table order quantity we are selecting. We press OK and we press enter. Once we do that, you can see that quantity sold is showing here. However, this cannot be seen visually at the moment on the dashboard because this needs to come through any filter context. What I mean by filter context, I will discuss that later on. But this quantity sold is our measure at the moment, and all the measures are shown through this calculated formula. As you can see, a calculator symbol is showing here. So this is showing that this is our calculated column, or sorry, instead of calculated column, this is our measure. Now let's bring this measure here. So I click on that, and you can see our total quantity sold is 7890. And let's bring our what we can call as products. So our product, the product lookup table is here. So we select our products. So let's bring our product here. Yes, and let's make it in a tabular format. So this is our product, and all the quantities sold are showing here. This measure is known as explicit measure because we have explicitly created it. Now there are other measures as well which we can call as implicit measure. So inside the sales table, if I go here and click on this order quantity directly, then you can see automatically a total quantity is showing without using the measure which we created. So this is the implicit measure, which means the Power BI is already having that measure pre-built inside it. then you may understand that why there is a difference between implicit and explicit measure. Then one important thing to note that if you have created this formula explicit measure, this explicit measure can be used inside other formulas. Right now this is the formula of sum, but inside this sum formula we can put if condition and create other formulas as well. So this is helpful in that as well. Also there are multiple hundreds and hundreds of formula which you can use through explicit measures creation, as you can see here. Also one important thing which I would like to let you know about the symbols here. So if you see the symbol, the measure is always shown through a calculator. Power BI identifies the sum total. So if any data point can be do a numerical calculation, so it provides this symbol. And if there is any calculated column, so we have calculated and created this calculated column in our previous session. So this symbol is shown by Power BI. I hope you understood the basic difference between implicit explicit measures and how to create them. Thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the syntax of measure. The measures are always covered by brackets, as you can see inside this sum measure, then this is covered by brackets. Also inside the calculated columns, it's not always essential that it should start with a function. So the functions are the functions like sum, average, min, max. Inside the calculated column, if I say that the quantity is given as, instead of quantity, let's suppose the value is given as 100 and you want to calculate the 90% value. So you can refer to the column and multiply it directly with 90%. So you will get the results. But the same thing cannot be done with measures, because inside measures you need to put the functions such as sum, average, min, max, or so on. So this is the basic syntax of measure which we will be looking at. Right now if we talk about other things, which is our DAX operators, so there are multiple, just like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and so on. Also there are comparison operators which are equals to, less than, greater than, equals to, less than, equals to, and not equals to, and these are used very frequently to define certain conditions to be true or false. Also there are logical operators in which first is and this operator is used when you want to concate two text strings. So you can concate two or more text strings using this and. However, when you use these two ands together, then this is just like an and condition which you use in Microsoft Excel, and it creates a logical condition between two items or two operators. Also in Excel we can use a I can say or formula to define the truth of any condition, either or. Then we can use this or in Excel. So similar to or, there are these double pipe kind of lines which we can use for our logical operators. So these are the basic DAX operators, and I hope you understood this. Going forward we will be able to understand that how we can use them inside our models and so on. So thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the basic maths and stats function in Power BI. So these covers our sum, average, minimum, max, and divide. So let's go to Power BI in live environment and see how these works. So this is our Power BI environment, and for creating multiple measures, it's always advisable to create a separate measure table. For that, let's go and create a new table. So we created here, create a new table, and let's give it a name of measures table. Press OK. Now once we do that, this will get loaded and this will be showing on the right side along with these tables, because this is a blank table which we have created, and you can see that this is a measure table which we have created. Inside that, let's use the sum function and get our return quantity from our return data table. So we click on these measures table, we click on our new measure. Inside that, let it get loaded for a moment, and let's put the return quantity here, and we want to return the quantity. So we are having the sum, and this sum should bring the data from this return table. So we can write return, and inside this return data table we are having the return quantity. We press the close parenthesis, we press enter. Once we do that, you can see return quantity measure has been created on the right. Now we don't need this first column, so we remove that, because that was the blank column while creating that particular table. Once we do that, you can see the symbol of this measures table has been changed to measure, because this table is only having one measure inside it. So the return quantity is shown here. Now let's do one thing. Inside this particular table, let's try to put some I can say details. So let me just remove it first, and now let's add a new table in the matrix form, and inside this metric let's bring our product category. So this is our product category lookup table, and we want to show our category names. So there are two kinds of category, man's wear and women's wear, and let's see what is the total return quantity in those categories. So you can see that 614 products have been returned, and inside man's category highest products have been returned at the moment, as you can see. Also, if we want to see our total quantity sold, so we have previously created this quantity sold measure. So let's bring this quantity sold measure as well here. So we can bring the quantity sold here, and now you can see that quantity sold is showing inside men's wear and the women's wear, and the return quantity as well is showing here. Right now, if we know that we are having one single measure table, so let's put this quantity sold measure inside the measures table only. So we click right, and we want to move it, right? So how can we move it? There is one method that we can drag it and we can drop it above here. Let me see why the drag and drop is not functioning. Okay, if the drag and drop is not functioning at the moment, we can go to measures tool and home tab, and inside home tabs you can see that this is right now inside sales data table, and we want to put it inside the measures table. So when we click that, this will get loaded, and this will be shown inside this measures table now. So we have seen that this quantity sold is using a function of sum. This return quantity is also using the function of sum. If we want to use a function of calculating our average return quantity, so we can go to measures table again, and let's click on new measure. Inside that we will be calculating our average return, and for that we will be using the formula of average. So let's click that and write the formula of average, and we want to get it from return table and return quantity here, and if we press enter, you can see that return average return is showing. Now let's put this average return in our I can say visual, and you can see the average return is around 1.01 quantities here. And if we want to specifically know in more detail about these things, so along with the category name we can bring our subcategory here. So we go to product lookup table, instead of product lookup table, product subcategories table we can use, and the product subcategory key is here, and product subcategory name should be also there. Let's see, yeah, so this is the product subcategory name. Let's put it here below the category name, and once we do that, you can see that there has been created these plus symbol which are reflecting that we can drill down inside these categories. So if we click this double drill down, then this will be showing the next level of hierarchy, which means all the subcategories inside these categories. If we press these types of drill down, then this will be showing one level in hierarchy. So if we click on that, you can see inside menswear there are returns happening, an average return is also given for that category entirely. Similarly, if we go to women's wear, you can see the returns are showing for all the categories and subcategories as well. If we click on this arrow, then this will be drilling up entirely, and this arrow, these two double arrows will be showing all the subcategories here, which you can see right now. So let's drill them up together here. Let's go further and try to calculate our average rate of return. So for that, we will be going to our measures table again, go to our new measure. Inside that new measure, we will be writing it as, wait for a second, return rate, and this return rate would be in percentage terms, which we will be converting later on. So for return rate, we will be using two measures which we already created. First one is our return quantity divided by quantity sold. So we can start using the measure via pressing the highest side bracket. So when we press that, you can see all the measures which we created are showing here. So we want to use our return quantity, and we wait for a second, this gets loaded. Return rate, let's come here again. Yeah, so and we divide it with our, I can say, quantity sold, and when we do that and press enter, we will be getting our return rate measure here. And when we click on that, you can see that these numbers are showing for return rate. However, these looks like 0 because we need to do a formatting for that. So we want to show it in the percentage. So I clicked here and we are showing it as a percentage, and let's show these percentage up to 2 decimal points. So let's get it updated up to 2 decimal points. Wait for a moment, and yes, you can see that return rates are given here. Also, if we press these pluses, inside these pluses we can see what are our highest return and lowest returns. So blazers are having 9.85% returns, and the suits are having 9.19% return, and so on. So we can check that as well. Except this divide option, instead of writing it in this mathematical form, we can write it in the formula as well, and this formula is of divide. We can call it as function, and this function is for divide, as I told you. Let's put the numerator first, which you can see already is here, which is return quantity. Then let's put a comma, and the denominator is always here already, which is our quantity sold. And after that, there is a third option of alternate results. So if these are not available, and let's suppose the return quantity is 0 and sold quantity is 100, which means there is no return, right? Or if the return quantity is 100 and sold quantity is 0, which cannot be possible, because without selling something you cannot get it returned. So we can write its name as no return, and once we do that, let's click and press our bracket, and let's do an enter, and you will see that nothing has changed because we have just updated the formula. And let's do this double click here, double arrow, and inside this double arrow you can see now all the return rates are given. You can sort these from highest to lowest, as I have clicked here, and you can see them. You can also sort them from lowest to highest if I click on them again. So we can see that women's skirts have been a return rate of 5.95%, and highest return rate in our company is for blazers, which is 9.85%. So these are really important insights for the company, and they can work upon the reasons why there are a lot of return rates for blazer and take the corrective actions. So I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand count functions inside Power BI. So this first count function is used when we are calculating the number of columns which are containing the numeric values. The second count A function is used for the columns which are containing the numeric values as well as text values. The third distinct count is used to count unique values inside a column. So if inside a column one line item is showing shirt, second line item is showing shirt, and third line item is showing t-shirt. So there are 3 line items which will be calculated using count A, but there are 2 distinct items, one is t-shirt and another is shirt, which will be calculated using distinct count. And the last count function is our count rows, which refers to an entire table and counts and brings the number of rows inside that table. So let's go to Power BI and understand these things in action. So this is our Power BI model, and inside that let me just remove this return transactions. This is of no use for a moment for me. Let me just remove that. Yeah, so if we go to our model here, and inside this model, wait for a second, yeah, inside this model we want to calculate our total unique list of return transactions. So if we go here inside our table view, and you can see return data table is here, and inside return data table I have put one filter. Let me remove this filter first. Yeah, inside this return data you can see that there are 607 rows, and these 607 rows are distinct rows, and the total quantity inside these rows are more than 607, which we have seen in our report view, which are 614. Why this is happening? Because some transactions are showing more than 2 quantity of return. So we need to know what are our unique transactions happening inside this return data table. So let's go to our report view, let's go to our measures table and create a new measure here, and inside that let's go and create our unique return transactions, and inside that we can go and use the distinct count function, and you can see its usage based upon these further arrow which defines what this function does. So we just click on this, and inside that we click on return, and inside return we want to calculate based upon product key, return date, or any other data line items. So we can use any of them because this is going through each and every line item. So if I go and click on return date and press enter, you will be seeing that this measure will be shown on our right side, and once this is shown, let's bring this measure inside our table, and you can see there are 607 unique return transactions. If we do a further drill down here, you can see that inside jeans there is a total return quantity of 36, but there are 34 transactions. So it may be possible that inside one transaction there is a return of more than one quantity. So we have used distinct count function. Let's go and use the count or the count A function as well. So we go to our sales data table, and let's go to our table view. Inside that let's go to our sales data, and this sales data is having total transaction of 7890, and these transactions are all unique. However, it may be possible that these are not unique, and we want to calculate the total number of transactions inside this table. So what we can do, we can go to our report view. Inside measures table we can go for a quick measure and let it load for a moment, and we can say our sales transactions count, and inside that we can use the formula of count, and when we use this count formula, let's put the sales data. Now the count formula only works on the numeric fields. So we know that the customer key is a numeric field, order date is a numeric field, we can use any one of them or further any one out of the details. However, the numeric field should be there because it goes row by row. So we click on enter, and when we do that, you can see our sales transaction quantity is showing here. We bring it into our table and let's extract it further, and you can see there are suits which have been sold and there are 533 unique transactions which have occurred for these suits. So we can calculate these transactions. Now this count function don't show the unique transactions, but inside our table the data was itself having unique transactions. So if there were no unique transaction, even then it would have calculated the number on each and every row. So this is our sales transaction using the count function, and if we go to our sales transaction here and instead of count we want to use the count a function, we can use that because this count a applies on text as well as numeric values. So if we press enter, you can see this is still working as before because this is a count a function. So I hope you understood the basics of using these count a and distinct count. The only difference between count a and count is that count only uses the numeric values while count a uses the numeric as well as text values. Distinct count counts the unique line items based upon any given column. So I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the conditional and logical functions inside Power BI. Now if you see all these functions, these are exactly same as Microsoft Excel. So let's go through them in a quick way. So if function shows a result based upon true and false condition, if error, function shows the result if inside the value which you have derived is having some error. Instead of that error you want to show some other text or value, then if error is used. Inside the third condition or the third logical function, which is AND, is used to prove two logical conditions to be true, and if you want to use more than two logical conditions you cannot use the words AND here, and it is always advisable to use double ampersand inside Power BI. Similarly, if you want to use the OR conditions more than twice, then it's always advisable to use these double pipes inside Power BI. So let's go to Power BI and see these things into live action. So this is our Power BI model. Inside that, let's go to our table view first. Inside our table view, this is our customer lookup table. This customer lookup table is having one parent check column which we have created. So inside that parent check, wait for a second, inside that parent check you can see that if the customer's total children which are inside this column is greater than 0, then it will give a result of parent, otherwise not a parent. Now at this moment we want to give high priority to the people who are parent and whose annual income is greater than $50,000. So let's go and create a new column using the if condition here, and this is getting loaded, and let's give it a name of high priority, or I can say priority. Priority of service. So inside that let's use the formula of if, and we want to show if our customers I can say annual income is greater than $50,000, and I am using this double ampersand. The second condition is using the parent check. So if the customer is I can say parent, then we want to bring certain result. If this is true, then we will say it as a high priority customer. So we will write it as priority customer, and if the result is false, so we will be showing it as a normal priority. Once we do that and press enter, we can see that inside this column the priority of service has been returned, and if this customer is a parent, and you can see this customer is income having $33,433. So this customer is not eligible for a high priority service, so normal priority has been returned. Now inside this formula, if we want to use instead of these double ampersand, we can use AND functions as well. So let's cancel it and let's use it just like Microsoft Excel. So inside this if condition, let's put and inside that and let's have a comma here just like Microsoft Excel, and if both of these conditions are equals to true, then we put it further true here to check if this is a true just like Microsoft Excel, and if we press enter you will get the same results here which you can see at the moment. So there has not been change. But if we want to create more than two conditions, just like if we want to show that if the person is having income of more than $50,000 and is a parent and is a homeowner, then we want to give them high priority service. Then for these multiple conditions, using the AND here inside is not advisable. Instead of that, using double ampersand is quite good. So let's go and use our double ampersand again for creating these three conditions. So if we write it as if this is a parent check, and I can say if this is a parent, and the second condition which we want to show, so use the double ampersand, and we want to use the income, so annual income is greater than $50,000, and the third condition which we want to use is this person should have a home. So let's write a homeowner, and inside homeowner it should be true. So if these all three conditions are there, then we want to show some results. So we'll write as high priority, otherwise we will write as normal priority, and let's close parenthesis and just enter it. So once we do that, the priority of service would be updated because we are having three conditions. Now this person is having a house, this person is income is $1,10,553, and this is a parent, so this customer has been given as a high priority. So I hope you understood how to use this AND function. Similar to that, you can use the OR functions as well, and also if error function is just like Microsoft Excel. So I hope you understood the basic construct of these logical functions, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the switch function in Power BI. So switch function evaluates an expression, and this is just like the if function. However, if there are multiple if conditions, then instead of using nested if, we can use the switch function. For example, if you are having a product category and based upon that product category you want to give certain results. For example, if the product category is electronics, you want to show the main item as tech. If the product category is clothing, you want to show it as an apparel. If the product category is furniture, you want to show it as home goods, and so on. So switch function can be used instead of using a nested if. So let's go into Power BI and try to understand this in live action. So this is our Power BI model, and inside this model let's go to our I can say calendar lookup table. Let's rename this table first. Instead of clothing calendar lookup, rename it as calendar lookup table, as I did. This is getting loaded for a moment. Yes. Now using this calendar lookup, let's try to understand switch functions in two different ways. Firstly, let's understand the switch function, and let's select this year column here. Inside that we want to create a new column in this table. Let's give that name as year status. So let me just zoom it a little bit, and let's give it as a year status column. Now if the current year is 2024 and all the years before that should be previous or the past year, so let's use the switch function here. So we write the switch function. Inside switch function we need to refer to this calendar table, so we write a terminology as calendar, and this is showing all the things. Inside this calendar lookup table the year is given, and based upon that year we can select it. Now if we want to show this condition is true, so we can put one condition writing as here true and then putting a comma. Now based upon this expression to be a true thing, this calendar lookup table will be evaluated. So what we are saying, if the calendar lookup table year is less than or equal to 2023, then what result do we want? We want to show the result that this is previous year's data, and this may include 2023, 2022 and before. So we wrote that. However, the second value which we want to show is again from this calendar lookup table year. So we again write calendar lookup table and year, and based upon that we write it as, if this is equal to, I write as 2024, then we can give the result which is here as current year. Now if we close the parenthesis and press enter, let's see what happens and what result do we get. So you can see the result is showing as previous year and current year. However, if we want to modify it more, just like if I go here and show you the number of years, so you can see there are only 3 years, but if there are more years, we can put more data points and more if conditions inside this switch function. So this was the first use case of switch function, and let's go to the second use case of this function. So instead of inside these name of the day, we want to give them a number, and if we click here to add new column, this is getting loaded, and we write the name as name of the week, or name of the, instead of name I can say number of the day, and we can use this date functions as well for getting the number of the day. However, I am showing you the same thing using the switch function. So if we are using a switch function, and our expression will be coming from this day name, so we write the details as calendar, and inside calendar the name of the day is given. Now based upon this name of the day, if the value 1 is asking, so the value 1, if I talk about it, so if that is written as Monday, then we need to call it as 1, as you can see. If the value 2 is, I can write Tuesday, then we can call it as 2. Similarly, if the value is Wednesday, then we can call it as 3. If the value is Thursday, we can call it as 4, and if the value is Friday, we can call it as 5. And finally, if the value is any other day instead of those, we can call, or okay, let's just put the Saturday and Sunday as well. So if the value is Saturday, then we can call it as 6, and finally if the value is 7, which is the last value, then instead of writing anything, we can just call it as 7, because this will be the pending result based on the else condition inside the switch function. And when we press enter, this is getting loaded, and based upon that loading, you can see the number of the day or is showing here. So the day name is showing, and if the Sunday is here, this is showing 7 number. If this is Monday, this is showing 1 number, and so on. So these were the 2 use cases of switch function which I showed you. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand text functions inside Power BI. So there are multiple text functions, and we can manipulate text using those functions. Let's understand some of them. First function is concatenate, which is like Excel, where we can concat 2 text strings into one. The next text function is showing the upper or lower, which is like we can convert the data into uppercase or lowercase. The third text function is using the left or right, through which we can extract certain number of characters from the end or the start of any text string. The search function just finds the position of any text string which is starting at any particular location, which we will be looking into our Power BI right now. And finally, substitute changes the, I can say, some old text string and we can replace it with some new text string. So let's go into the Power BI and see them in live action. In our Power BI, let's go to our customer lookup table. Inside customer lookup table, we want to concat the first name and the last name of people. Although we have already done a full name here, but this time we don't want to use any salutation, we only want to concat the first name and the last name. So we go to our measures table and we don't want to create the measure, I can say we need to calculate the calculated column. So let's go to our sales customer lookup table again, and inside that let's go and create a new calculated column. So we call it as new column, and inside this new column let's give it a name as first and last name, and we want to use the concat function. So we are using concatenate, and inside that if we write the full name and then the second text is our, I can say, last name, and there is no option of adding a third text. So this function can only be used for concating two data points. This is not like Excel wherein we can concat multiple data points. So if I close parenthesis and you see the first and last name together inside this last column here, this is wait for a second, the first name and the last name was here. Okay, I just took the full name here instead of first name, so let's just correct that. Let's make it the first name, yes, and let's press enter. Now you can see that this is showing the first name and the last name, but still there are no spaces between them and the names doesn't look good. So instead of concat, we can use other efficient ways inside Power BI, and one of them is using the AND symbol. So we can just bring the first name and we can just write an and then we can use a space here and then again create an and then we can bring the last name and then we can press the enter, and when we do that you will be able to see the first and last name would be created here with a space. Also, if we want to add other details, then we can use more and concat the text. So using the and is more efficient as compared to using concat function in Power BI. So this was about the concat function. Now let's do our next evaluations for the other formulas or functions inside Power BI. So let's do one thing, that we want to convert these names into the uppercase name. Right now these are first letter uppercase and we can call it proper right now, but let's convert them into the uppercase. So we select this entire data point and we write it as upper, and this is asking for text, and we do a close parenthesis. Then let's see what happens. This will get updated to uppercase entirely. Instead of uppercase, if we want to do the lowercase, we can do that as well. So this has created our first and last name. Now along with the first and last name, let's use the functions which can bring the results from left and right. So this email address which we are having right now is having altogether, we can say 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there are total of 11 digits here. So 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so there are 11, I can say, letters, and using these 11 letters we need to extract them. So we go to our table again, use a new calculated column, and let's give it a name as domain name extraction, and when we extract domain name we can call it as right, because we will be extracting this domain name from right, and the name is here, I can say, customer lookup table domain name, and we want to extract last 11 letters inside that. So we press enter. Once we do that, you can see that all the domain name extraction last 11 digits, or instead of digits I should call it as text. So last 11 letters have been extracted. Now after extracting them, you can see that this finseek is not properly formatted. So we want to substitute these words with some other words. So what we can do is we can use the substitute formula. So we use the substitute, and this is selecting the text right now. So let me just select the text inside it, and the text name is, I can say, okay, wait for a moment, this has been created. Let's create the new DAX measure here. For that, yes, now let's give it a name of corrected name of domain, and if we go and bring the substitute formula here, we want to select the text. So text is inside the domain name extraction column. So we write it as domain name extraction. This is the column, and what text do we want to extract? So we press a comma, and the old text we need to bring and write. So the old text is, we can write finseek.com, and instead of writing it like this, we can write it in a proper case, wherein we write it as finseek.com, and we have updated the F here and S here, and if you press enter, you can see that this has been updated. So in this way we can use the substitute, right, left, and concat and other functions of text, which are more or less similar to Excel, but we need to understand them through the Power BI perspective. And I hope you understood this. Thank you so much for watching. So let's start to understand the time and date functions in Power BI. The first function is using now or today. Now provides the current time, and today provides the current date in Power BI. The functions year, month, and day brings any particular day, month, or year out of any particular date. We will see these things live in our Power BI right now. Similarly, the second, minute, or hour brings the time of second, minute, or hour out of any particular time inside any column. Weekday or week number provides specific number of week or number of day inside a particular segment. For example, if the week is starting from Monday and you are having Monday in your one column, then it will show 1. If you are having Tuesday, it will show 2, and so on. EO month reflects the end of the month. So if we select the 1st January 2024, then it will show the end of the month, which is 31st January 2024. And finally, the date difference shows the difference between two dates. And let's go into the Power BI live environment and see how these function works. So this is our Power BI environment, and we are having this calendar lookup table here. Let's start to use our now and today function first. So we go to the table and we create a new column here. Inside the new column, let's give it the name, because we will be using the same column for multiple reasons. So I can say date and time, and let's use the now function. Now function don't need any argument, it will just use 2 parentheses as you can see here, and if we press enter, you will see this will show the date and time for today. So right now the time is 12:54 p.m. in the afternoon. So, and the date is 19th October 2024. Instead of now, if we use today, then see what will happen. So this time won't be shown, only the date will be shown, because today is only showing that date instead of time. So time is, you can see, same for all the items, through which we've understood the now and today. After that, let's try to understand our year, month, and day. So if we go and select our year, and inside this year we need to put our calendar date, so we select calendar, and inside calendar the date is given here, which is this one, and if we press enter, you can see that it will bring the result of the year, which is 2022 inside this table, as you can see here. Instead of year, if you want to get the month out of this date, so you can see that this is January month. If we press enter, you can see that January would be shown here, and instead of Jan month we want to show the day, so we click on day, and when we press enter, you will see that this is our first date, and this is our second date, 2nd January, 3rd January, and 4th January, and so on, through which we can use these three functions, as you understood. Similarly, we can use the second, minutes, and hour function based upon our requirement. After that, let's understand the weekday and week number. So if we select the, instead of day, let's go and use the weekday, and this is asking again for the day, so we are selecting the date here, and if we press comma, you can see return type, and you can see 1, 2, and 3 options are given. If your week starts on Monday, then you will be choosing option 2, as you can see here, based upon these further arrows, that if your week is starting from Sunday, then you need to select 1. If your week is starting from Monday, then you need to select 2, and if your week is starting from Monday but Monday is showing is 0, then we need to show it 3. But right now we need to show Monday as starting from 1, so we select here 2 and we press enter, and let's see what happens. So you can see that this is Monday and this is the first day of the week based upon our selection. This is Tuesday and this is second day of the week. This is Sunday, this is the 7th day of the week based upon our selection, so through which we can use the weekday. And also along with weekday, we need to understand the week number as well. So if we select week number, and let's select our date again, and based upon selection, it is asking that the week begins on Sunday, and so on again. So if we select 2, let's see what happens, and let's see in front of this 2 what this tells. So this tells that week begins on Monday, and if we select 2 here, we press enter, you can see that this is the 1st January, 2nd January, and this was the first week of entire year. Then the 3rd January started, and this entire week is the second week of the entire year, so 2 number is showing here. So this is the usage of week number. And after that week number, let's understand EO month and date diff. So let's go here, and let me just use the end of month function. So this is EO month, and inside this EO month, let's go and select the calendar again here, and let's select the date, and if we press enter, you can see that end of the month date would be shown here. So this is showing error at the moment because we have not defined our parameter, so this is asking for the month. So if I press 0, so same month would be shown for the EO month. So let's press enter, and let's make it a little bit smaller, and you can see that this was the 1st January. When we press 0, so this is showing the end of the month, which is the 30th January, 31st January, and for the entire January month, 31st January showing. When the February would start, it will show February. It's the March, so it is showing the March end month. If we want to show 1 month ahead of the end of this date, so instead of 0, we can press here 1. So what it will do, it will go to the end of the current month and then add 1 month to it. So this was the January, and this will go and show February 28th now, because this is the next month end of the day. If we want to show 1 month before this January, then what we can do, we can again go, and instead of writing here 1, we can write it as -1, -1, and this -1 will show the date 1 month before. So this will go to the previous month, which is our December, and this will show 31st December for us. So this was the usage of EO month function in Power BI. After that EO month, let's use our date diff function, wherein we can find the difference of two dates. So let's try to find out the difference of our you can see the date here and the difference of our start of the week. So again we choose our calendar here and let's select the start of the week and we press comma. Then there are options that do you want to show the difference of number of days. So if I select day and press enter, let's see what happens. Once we do that, you can see that this was 27th December 2021 and this is 1st January 2022. So if you count 27th December, 28th December, 29th December, 30th December and 31st December. So the difference between these two dates is -5 days. As you can see, the difference between next 2 days is -6 days and so on. Now instead of day, we want to show the difference of hours between these 2 days. So as you can see right now that there are 5 days and each day is having 24 hours, right? So if you want to show the difference of hours, and if I press enter based upon selection of hours, you can see 24 multiplied by 5, which shows us the result of 120 hours difference. If we want to show the difference in minutes, months and so on, we can do that based upon our selection. So this was the uses of date diff function as well, and I hope you understood this. Thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about related function in Power BI. So this related function work exactly like a VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP in Excel, wherein if you have connected your primary key table and foreign key table, then can bring the results in your table. And this function is only having one argument, that is the related, and after related one argument is given the reference from the column from which we want to get the data. So let's go into Power BI and understand this function. Inside the Power BI, this is our sales data table. Inside this sales data table, we want to bring the product price against these product keys. So as you are aware that inside the model view, if we go there and we can see that this sales data is already connected with our product lookup table through the product key. So it should bring the correct result. So let's come to the table view, and inside that let's add a new column. Let's give this the name of product price, and we want to use the related function, and when we use that, you can see all the tables are showing here. Right now we want to bring the price, and the price should be from product lookup table product price, and if we press enter, you can see all the price against these product keys are showing. So let's check some of them. So let's go and sort them in ascending order, and you can see the product key having one number is having the product price as $49. Let's correct the spelling here first. Yes, so this is having the product price of $49 here, and let's go to our product lookup table, and our product lookup table is having the product key 1 and its price is given as $49. So the data is coming correctly here. If we again go to our sales data table and using this data we want to calculate our revenue, then how can we do that? So simply this product price can be multiplied with the order quantity, and then we can get our revenue. So what we can do, we can simply create an important item just like this product price, and we add a new column, and let's give this name as revenue, and we want to use the product price here. So we can say this is the sales data, and inside sales data table we are using the product price, and we can multiply it with quantity. So sales data, and this is our total quantity. This total quantity is not the right column because this was for a demo purpose. So instead of total quantity we need to bring the, wait for a second, let's write as quantity, and we need to write as order quantity, which is this one which we have created, and we press enter. Once we do that, it will show us the revenue which you can see. So this is the product price multiplied by quantity. Right now the quantity is 1 and product price is $49. So when we multiply it, we get the revenue. So I hope you understood this calculated column, and right now we don't need this total quantity column. So let's remove that because that is creating redundant data. So we go there and delete the column. Perfect. Now this is showing our revenue. So this is quantity multiplied by product price is our revenue. I hope you understood this calculated function, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand the calculate function in Power BI. So calculate function is exactly like sum ifs, average ifs, and average if in Excel, because Excel contains these formulas based upon certain condition. Now calculate can be used much dynamically. For example, if we want to calculate the total quantity sold in any column, then we can filter that total quantity sold based upon product price, where the price is more than 50. So if the product price is more than 50, then only the product quantity sold would be added. So this is a conditional calculate methodology, which is like sum ifs or average ifs in Excel. So let's go into the live environment in Power BI and understand this in more deep. So this is our Power BI model. Inside that, let's go to our measures table and let's create one measure of I can say total order quantity, where the price is more than 50. So we click on here and we are going to create a measure. So order quantity, where price is more than 50, or instead of writing big name, we can write it like high priced product quantity. And let's use the calculate function. Inside calculate, we want to get the total of our quantity. So we press our parenthesis and we got our already calculated measure. So we want the quantity sold, and this should be calculated based upon a condition, and condition is like product price, and the price is inside our I can say product price lookup table, and this price should be greater than 50. If this is true, then the high price product quantity would be shown. So let it get loaded. Once this is loaded, let's bring the same into our I can say metric, and inside our metric you can see that our high priced products quantity is equal to 2357, which means that out of 7890 quantities which we sold, 2357 quantities are having price more than 50. And there is an important insight here as well, that blazers are sold in the price range more than 50, however suits are not sold in the price range more than 50. So using the calculate function, we can do these specific things. Let's go and understand this in more deep through another example. So let's create another measure which calculate the returns for our product jeans. So if I go to our table here, inside that our product subcategories is mentioned, and one of the product subcategory which is unique in the subcategory key is our jeans here. So if we go to our report view again, let's go and create another measure, and we click on new measure here. Once we do that, wait for a second, let's again click here Now let's write its name as return for jeans, and we want to calculate the total quantity. So we say the return quantity is already created here, so this return quantity is here. Now we want to filter it based upon the jeans, so we can write the name subcategory, and inside subcategory the name should be written as jeans, which means that it will go to subcategories, see the name as jeans, bring it to our return quantity formula and see what matches to jeans, and based upon that only jeans quantity would be shown. So if we press enter, the return quantity for jeans has been calculated. Now let's bring it to our metric, and this is showing on our metric here on the right side. But wait, you can see that there is some anomaly or some problem with the return quantity of jeans here. Why this is happening? Because on the left it's a filter by product, or I can say subcategories here, and on the top of it we created another filter using the calculate function to show these details. So when the two filters are already there, always the filter through the calculate will be superseding. So we cannot show the subcategory item here, and based upon that again the returns for the same line item which is on left. So if you go here, you can see that jeans is here, which is a subcategory, and the calculate function is also calculating the returns for jeans, so it won't be functioning like this. So you always need to remember that calculate function will always supersede the previous filters. So instead of jeans, let's do one thing here. Let's bring the, I can say, territory key, and let's bring our country here, and inside that let's convert it to table first, or I can say metric. So there are three different countries, which continents which we mentioned, and let's do one thing. Let's add the data of I can say our return quantity for jeans. So we add the values here for return quantity. Now you can see that this is showing a correct picture, that in Europe 13 quantity of returns for jeans has been done, in North America 15 quantity has been done, and in Pacific 8 has been done. Also we can further drill down for the country specific returns, then it will show the correct result. However, if you are filtering through the jeans here, which is a subcategory, and on the left you are filtering again with the subcategory, then there will always be a conflict. So you need to be very much cautious and aware about the functionality of calculate, and I hope you understood this basic concept about calculate, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about all function inside Power BI. So this all function remove the filters from columns or any tables inside Power BI, and generally used along with other functions like calculate and so on. So let's go to Power BI live environment and see how this is used. So right now we don't need these tables, so let me just delete these two tables at the moment, and then we will be going and creating our all function. So inside measures table, let's go and use our all function. So we go to create our new measure, and right now we want to show our total product quantity without any filters. So we will use our as total quantity sold, and we will write is as unfiltered, and let's use the calculate function, and we want to get our total quantity sold, but we don't want to put any filters on it, and we use the all, and this quantity sold is coming from the sales data table. So we select this sales data table entirely and we press enter. We will show the impact that what's exactly happening. Now let's go and show our product categories. So these are our product categories here which we bought, and let's convert it to any metric. Inside that metric, let's show our quantity sold and let's show our total quantity which are unfiltered. Now you can see that our total quantity sold was 7890, and inside unfiltered this is showing 7890. Now what's exactly happening, that whenever we use any category or any subcategory, any product name, then Power BI creates a filter to show this 5706 number. So what Power BI does is create, okay, menswear, then I am creating a filter to show the quantity of 5706. This is women's wear, then I am creating a filter to show women's wear category only and showing the quantity of 2184 here. Now you may ask that what is the use of this total quantity sold unfiltered here? We can use this to calculate our total percentage of quantity sold as compared to total quantity. So let's go and use that, and let me just correct the spelling of this total quantity here. Yeah, so now I have corrected that. Now let's go and create another measure which will be our, I can say, percentage of quantity sold. So percentage of quantity sold, and we can use a function of divide. Inside that, let's use our quantity sold, and we need to divide it with our unfiltered quantity, which is this one, and if there is nothing is available, let's keep it as blank and let's press enter. Once we do that, let's bring our new measure, which is percentage of quantity sold, inside our table, and you can see that quantity sold percentage is showing. Let's convert its format to percent. So let's click on this measure and let's convert it to percent. Also, we don't want to show two decimals here, so instead of showing it in two decimals, let's click on 0 and show it into without showing it to two decimal places here. Now we don't need to show this total quantity sold unfiltered, because at the moment this is of no use for us, so we just remove it from the chart. Now if you can see this table, you can understand that the total quantity sold is given, and our menswear category is getting sold highest, which is our 72%, and our women's wear category is only selling at 28%, which simply means that people are more attracted to purchase men's wear category in our company. Now what this formula of unique, I can say, instead of unique, this calculate and all did, all removed all the filters and helped us to calculate this percentage of quantity sold at the end. So I hope you understood this all function, and generally this is used along with other functions to get a broader picture. So thank you so much for watching. Let's understand filter function in Power BI. So filter function brings another table based upon certain conditions, or we can say that it brings any subset of another table, and it can be used along with other functions like calculate. For example, if I say that our overall average price is less than $40 inside the product price lookup table, then it will bring an entire table where the price is less than $40. And after that, we can use other calculated columns or calculated measures just like this calculate here to calculate the quantity of those line items whose price is less than $40. So let's go into the Power BI live environment and try to understand this in more detail. So this is our measures table at the moment. Inside that, we are having our I can say high priced item at the moment, and this high price item, let me just bring it to our table here. Yes, you can see that these quantities are given for menswear and women's wear. However, if we go to high price item, we have put a static function of the product price where it's greater than $50, then the product quantity would be shown. But what will happen if this 50 keeps on changing? Because right now this is showing a static number and we don't want to show any static number. So instead of that, let's see what will happen if I put the average price here. Right now we are not having the average price measure, so let's do and create an average measure. So we go here and create a measure. So let's give it a name of average price, and this average price would be coming from average, and this will be from our product lookup table. So inside product lookup table, the average product price is there, the product price is there, and we are trying to calculate the average product price. And let's bring the average product price to here. Now you can see that this is our average product price, but inside this average product price we don't want to create the bifurcation between two elements which are men and women. We just want to show the overall average price. So inside this average price formula, let's keep the I can say function of calculate and bring the all details. So let's go and do a calculate here, and inside the calculate, let's not have the filter, so use the all, and inside that all we just want the product lookup table, and let's press enter. Once we do that, you can see that $45 is showing, which is the average price for all the line items for us. Let me just have the decimal points to 0 here. So we just converted the average price to 0 decimals right now. Now if we come to our average price here, we know that this is not 50, this is 45, and this 45 keeps on changing based upon the future addition of new products or deletion of new older products. In that case, we don't want it to be a static number. So if I put the average price here and press enter, the Power BI will show me an error, because inside the calculate function we cannot compare the two expression like this. So instead of the calculate function using these two expression, let's use the I can say the filter function, and filter function will be able to handle this very much. So we want to calculate the total quantity sold, and inside that total quantity sold, if we put one thing here for I can say filter, so let's go and do a filter here, and inside that filter what do we want? So the filter first ask for wait for a second, yeah, so let's just remove this first. Yes, so inside filter what do we want? It's asking for first the table from which we want the details. So the table would be our I can say product lookup table, because this is having the product price inside it. Then this is asking for filter expression. The filter expression would be what we have calculated right now. So we will say if the product price is greater than what? Our average price, then it will do a calculation of total quantity sold. So let's press enter, and when we do that, you can see the highest price product item is showing, and we add it to our table, and you can see the results. So basically what's actually happening is that this formula is calculating the entire average price, and inside the product lookup table where the product price is greater than 50, it's summing up and filtering the entire table where the price is greater than 50, and then price then is bought inside the quantity sold I can say table, and then the quantity sold quantity is being calculated. So you can see high price product quantities are calculated, and these are showing 3558 at the moment. So I hope you understood the uses of filter function, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand the iterator functions. So iterator functions are the functions which help to extend the functionality of the base functions, just like sum and average. These functions help us to create certain important values. For example, if in a table you are having a data of product quantity and the price for those products, then what you will do, you will simply do the product into quantity. Using the iterator function, we can simply achieve that and get the sum total of that result. So let's go into the Power BI and understand how this function works. So this is our model. Inside this model, we need to calculate our total revenue. For that total revenue, if you go to our sales table here, this is our sales table. Inside that, you can see we are having our total order quantity and the product price. And if we want to calculate our total value based upon this price multiply by quantity, then we can call that as a revenue. Although we are having this revenue field already calculated using calculated column, we can create the measure using the SumX formula. So let's go to our measures table and create a new measure. So we click on new measure here. Inside this measure, if we call it our revenue 2, we will be, wait for a second, this is our revenue 2, and inside this revenue 2 we will use SumX. Right now this is asking for first expression, which is our table. So our table would be our sales data table, and inside that what do we want to do? We want to do a multiplication of our quantity and the price. So if we write our quantity, then the sales data table is containing the order quantity and we want to multiply it with the price, then we call it write as a price here. And when we write, wait for a second, when we write price here, then it is also coming from sales data table price, and we press enter. When we do that, we got our revenue 2 measure, and if we bring it to our table, you can see that we are having a revenue of 356,275. Now this is the calculation methodology, as you can see, which is helpful for some function, SumX function. However, if there are certain important methods through which we can calculate them as well. So let me just show you the uses of this function. And what if we go inside our sales data table here, and this revenue column we calculated previously. Let's go and delete this column. I'm deleting it because this was our calculated column. Also the product price, let me just delete it from here. So we are deleting product price as well. Why I am doing that? Because this product price is already existing inside our product lookup table, and we bought that product price into our sales data table using some formula. So if we keep on bringing the data which are duplicate in multiple tables, it may cause confusion in future. So instead of duplicating the data and creating the data redundancy, we should be using these expressions smartly. So let's go and try to create our measure. Let's go to report view, and there is no revenue to measure right now, so this is showing error. Let's delete it from our model. Once we do that, let's go to our measures table here. One second. Yeah, let's go to our measures table here and let's create a new measure. And let's give it the name of revenue, and inside this revenue use the expression SumX. This is the function, the SumX, and we want to bring the data from sales table. The sales table has been selected. We want the details of quantity sold from the sales table. We got that. Now we need to multiply it with the price which is existing inside the table, which is our product lookup table. So that price needs to bring to this particular table here right now for our calculation purpose. So what we will do, we will use a function of related, and related is like, this is using a VLOOKUP function, going to the product lookup table and bringing the price against the sales data table data points. So this is related and we want to bring the price here. So we click on product price and then we press enter. We got our revenue details, and if we bring our revenue details to our dashboard, let's see, we got the same number which we saw previously. So in this way we can effectively use the sum if instead of sum if, sum x formula and average x formula and other iterator functions as well. These are very efficient to ensure that our data is bought very efficiently and there is no data redundancy in our model. So I hope you like this and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand the time intelligence functions in Power BI. These time intelligence functions ensures that we are able to calculate the data using certain time periods. For example, we can use the month to date time period, we can use the year to date time period, and also we can get to know the data between certain dates. So let's go to our Power BI live environment and see how these work. So this is our Power BI environment, and inside that we are having our revenue here. Now let's calculate our YTD revenue based upon certain data points. So we go to our measures table, we go to our new measure, and inside that let's go and write a measure of YTD revenue. And for that, what we can do, we can use the calculate function, and inside that we need to get our revenue first, and for filter we need to get the YTD revenue, right? So for that we can go and select our date function, which is our dates YTD, and the dates needs to be selected from our calendar I can say table, because it will bring the date from there, and it's asking year and date. So year and date is as you are aware, it's December end. When we do this calculation, you can see YTD revenue is showing here. Let's bring it to here, and now after that let's bring the dates inside our model here so that it's more apparent and visible. Now you can see that on 1st of January 2022 our revenue was $238 and our YTD revenue was 238 itself. On 2nd January it became 268. So the total of both of them is our YTD revenue of 506. Similarly, on the 3rd of January the revenue was 281, and the total of all the three revenues became 787, and this is getting done for all the periods. If I go and show you the year here as well, so let me just bring the years and let's put the year here. 1 second. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's bring the year from here, add a data, and we want to get our year. So let's select that, and we want to show, 1 second, what's the problem? Yeah, this is working fine now. So we selected our year, and let's keep the year above date. Yes. Now if we select 2023, inside this 2023 you can see on the 1st January the sale was 500, so it's showing 500 only, so it's not taking the previous period's sales as a YTD, because year has started on 1st January 2023 itself. So this function is working correctly, and through this function we can calculate dates YTD. Also along with dates YTD, dates MTD function is available, through which we can calculate these rolling revenues for our purpose, whatever we want. Now let's try to get the rolling revenue, but not for an entire period, but for certain particular days. So we can go and create that as well. So we go to our measures table, and inside our measures let's click on new measure. Inside it let's calculate, one moment please. Yes, so let's write its name as rolling revenue for 10 days. Now this is a rolling revenue for 10 days which will be calculating. So again we use the calculate function. Inside that we'll be using our revenue, and that revenue will be based upon certain dates. So the formula or the function which is used here is dates in period. This dates in period will ensure that we are calculating the dates correctly. So we go to our dates, and this is in our calendar lookup table, and the start date should be we want to show the reverse date. So if today is 10th January, then we want to show the total of revenue from 10th January and going back to 1st January. If today is 11th January, then we want to show the revenue from 11th January going back to 2nd January, because that will be showing a 10 days period. So in that case, what we can do, we can use a max formula, and inside max we can bring the dates. So what we can do is bring the date from calendar lookup table. From here the maximum date would be selected, and after that the number of interval is being asked inside this dates in period function. So we will write it as -10, because we want to calculate this revenue for the previous 10 days, and the interval should be in terms of days because we are calculating it for certain days. So we press enter, and once we do that, you can see that our data points have been created. Let's bring it to our chart view. What happened? Yeah, this is showing in front here. Now let's see for 2024. So if you see that, wait for a second, let's use the 2022 first. Yeah, so inside 2022, the 1st January was having the revenue of 238, and this is showing 238 as well. And till the 10th January, the revenue was in totality 2337, and this is showing as well 2337. However, on the 11th January, the revenue became YTD for 2565, but for previous 10 days it became 2327, which means that this revenue is showing the revenue from 11th January till 2nd January. It's not taking account of 1st January, because this is the rolling revenue number. I hope you understood this, how to use this time intelligence functions for your analysis, and these can be enhanced and used as well in further things. So thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about adding pages and objects in Power BI. So before adding the pages and objects, let's go and understand about the dashboard here. So inside this dashboard, we can see that multiple pages can be added here. So this is page 1, and we can add another page as well. Also inside the view tab, if we go, there are multiple options. If we want to show the bookmarks, if we want to show the selection pan, if we want to show the performance analyzer, and so on. And if we click on all of them and remove them, then you will see that from the right side pan these are getting removed. But for our analysis, the data and the format and the build part are quite useful, because these contains primarily the details which we need for our diagrams and charts which we create in Power BI. So let's go and create our first chart in Power BI. So for that, let's create an image, or I can say shape. So let's go to insert, and inside insert, let's insert the shape of a rounded rectangle, and let's make these little bit smaller here. And when we click on any rounded rectangle here, you can see that when we do a double click here, the format shape options opens. This format shape option is very much I can say unique to each and every item which we select. So right now this shape we have selected. Inside this shape there are size and style, title, shape style, rotation, actions, other are added. So let's do some modification to this shape. So the height is showing as 89 and width is 198. So let's reduce the width to around 170 for a moment. Also lock aspect ratio is not used at the moment, and these are fine. After that, this is asking for the background. So are we going to update any background or not? so we are not going to update any background. Then the most important part here is the shape style. When we go to shape style, inside that we have already created rounded rectangle here, and the corners are rounded, but we can reduce and change the roundness of the corners, as you can see here. So I think 40 would be fine for our dashboard here. And post that, the fill color is mentioned, so this is showing as an on, and inside that the color is filled right now. For our chart and diagram analysis, we will be creating a black and white dashboard, so we select this black 0% darker. And now if you see, then there is a rounded, I can say, border here if you zoom in, and there is a color of blue here. So we don't want to have the border color and I can say blue, so let's remove that. And for that, let's go to our shape styles, and inside shape styles the border option is on, and we can do a off for that. Now that blue color kind of border has been removed, and after that there are option of text, shadow, glow, rotation, action, and so on, but right now we need this one only for our display purpose. So if we want to create multiple copies of this particular shape, so what we can do, we can just create them using a Control C and Control V. And right now we want to show our 4 KPI cards, so for that I have created these 4 copies. And once we create those copies, the alignment should be appropriate, so these are not aligned at the moment. So let's select all of them, and post selecting them, let's go to our I can say format tab, and inside that there is an option of alignment. And if we click on any alignment, so we can click on the middle alignment, top and bottom, and so on. So let's do a middle alignment here. Now these are showing in a single line, and after alignment we want to distribute them, and the horizontal distribution would be selected so that these are distributed equally among all of them. Now this looks good. However, still the I can say a lot of space is between them, so that space is not looking right. So let's do one thing, let's bring them little bit nearby, and now let's go and select the all the 4 shapes. And when we select all the 4 shapes, let's go to our format again, and inside align tab let's distribute them horizontally, and this looks better. We want to insert our logo inside this particular I can say area or canvas. For that, if you go to insert, and inside that we can go and choose the images. Inside the images, let's go to our Power BI reference images. So we go to our reference images here, wait for a moment, and this is support data, and inside that we have selected our logo. Now that logo is getting loaded, and this is our company's logo, so let's put it on the top side. That looks fine. Once we have done that, we want to show one I can say left bar on which we will be creating our toggle buttons. So for that we go to our shapes again, and let's choose the rectangle. This time this is not a rounded rectangle, so we select that, and we just drag it up to here, and let's make it a little bit above here, and let's change the color of this rounded rectangle also alongside our title. So if we come here, and the color is right now blue kind, so let's go and select the black color. Also you can see that there might be some border here, and the border color is also just like these rounded rectangles. So let's go and change the border color, or we can just remove the border color as well. This has been removed. So now this primary framework has been created. Inside this entire model, we want to have around 4 kind of data. So first data point would be our summary dashboard. The next data point will be our customer level dashboard, customer dashboard. The third data point for us would be our product level, product dashboard, and based upon the requirement we will be adding more dashboards as well. So right now we have created these details inside our summary dashboard. So I hope you understood the basics about adding pages and objects inside Power BI, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the selection pane inside Power BI. So if we go to View tab, and there is an option of selection pane here, and if we select that, you can see the option of selection pane is showing on the right. Inside the selection pane you can see there are multiple things just like shape, image, and shapes. So these are the objects on our canvas. So if we select this particular shape, then this is showing that this is our left navigational bar as this has been selected. If we select this particular shape, you can see this is our right side shape, and similarly we can select these shapes as well. So to organize our data, what we can do, we can rename them and group together, and so let's go and rename them. So this image is our logo. So if we double click on that, we can write it as Finsic logo, and if we select all these 4 images by pressing shift and then doing a right click, there is an option of group, and we can group them, and once we group them we can name them as our KPI cards. And also this shape is our left navigational bar, so we can rename that as well. So we write it as left navigational bar. One second, let me correct this spelling. Yeah, so in this way we can use the grouping and naming inside the selection pane. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about KPI cards in Power BI. So if we go to our insert area, inside there if we do a drop down, you can find a lot of KPI cards. So let's select this single KPI card here. When we do the selection, this shows us a single field value in which we want to show the data. So we can choose that. So right now we are choosing and we want to show our revenue. So we click on revenue, and when we click on here, you can see this KPI card is getting loaded, and this will show our entire revenue here, as you can see now. So let me just arrange it a little bit, and after showing the revenue we can update its name as well. So let's show this in a capital letter. So this is our revenue. Also when we click here, there is an option of add or remove visual elements. So if we click on that, and inside more options, you can see a lot of visual options are there through which we can play around it. So let's do some of the adjustments to it. So let's go, and we don't want the title. Let's go to our callout values. Inside callout values, the color which we want to have is right now this color, which is #118 DFF, which we will be using. So we have updated the color. After updating the color, we also want to change the font. So instead of DIN font, let's use Sego UI. So Sego UI became our font, and at the same time let's reduce the font size from 45 to around I can say 30. We will see that how this fits into our chart. Instead of 30, I think we can make it up to 35. And also let's go further, and display units is asking, so we don't want to show it in decimals and we want to show it in thousands. So we can just click on here thousands, and this number is already in thousands, so this is 356,000. After that, the value decimal places are there, so we don't want to show any decimal places, so this is 0 at the moment. And do we want to make it bold? So then we can do it bold, and post that if we just go here and inside the category label, do we want to show the category label? If I turned it off, then this revenue label just gets removed. And for this revenue label, let's convert its color to white because our background would be black. And when we are done with that, right now this is not going to backwards, so we just need to remove the background of this KPI card. So again we go to callout value. Inside callout values,
let's see where is our background. Let me just go and see where the background can be seen. This is size and height, background. So this is background, so I don't want the background, so I just off that. And when we just put it here, let's make it a little bit smaller and let's adjust it from the top as well. And once we do that, you can clearly see that this is looking very stunning, that our revenue is 356k at the moment. After creating one KPI card, we can repeat the same steps using the insert model, but at the moment, instead of doing that, let's copy the same KPI card to create different other KPI cards which we want. And right now this build area is taking our space, so we go to view, and inside view we are just going to hide this format pane at the moment, and we don't want to show this build as well, and whenever we will require that, we will just call them out. So right now if we are having this data, and along with revenue we want to show our cost as well. What is our total cost? So inside our measures table, are we having our total cost? So I can see that we are not having our total cost. So what we can do, we can go to our revenue measure which we have created previously, and I can copy that measure, and inside measure table we can create a new measure here, and when we do that, this will get loaded, and I paste the revenue measure. Let's give it name as cost, and what this measure will do, this will do a sum x from the sales data table. This sales data table is containing all the data of sales, and then we are getting the quantity from sales data table, and instead of getting the product price, we should be fetching the product quantity, then it will show us the product cost. So and if you want to understand the revenue formula, how it has been created, we have created a previous video as well, so we can go and select product cost here. Now this formula is complete, and we press enter. Once we do that, you can see our cost measure has been created, and let me just go here. Yeah, now inside this KPI card, let's go and add our data points. So instead of revenue, we want to show our cost, so we go here and select our cost, and you can see $139,000 is our total cost, and the KPI other elements are quite bit right. So let's go and put it here as a cost. On the third line item, we want to show what is our total profits. So if we go to our measures table again and create a new measure, so that measure will be for our total profits. So at the moment, wait for a second, we go and write it as a profit, and inside that profit, how we will be calculating it, so it will be a revenue, and I can do a minus, but instead of yeah, let's do the minus, revenue minus cost, and we do a enter here. Once we get that, this is our profit here. We can do a copy of our KPI measure again here, and inside that we can just go and select our profit as a measure, so we write it as profit, and finally we got our profit, which is 217k. Now this profit is actually our I can say if you add both of them, then you will finally get your revenue. After that, we want to show what is our return rate in our FinSec company, because a lot of customers return the product if they don't like. So we go here and we write as return rate, and this KPI which we have already created can be used here. So we copy our profit KPI, and inside this profit KPI, let's remove the profit from here and add our return rate. And when we do that, you can see this is showing 0k because we have converted our numbers into thousands. So let's go to our call out values again here, and inside these call out values, we don't want to display units in thousands, we want it to be auto. Now you can see it's showing 8%, and if you want to show some decimal points, then we can choose that. Right now we don't want to show any decimal points, so we select it as 8% return. Now these 4 KPI cards have been created successfully, Similarly, we need to go to our customer dashboards to create the KPI cards. For now that we won't be just repeating the same efforts. What simply we will do, we'll go and copy these 4 KPI cards, and whatever out of them we can use that. But before that, let's go to our selection pane first. So we are going to view, and this is our selection pane here. So we are here, and right now you can see there are 4 cards, card. These 4 cards are here. So let's do one thing, let's combine all those 4 cards. So we are just grouping them, and we have just selected them at the moment, and this group has been created. Now let's give it a name of KPI values. And what we can do, we can just select both of the details of KPI cards and KPIs values together and group them as well. So we group them and make a bigger group stating this is our KPIs, and if you go inside that, you can see there are KPI values and KPI cards. Inside KPI cards there are 4 shapes, inside KPI values there are 4 shapes as well. So this is a better way to organize the data at the moment. Now what we can do, we can go and select this KPIs, and let's do one thing. Yes, so let's select these KPIs and go to our customer dashboard here, and we do a paste here. Then this is not exactly what we wanted the entire data set. So let's go again and let's select all of them. Okay, let me select both of them. I need to check. So if we come to customer dashboard here and we paste, so right now the background, these details are not coming here. Let me see why this is happening. I think the correct copy area has not been selected. So I have selected this area now. I have copied it. Now I press Ctrl V. Still this is not showing correct. Let's do another thing. Let's go to our KPIs here and let's do a, wait for a second. No, this is still not the correct method. So let's do one thing. Let's select our KPI cards, and these are our background KPI cards. I do a Ctrl C, and then I go to customer dashboard, and inside customer dashboard I do a Ctrl V. Then all the 4 cards have been shown here. After that, let's go to KPI values again and do a Ctrl C, and then let's go to customer dashboard again and do a Ctrl V. Then all the data points are showing here. Now when these are showing here, with these details we need to feed for customers only. So for customers we don't want to show 4 KPI values. For customers we want to show only 2 KPI values. So what we will do, we will go here and just ungroup them. So right now this is our one of the KPI card, and these are our KPI cards values. So these 2 data points are here. So let's do a ungrouping of them. So if we click on this and we can ungroup them. Similarly, we can go to our card here and we can ungroup them as well. One second. Now we don't need these 4 data, so we just delete those. Yeah, so for customers, right now we want to show our total customers here. So we select this, and inside that let's go to our revenue, and are we having our total customers data in our measure? So let's go and see our total customers, are we having that? So if we write total customers, there are no customers. So let's do one thing, let's create a measure here. So we go and do a new measure, and inside this new measure let's write its name as unique customers, and we want to use a function as distinct count, and our customer is staying inside our customer lookup table, and there is an item named as customer key. So these customer key are showing the unique list of customers, and we selected that, and once we do that our new measure unique customer has been created. Now let's go to our data here and let's select our unique customers. So I write here unique customers, and you can see we are having 18,000 approximate unique customers. Now instead of writing this name unique customers, let's write it as customers, because our users want to see the name as customers. So we have written it as customers. Let's go and try to find out what was the average value of each customers which we were having. So let me just update it. I think it has not been updated. Customers, I have pressed enter. Now this is showing. Let's show the average value or average revenue per customers, which we call ARPU, ARPU, average revenue per user or per customer. So we go to our measures table again. Let's go and create a new measure, and inside this let's create a, I can say, average revenue per customer, and inside that we can write as the revenue, and we can use the function of divide. Then revenue needs to be divided by our number of customers. So these are unique customers, and if there is no data we want to divide it by, or we want to show the data as 0. So this is average revenue per customer. Now let's come here and let's update this data point, and instead of cost we want to show the average revenue per customers, and we can call it as ARPU, average revenue per user, or ARPC, we can call it as ARPC as well. So based upon different nomenclature which are used inside companies, you can use that, or we can simply write as revenue per customer, and let's do an enter, and you can see this is showing a 0k because our number format was in thousands, right? So let's go to our visual elements and more options. Now let's go to our call out values, because this is calling out as in thousands. So let's not use the display units in thousand and use the auto number. So we can see our average revenue per customer is approximate $20, which may be right, which may not be right. It all depends upon the type of product, type of industry, and type of company. But I hope you understood the basics about how we can use the KPI cards, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the line charts in Power BI. So let's insert our line chart using the visual gallery. Inside that there is the option of line chart here. So we can insert the line chart, and when we go for line chart you can see that inside the add data there are multiple line items. So one is x-axis. Here we want to show our sales data week by week. So what we can do, we can show our total revenue, and we want to show the weeks on the x-axis. So using the calendar lookup table we can select the start of the week, and the data won't be shown here at the moment because we have not created any y-axis data. Inside the y-axis let's select our revenue data here, and once we do that you can see the chart is showing here. Let me just make it a little bit smaller. Yes, now you can see that entire revenue of our entire period is showing on a week by week basis here. So before going further, let's format the chart a little bit. Now inside Power BI there is a special feature, just like I can say Microsoft Excel charts, wherein you can click on the element, and based upon that click on the element this blue line around the chart would be shown, which means that we can select any element and edit that. So if I select the line chart, you can see that the line area has been showing here. If we select the here, I can say heading, then heading area is showing here. So we can edit that based upon that. However, along with that, there are multiple options as well. So let's go in sequence to see what we need to edit. So firstly, this is about size and style. So height and width looks good, there is no need to update. And the title right now looks revenue by start of week, so we can write it as revenue trend line. And heading 3 is quite good. The font which we are using in our charts is Sego UI, so I have selected that. Also we can keep it as bold, so this is a header which is showing as bold. And text color is quite good, there is no problem. Background color is good, there is no problem, this is right. And we want to show the alignment in the center of the chart, so we have aligned that. After that, the subtitles are also here, so the subtitles are off, which is fine. Then divider is quite good, spacing is good. And then inside x-axis you can see this is asking for the range, so the range is quite good, which we want from 2022 January to July 2024. The data is inside this particular range, and inside y-axis as well, that can be shown. After that, if we go to our grid lines, so these are the grid lines. So do we want to show the grid lines or not, then we can hide them. So at the moment I don't want to show the grid lines, so horizontal grid lines have been off. Vertical grid lines have also been showing off, now these have been off. Also we can create a zoom slider. If we do it on, you can see we can just slide it, and based upon that we can find the data inside any particular period and any particular month as well. So this zoom slider is quite helpful for us for the line charts. So let me just make it. However, we don't want the zoom slider for revenue in the y-axis, so we can just remove that and we can press the off option here. Once we do that, after inside the line options, what options do we have? So let's see that. So series is all series, and inside the series the line style is solid, which is quite good for it. We can also use a dash, dotted or custom, so solid is quite good. The join type is round, which is also good. The width is quite dark, so let's make it little bit lighter, so we make the width to 2 points. And then interpolation type is showing as linear, we can update and make the lines little bit smoother. So when we press smooth, so the lines have become little bit smooth. After that, we can update the color of the line, so we are having a theme of black and blue, so let's make the line color as black here, as you can see. So these have been updated to black, and the transparency 0 is quite good. We don't want to have any shade at the moment, so the shade is not needed. Also we can add the data labels, so if we make this on, then the data labels would be shown a lot. But for the reason that certain data points are showing here and certain are not showing, this doesn't look that much good, so we remove that and we don't need that. And then series labels, quite good. Plot area, background, trend lines. Now inside this we can add a trend line as well. So basically trend line is like it shows the trending direction of your revenue. Now looking at our revenue, it can be seen that it's increasing, decreasing, increasing, decreasing. So there is no directional trend, but still if we create a trend line, it will be just like a straight line. If any company is having the increasing trend in their revenue, then trend line would be showing an increasing trend. After that, there is a reference line, error bars we don't want to show, forecast we don't want to show at the moment, that's good. After that, there is an option inside properties, and there is an option of tooltip. So you can see that whenever we are at any particular point, just now, right now on 13th of May, the revenue was $2,145. So this is known as tooltip. When we go on any particular area, and based upon that area, the numbers keeps on updating. So if we go inside tooltip, and there is an option of report page, then we can keep it to default, and inside that we want to have our text. So in what color do we want to have our text? So let's have the text label in, I can say, this is our theme color, right? So the text label we can have in I can say white, and the value color which we can have is in blue, which is our theme color right now. And then the background color at this moment we can select it as black. So once we do that, if we go to the tooltip, you can see this is more visually appealing, that the revenue and date and the total revenue number. However, this revenue number is looking a little faded, so let's make this bold. So let's go and let's make it bold. Once we do that, you can see revenue is also showing as bold number. So this is quite good, and using this trend line, it will be helpful for us to define exactly what our revenue is trending towards. Similar to the revenue trend line, we can copy it for our customer dashboard as well. And inside our customer dashboard, if we paste it and we want to see the customer base based upon these things, so let's click on the add to data and build your visual here, and this will also be based upon weeks. And instead of revenue, we want to show our other measures here, and here we want to show our quantity sold. So we select the quantity sold, and here you can see the quantity sold is being selected and showing the data. Now when we do this thing, you can see that our formatting is still active except the line. So let's do and update the line here, line color. So here we come, and here inside the lines, let's change the color to black, and now the line color has also been updated. And instead of revenue trend line, let's update its name to be quantity sold. Quantity sold trend line, and when we press enter, this is showing our trend line with respect to our customers quantity sold. And we can increase the size of this chart, and let's make it having a little bit space here, so when we press on that line item, it can be done. So I hope you understood about how these line charts are created inside Power BI, and thank you so much for watching.
Let's understand the KPI cards inside Power BI. For that, we go to insert, and there inside the GOG card and KPI, we can select the KPI here. Once we select that, there are suggest a visual, and inside that there are 3 parameters. Inside value, let's put the revenue, because we want to show the KPI for revenue. Inside the trend axis, we need to put the data of trend, just like months, weekly or yearly, what revenue do we want to show. Right now we have not selected that, due to the reason the card data is showing blank here, and we want to show the data in form of month. So if we go to our calendar lookup here, we are not having the start of the month data. So let's go and create that first for a moment. So let's go to transform data. Inside the transform data, we can go to our calendar lookup table. So this is our calendar lookup table. This is getting loaded for a moment, and inside this date, we can go and add a new column. Inside the date, we can go and extract based upon start of the month. So we select that, and you can see this is 1st January, 2nd January, 3rd January, and this is showing all the January because this belongs to January month. Similarly, these are February 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and this is showing all the February month. So let's go to home and close and apply it. Based on that, this is getting loaded, and this may take a while, I can say 10 to 15 seconds for getting loaded, because this loads the entire query and the tables. So give it a moment to load. Once this is loaded, we can go to our trend axis here, and inside this trend axis what we can do, we can select our month. So this was the start of the month and we select it. Now after we have selected it, we can see that this data is showing the revenue by start of the month here. So basically this is the revenue for the start of the month, which you can see. Now there is an option of showing the target here as well, but before going to that, let me show exactly what this number is. So let's go and select our revenue data first and create a metric view here. So this is our metric view. Inside this metric view, let's put the dates as well. So we go here and let's put the dates from the calendar lookup table, and now you can see that all the revenues are showing here. And if we go to our December revenue, so wait for a moment, instead of date, let's select the month, so that we will be able to show the monthly revenue. So instead of date, let's add start of the month here. Now you can see all the revenues are showing, and in the month of December 24, you can see the revenue was 9,324, which is showing here as 9,324K. So this is the monthly revenue inside this KPI card. Now the KPI card contains one another suggest a visual, which is our target. So we want to show, was our revenue increased as compared to previous month or was it decreased. So we can put the target here as well. So let's go to our measures and create a measure for previous month revenue. So we go and click a new measure here, and inside this new measure, this is getting loaded for a moment. Let's give this measure a name of I can say previous month revenue, and we can show it as using the formula calculate. This is our revenue overall, and we can use the function as date add. Inside that we can bring the data from the calendar lookup table, and we want to get the previous month, so we press -1 and the calendar interval should be based upon month. When we do that, this previous month revenue is being calculated here, and this is working. Now let's go to our target and add the previous month revenue here. So we select that and let's see what happens when we select it. So based upon this selection, you can see the goal, which is the previous month revenue, was $9,827, and now the revenue is $9,324, which is a reduction of 5.12%, which is shown inside this KPI visual. The same thing I can show you through this table as well, so that becomes more clear. So we go and write here previous month revenue, and let's bring it to our KPI visual here, and now you can see that for December the revenue was 9,324K, for November the revenue was 9,827K, and inside this table we are showing the revenue. Inside December the current revenue is 934K now, and inside the previous month revenue this is showing as 9,827K. So basically this is the previous month revenue against which the current revenue numbers are showing. I hope you understood this. Now let's go and format this KPI chart. For that we go to our format tab, and inside that let's reduce its size little bit first, and let's put it here. Fine. Now we need to update its title first, so let's write it as current month, or instead that we can say current month revenue, and let's use the font as Sego UI, which is our flagship font which we are using since long, and let's make it size as 13, and let's make it bold. So you can see this is getting improved. After that, we don't need the subtitles at the moment. If you click on that, you will be able to see subtitles. We don't want that. Also, we don't want the divider and spacing improvement at the moment. Now let's go to our callout values, and we want the font for callout values as Sego UI again. So this became our font, and let's reduce its size to around 35, which you can see now has been updated. Also, we want to show the display units auto, and we don't want to show these decimal numbers because this report is getting prepared for higher level management who are very much concerned with about directional numbers. So I have made this as a 0 decimal point. Now this is showing 9K and comparatively 10K, which is showing 5.12% approx reduction, which is fine for the management to understand. After that, I can go and use the icon. So if I off that, you can see the icon has off. If I on that, this exclamation mark icon is showing as on. Based upon these updates, we can also go to trend axis, and we can see that the revenue numbers are reducing. So if the numbers are reducing, bad color is red. If the, I can say this revenue numbers are increasing, this will be showing into the green color, and if they are neutral, neither increase or decrease, I want to show them in the black color. So that is fine for us at the moment. And post that, let's go to our target labels as well. Our target labels are having the Sego UI 12 font color is good, and we can make it bold as well. So it's more highlighted that the goal was 10K as which was our previous month's revenue, and we can, instead of writing as goal, we can write it as previous, or I can say it's month minus 1. So we can write it as month minus 1, but this doesn't look good. So let's write as previous month revenue, and let's increase its size little bit so that this gets fit, and let's make it in the font of 9, and yeah, this looks fine. So as compared to previous month revenue, these numbers are showing here. Along with the revenue, let's create a copy of this KPI card and create these numbers for our orders as well, because we want to show our orders as well. So we go to suggest a visual, and instead of revenue, let's select our order quantity, which is our, I can say, quantity sold measure, which we have created previously, and we don't have the previous month orders. So let's go and create a measure just like the previous month revenue measure which we have created. So we go to data, inside our measures table, let's go and create new measure. This is getting loaded for a moment. Now let's go here and write it as previous month order quantity, and let's write it as calculate function, and we want to get our order quantity. So this is our quantity sold, and we want to filter it through our date add, and we want to get it from our calendar lookup table, then the previous month, and selection is based upon months. We press enter. Let's correct the spelling here. So this is our previous month order quantity. Now wait for a moment, this is getting loaded again. Now here let's select our previous month order quantity. So we write it as previous month order quantity, and we have selected that. Now you can see that our previous month order was 218, while the current month order is 207. There is a reduction of 5% approx in the orders. Also we need to update this headers and the line items. So we go to our format again. Inside format, we need to update the title. So this is current month orders. We have updated that. and if we go to our target label, we need to update previous month orders. Now we have done that, and these are our KPI cards. I hope you understood how to prepare these KPI cards, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the bar chart and donut charts in Power BI. So if we go to insert menu, there is an option of donut charts here, and we can go and select the donut chart, and let's bring it to here. Inside visual, first it is asking for legend. So we want to show the category of our product item. So we select the category name inside our lookup table, and we need to bring the values. So we click on the revenue here, and when we click here revenue, you can see that this is showing our total revenue of men's category and women's category at the moment. However, this donut chart doesn't look very good, because when we want to say and see comparisons, it's always better to use the stacked chart. So we convert this donut chart to a stacked bar chart here, and now you can see that this is showing our revenue for men and women here. So let's format this graphic at the moment. So we don't want to show the left category name, so we double click on this I can say this diagram, and these line items are highlighted, so we can just remove the category name from here. We can press delete, and similarly we don't want to show the numbers here below on the x axis, so we double click there and we can delete that as well. Once we have done that, let's go and put the values inside the men's wear and women's wear. So let's wait for a second. On the right side we can have these different options. So this is asking for the sort axis. Do we want to sort, and do we want to show it ascending or descending order? So we don't want to do that right now. So let's go and do one thing. Let's click here to add or remove a visual element, and we want to add the data labels here as well. So you can see the data labels are getting shown, but though we don't want to show inside these I can say bars. So let's click on them, and once we click on them, wait for a moment, let's bring it here. Yeah, when we click on them, you can see the data label options are showing here, and where do we want to position them, inside and outside end? So we want to put them outside end, as you can see. That's fine. Now let's go on a sequence by sequence to understand what other options do we have to update. So size and style looks good. Title is we need to update, so we can say revenue by category, and we can make it bold. Let's convert its font to Sego UI, which we are following, and let's make it size to around 12, and let's have it in the center. So we have converted it to center. The title looks good. After that, do we want to show tab title? Then we can use that. If we don't want to show, then we are not using it. No divider, no spacing are used. Y axis, x axis we don't want to show. Grid lines, no. Bars, and now these are the data labels. Now for these data labels, this is apply settings to all series, yes, and inside that we are having options. So we have already used the outside end of this revenue by category option. Now after that, there are the option of title as well. So you can see, do we want to show the title that this is our revenue? Then we don't want to show, because this is already showing this is revenue by category. And how do we want to show the values? So these are our values which are showing in the millions at the moment. We don't want to show them like this. So what we can do, we can go here and we can just go here, and display units is auto at the moment, and we can convert them into thousands as well. So we have converted them into thousands, which is matching to our main card above. And let's do one thing, let's make them little bit bold, so these are more visual, and this looks fine. Yeah, and let's do one thing, let's change the color of these data bars as well. So we are here at the data bars, and let's change the color of them. So we are, one second, let's go to our bars here, and we are having the theme of black and white. So let's convert their color to black, which we discussed, and let's show the color of these values into the blue color, which we are following as a theme. And we are here, and the color of the value we need to update to blue kind. Now this looks fine, and let's put this chart, I can say here, and this is showing our revenue by category. And let's go to our customer dashboard as well, and let's try to insert the donut charts inside that. So before that, let's make this chart little bit smaller, which is showing our quantities sold trend line. And let's go to our donut chart. Inside this donut chart, let's put the legend first. So we want to show our customers who are parent, and based upon parenting, how much orders they have given. So we have a, I can say, line item as parent check, if someone is parent, if someone is not parent, and based upon that we want to bring the order quantity here. So we have already created a measure quantity sold, so we have taken that, and let's make it little bit smaller here. Let's bring it at this place. Now this looks fine. Now there is certain blank item here which we don't want to show. It may be due to some data error. So if there is some data error, it can be corrected at the source. Right now our source is Microsoft Excel, or if the source cannot be corrected, then you can use certain filters as well. So if you go to filters here, and this filter is applying on this particular visual, so inside the parent check, do we want to show the blank? Then I can say no, we don't want to show the blank. So I have removed that for the moment, because there was no data inside that blank. Here let's go and try to format this I can say donut chart. So we go to our format pane. Inside size and styles look fine. Let's go and update the title. So this is quantity sold by parent, and after that let's convert the font to Sego UI. So this is Sego UI. Let's convert this size to 12, and let's go below that. So we have updated the title. Let's go on the legends. So on the legends, do we want to show on the center right, left right? So right now this is showing on the center right, which is fine, but at the moment, do we need actually legends? So I think that we don't need that. We will show the data here only. So we have just removed the legends. Then there are options of slices. So the color of slices can be selected. Right now we are having black and blue theme, so we selected the first color as black and second color which is based upon our theme, which is blue. On then details of legends, how we want to show. The right now this is showing 1000 orders are based upon this, but no legend details. Are these from parents, are these not from parents, is not reflected here. So this is outside, inside, so I prefer outside, which is fine. And what details do we want to show? So we want to show the data value, percentage of total, or all details. So if I click on all details, you can see that this graphic is showing that 1000 people are those who are not a parent, and they have sold certain they have purchased certain quantities, and 7000 around people are there who are parent and they have purchased from us. And this heading, let's bring this heading to center. So we click on that, and let's bring the heading to center here, and let's make it bold. Yeah, so in this way we have created this quantity sold by parents, and let's make it a little bit more smaller so that it fits into our requirement, and let's make it somehow on left. And similarly, just like quantity sold by parent, we created a copy of that chart, and now in this we want to show, are these people a homeowner or not. So we just remove the parent check and go here. Inside the customer lookup table, we are having a lot of details. So what details do we need? Are these people homeowner or not? So we press that. So now we can see that approximately 4,000 people are homeowners and 4,000 people are not homeowners. And let's update the header here by quantity sold by homeowners, and we have updated it. So I hope you understood this, how these donor charts and bar charts can be created, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the metric and tables in Power BI. So here we can insert the table or metric. So I click here. After clicking, the pivot table, or the I can say table, not the pivot table, is showing here. Inside this table, let's insert our subcategory level details about what was our total sales value at subcategory level. So we write here subcategory, and inside this you can see the subcategory name is written here. So let me just do it little bit drag, and you can see all the subcategory labels are showing here. Inside those subcategories label, let's put the category here as well. So let's show the category details here. So this is our categories, and let's show our revenue by category and subcategory. So insert our revenue as well. After revenue, let's show the total orders. So our orders would be, let's click here as quantity. So this is our quantity sold, and if I click the quantity sold here, you can see entire data. Let me just make it on the right. So you can see on an entirety we have sold 7,890 quantity, and total sales revenue is 3,56,275. Now this is a table format which we are having. If we don't want to show the category, we can remove that as well, and if we want to show this instead of in the table, we can convert it to metric as well. So right now this table looks good. Let's convert and let's do some of the formatting on this table. So when we click on our format tab here, inside our format tab, wait for a second, let's click on this visual, and the title which we need is like our details of product at subcategory and category level. So details at category and subcategory level. We press that, enter, and we want the font to be Sego UI. So we go there and we select the Sego UI font. Also we want to make it in the center, and we want to show it in a bold color, which you can see right now. Other looks good. Subtitle we don't want to show, divider we don't want to show, and for the values we can go and convert the value font as well. So we convert it to Sego UI again, and we press here, and the totals look good and everything is good. So in this way we can create this table for our category and subcategory, and let's make these headers also in bold. So let's go to our format again, one second. Yeah, let's make these headers in the bold as well. So we go to column headers and we convert them to bold here. So this has been converted. Also if we want to convert the layout of this, so right now present style is default, we can keep a none style, so this style will be removed, or we can have a bold header and similarly other styles as well. So right now we are having the none style because we will be updating it based upon some conditional formatting later on. So this looks good for our product category and subcategory level. Now if we copy the data and let's go to our customer dashboard here. Inside our customer dashboard we want to show the product details. However, instead of showing it at a, I can say, category and subcategory level, let's convert it to the product level, or instead of product level, let's convert it to the customer level. So we go here and remove the category level subcategory here, and let's add our, I can say, customer here the customer is inside this data. So let's bring our customers. So this is our customer lookup table, and we want to bring the customer first name and the last name. So let's write the first name and last name which we made previously, and you can see all the customers data is showing as the first name, revenue and the quantity sold. But here you may observe one discrepancy, or I can say one problem, that some customers data is blank here. So some customers name are not showing. Why this is happening? Because it may be possible that some new customers are added but they are not showing inside our table. So in that case what we can do, we can go to our table view here. Inside table view, if we go to our sales data and let's see the customer key, that in a, I can say, ascending order, and you can see the customers are having from 12 onwards. Let's see it in descending order. So you can see there are total end customer keys 18,300. Now if you go to customer lookup table and if we go to customer key and get it in descending order, you can see that customers are only up to 18,144, which means there are some new customers added, but those are not showing inside this customer lookup table. So let's go and add them as well. In some real life data these may happen, so we need to update and do the things. So we go to transform data here, and this is loading. After that let's go and get the data from new source from Excel, and inside Excel we can get the additional customer data. I have created this Excel sheet. Inside that you can see that additional customer data have been added here. Now we press OK. After that this is showing as sheet 1, so we write its name as additional customer data. And what we want to do, we want to append this additional customer data to customer lookup table. So we go in home tab inside append queries, and we want to append queries. And what we can do, we can append these two tables. So I can say additional customer data I want to append here, and I press OK. So when I do that, this action has been taken and showing on the right side of applied steps. If we go to customer key here, and if we want to sort it in descending order, you can see that it is now showing 18,448 customer number, and the last customer which placed order was 18,300, which may be below here. So now this table has been updated. Let's do a close and apply, and this is getting loaded when we do a close and apply. So let's wait for a moment. Up to the mark this gets loaded. Let's go on our report view. Now you can see there is only one customer. It looks like only one customer's data is still blank, which we can manage based upon the data source which we have, or if the data source gets updated, then this customer will also get updated. Right now we are showing our total revenue by customer here, as you can see. So this is a tabular format. Now instead of tabular format, if we want to create a metric here, we can click on metric, and based upon metric what we can do, we can add other parameters as well. Just like if we want to have a parent check parameter inside it, so we can have that. And now you can see that parent check is showing in the column, but we don't want to show in the column, we want to show it inside the row. And now you can see the data points, that there are certain data points if some people are parent, not a parent, and inside them these drill down options are also available. So if we do a double drill down, you can see that all the people are showing inside that table. So basically the metric and the table are two different things. Inside metric we can add multiple layers just like pivot table, and inside table we just keep on showing the data on multiple layers just like parents here, then first name, last name, then revenue. So based upon the requirement we can update that. So I hope you understood this concept and about the tables and matrix, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the conditional formatting inside any visual. So this is our table which we have created. Inside this table, if we go to format, and right now we don't want to show the data, so let's keep it here. Inside this format, if we go to cell elements, these cell elements can be updated. So which series we want to do a conditional formatting? So right now we want to do a conditional formatting on revenue, so we select that. Do we want to update the background color? So we can do that, and based upon the selection you can see highest to lowest revenue colors have been updated here. Highest revenue is $30,159, which is in a dark shade. Lowest revenue is $20,197, which is in a little bit lighter shade. We can change the colors from is this FX icon here as well. So we want to show the gradient style, which is fine, and we want to apply it to values. Also, what field should we base this on? So we want it to be based on revenue, which we did, and like this lowest value should be in a lighter shade and highest value should be in a darker shade, which is our theme color, and we press OK. So we are done with that. Also, in the quantity sold, let's go and apply the formatting. So we can show the font color. Now you can see the font color can also be updated inside the quantity sold based upon the highest quantity sold, as you can see, in a darker color, and lowest quantity sold in a lighter color. But this doesn't look very good because people are unable to see many times these colors. So instead of font color, let's update its background color as well. So you can see the background color for quantity sold has been updated as well. Also, we can show the data bars. So if I remove the color from here and we choose the data bar, then you can see the data bar is showing from highest quantity sold towards the lowest quantity sold. And when we go to FX here, we can see the positive bars needs to be shown as the blue color kind of here, and negative bar as a white, although we are not having any negative values here. And there is an option of show bar only. So if we click on that, the numbers won't be shown and only the bars will be shown. However, for our analysis purpose, our executive would like to see the numbers as well, so we select that, and now the numbers are also showing inside that. So in this way we can do a conditional formatting on our category and subcategory items and inside any table. And just like this, we can go and do a update on our customer dashboard, and inside customer dashboard these revenue and quantity sold can also be updated as well. However, we are not doing that for the sake in this moment. And this was all about conditional formatting. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about our top N cards. For that, let's go to our customer dashboard. Inside our customer dashboard, we have created this category of parent and not a parent, and let's remove those categories first and start to create our top N cards. So we select here and let's remove the parent check from here, and we are having all our customers, and let's put the customer keys as well. Okay, let's not put the customers keys, that won't help at this moment. So these are our customers and the quantity sold are showing against them. Now let's put one card here, which is our KPI card, and we select that card. Let's show only one field here, which is the name of the customer. So we write the first and last name, which is inside our metric. Right now you can see that this is showing Aina Doctor as the customer because this sorts the details through alphabetical number. However, we don't want to show that in an alphabetical order. Instead, let's go and create some filters inside this card. So we go to filters, and inside that we go and find first and last name and put it inside the filter for this visual only. We put it here, and inside that we want to filter based upon top N cards. Right now we want to get the top one customer, and this top one customer will be filtered based upon total revenue. So whose revenue is highest, that customer will be filtered,
and if we apply filter here, you can see the Jennifer Williams is our top customers. And in this table as well, if we filter the data through the revenue, you can see Jennifer Williams is showing here, which is our top revenue generating customer, which is generating $299. Now let's go and format this card visual for the moment. So we go to our format tab, and inside that, let's go, do we want to show any title? Right now we can show any title, and yes, we can show top revenue generating customer. This is our top revenue generating customer, and we want to show the number in the form of Sego UI. So this is here. We want to show it in the bold format and in the center. Also the text color, if we want to have any, so let's show it in the format here, which is our top revenue generating customer. And let's close the title from here. Let's go to the call out value, and right now the call out value is also in DIN format. Let's convert it to Sego UI, and let's make its size to around 30, and instead of 30 we can show it in 25 as well, because we will be adding 2 more KPIs against this particular customer. And after that font, we can go here and text wrap is on, and other things are looking good. And category label, do we want to show that? So we don't want to show this category label, first name and last name, because this is very apparent that this is showing the top revenue generating customer, which is Jennifer Williams. Now if we select based upon parent, so if we select this card here, this chart here, you can see that our data would be updated. If we select not a parent inside here, so the people who are not a parent, among them John Rodriguez is having the highest revenue, which is $187 here. So the name has automatically been updated to John. Also, if we select based upon homeowners, so the people who are homeowners, among them if we select yes, then Jennifer becomes our top customer again. So based upon different selection, this interactivity keep on showing in our tables as well. Now let's bring our card little bit on the right. Yes. Now once we have created this card, we can also create the total orders and total revenue generated by this customer. So we do a Control C, Control V, and inside that, instead of showing the customer name here, what we can show is the revenue. So we write its revenue here, we click on that, and you can see that the $299 is the revenue which this customer Jennifer Williams has generated. So we can update the name here as well, total revenue. So we can write it as highest revenue generated by customer, and let's drag it a little bit more below. Also, if we want to show the total orders by this particular customer, then we can do again Control C, Control V, and let's align them little bit here. And here, instead of showing the total revenue, we can go and update it to orders. So we can write as quantity sold, and we can do a cancel here, and we can see this customer Jennifer Williams has created 6 orders. Let's update it to orders. Wait for a second. Orders, and let's update the name here as well, and let's write it as we have pressed double click here, revenue, and let's make it a little bit slimmer. Fine, this looks fine, and this looks fine as well, and this is all about for Jennifer Williams. If we go and select the customer who are not having any home, and if we update the data based upon that, you can see Christopher is having the highest revenue who was not owning a home, and $224 is the revenue from that customer. However, let's see that there are two customers, one is Christopher and next one is Thomas. So based upon the data, you can see that on this line Christopher is alphabetically on the top, so this is showing Christopher. However, this is summing up the total revenue because the revenue is coming based upon the highest revenue. Now these two are competing here, so if these two are competing here, then these are aggregated based on formula. Also their orders are aggregated here. So to avoid this kind of discrepancy, instead of having these KPIs based upon as you can see right now, these are based upon first and last name, we can update these KPIs based upon customer key number, because customer key number will always be unique, and based upon those customer key, these should be updated. So right now you can see that this is updated here. Wait for a second. Yeah, so I hope you understood that the kind of anomalies which may occur here, and for that you should always be filtering based upon the customer key. I hope you understood how these I can say top KPI cards can be created, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand geography based charts or maps inside Power BI. For that we have added one page here, and let's give it a name of location dashboard, and inside this location dashboard let's go and select our chart. So you can see that there are multiple types of maps, such as the basic map or the filled map and so on. So we are selecting the basic map here, and let's stretch it little bit so that it covers our screen, and inside the location we can put our country details. So we go and select our country here. Based upon selection, all the data points would be shown, and inside this country we need to show our total revenue. So we can go and select our revenue. So we selected our revenue. Now when we have selected our revenue, you can see that inside North America the United States is having a revenue of $178,000, and this $33,780 in Canada, and so on. So let's go inside the features of these charts and try to understand them. So the size and style, right now height looks good, padding looks good, and the background we can keep it on and we can keep it off. Right now I am keeping it on, and after that let's go to our title. So inside our title right now this is showing revenue by country, which is fine. The font which we want to show is Sego UI, so we can go and select that. Also let's increase the font size to around 20, and this has been showing here. We can make it bold, and after making it bold let's keep it in the center, revenue by country, and let's go below. Then after that there is an option of map setting. Inside this map setting there are multiple kinds of map. So let me just show you what kind of maps are there. So this first one is a road map, which is showing the basic picture. We can select the aerial map as well, so this will show the satellite view. After that there is a dark mode which will show this kind of mode, and then there is a light mode, grayscale mode, and so on. So right now we are selecting the road mode itself, which is fine for us. And do we want to show the labels, then we can on and off them, and based upon that on and off these will be shown. Now after these labels, let's keep them on, and inside the controls you can see the auto zoom option is there, zoom buttons is there, so let's keep them right now here. We can also select the lasso button. When we do the lasso option, then there is a rectangle select here, and once we do that all the selected area data is only shown. So other bubbles have been disabled now when we have done the lasso select. We can remove the lasso select also, so right now we don't need that, we have just removed that. And after that there are options of bubbles, so we can go here and the bubble scaling here can be magnitude, data range and auto. So let's keep them auto. If we reduce the size here to 0, you can see that bubble size has been increased and decreased based upon the total revenue inside that particular region, which is fine for us. If we keep on increasing it, this will keep on changing. So let's keep them 0, and this size will ensure the higher bubble size is having the higher revenue in the particular country. And after that, if we go to our colors, so we can change the color of our bubble to black, blue and so on. So right now we have selected our particular color, and after that there is an option of category label, so we can put the name of the countries here as well, as you can see. And when we have selected the labels, what color do we want? So do we want the black color, white color and so on? But this doesn't look good at the moment because this is overshadowing the other bubbles. So let's remove the country label at the moment. If based upon the need of the management, these can be created. After that, when we go on each and every bubble here, we need to convert its tooltip. So let's go to the tooltip here and let's make it default, and inside default we want to have the background color of this tooltip as white. Instead of white, let's keep it as black and match to our theme color. So we go to our text here, text is Sego UI, and the text color which we want at the moment is this one, and the value color as well we want this particular color, and the background color here, instead of white, let's keep it as black. So once we do that, you can see that this is showing a different picture. But when we do that, let's make them bold as well. So we have made them bold, and now you can see we can change the color of values here. So to make it a differentiation, we have converted it to now a white color, which is creating a differentiating effect. So in this way we can create this I can say map based data, and this is all powered by Microsoft Bing. So you need to enable the admin settings, and inside that tenant setting needs to be enabled to use these maps. Also there are multiple features just like slicer, which may see in our upcoming sessions. So thank you so much for watching this. Let's understand about slicers in Power BI. So if we go to our insert menu, there is an option of slicer, and inside the slicer we can create the filters. So right now if we add any data points inside the slicer, so before that let me just bring it here, and we can add one field. So we are adding here the continents inside Power BI. Based upon these continents, we will be filtering the data in the below map visual. So the continents have been selected. Now let's do the formatting for this particular slicer. So we are inside this visual here, and size and style right now looks fine, and then we can go to title and we can update the title. Right now we don't want to update it, so let's keep it like that. Now let's go to the slicer setting. Inside slicer there are multiple styles just like a vertical list. So if we select the vertical list, this is the vertical list at the moment. We are also having the option of tiles, so these looks as tiles, and based upon our stretch of these tiles, the data keeps on wrapping based upon our stretching. Along with tiles there is an option of drop down, so we can select the drop down here as well. Right now for our analysis and for our slicer understanding, let's keep them as tile, and let's put them here above the entire map. Now inside these slicer there is an option of selection as well. So do we want to have a single select? So if we are having the single select, this is having a single select. Now if we turn this on, then what will happen? It will only have a single select at the moment. If we are selecting Europe, then it will come to countries to Europe. If we are selecting Pacific, then it will come to countries inside Pacific here. We don't want the single select here. If someone wants to see the entire data together, then for that what we can do, we can show an option of show select all. So if we do an on here, you can see there is an option of select all. which has been enabled. If we do select all, then entire data is showing here. If we do the Europe only, then only Europe is shown. If we do the North America, then North America is shown, and so on. So we have used the selection option. After selection option, there is an option of slicer headers. So the text inside the slicer headers, what do we want to show? So this is showing as the continents. At the moment we don't want to show this text, so we can just off that, because people who can see the countries, they will automatically understand that what we are talking about. So people who are seeing the continents, they will be selecting based upon that itself. After that, let's go to the value inside this slicer. So this is asking for the font color and the font size. So let's increase the size to around 20. Now these have been increased. Let's make them bold. These are bold now, and the font color is right now looking fine, and the padding is good. After that, let's go to border. Inside border, there is an option of all the sides of border. So we are requiring all the sides of border, but let's do one thing. Let's make the color of the border as white. So right now no border is being seen, but when you hover over these, then it gives a very beautiful effect of hovering, just like that, because we have removed the border. Let's go to our border here again, and let's make line width as 2. And what do we want here? Right now the background is having no color, right? But what if we choose any particular background? So if we have this blue color of background, then what will happen? This is showing the blue color, and over that our continent name is showing. This doesn't look good at the moment, so let's do one thing. Let's make this background as black, and let's make these fonts color as blue, which was our previous theme. So let's go to values here. Inside font color, let's update the color to this one, and now this looks very fine. And if we go on them, the option where we are going on hovering, this font color keeps on changing. Based upon that, we can see that what we have selected. So we have selected Pacific at the moment, and if we do a select all, then everything is selected. After that, there is an option of background color, which we have already selected, and that's all about how we can select the slicer. But before going to the end, let's make the slicer a little smaller, because this is covering our revenue by country header. Now this looks good. So I hope you understood how to use the slicers in Power BI, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about gauge charts in Power BI. So this is the gauge chart, and this looks like a half donut chart here. Inside that we can add values, minimum value, maximum values, target values, and tooltips. So primarily this is used to show the values and targets. So right now we will be bringing here our quantity sold. So this is the entire quantity sold which will be loaded here. So this is our entire quantity. Let it get loaded, which is 7,890, which we have sold, and it makes the target as double. As you can see, that is the default behavior, and we will be changing that. Right now let's put it on the right side, and let's do one thing. Let's bring another I can say filter here, which is our slicer. So I have selected the slicer, and let's insert inside this slicer our subcategories, because we want to show the subcategories and their actual quantity sold versus their target quantity. So let's select one subcategory of blazers here. So you can see that 589 is the total quantity which have been sold, and we want to show the total quantity sold of current month only. So instead of entire lifespan, let's convert it to current month. But before that, let me just show you and give you a reference data point through which it will be easy for you to understand this visualization. So inside this metric chart, let me bring the quantity sold, and this quantity sold I would like to show by start of the month. So start of the month, these two data points we have selected here. Let's increase the size here a little bit, yeah, and let's sort it. So we have sorted it based upon latest to oldest. Now you can see that the 19 quantity of this particular blazer has been sold in the month of December 2024, and there are 589 quantities sold entire lifespan of this blazer. So right now we want to get this 19 number, which is our actual number inside this particular gauge chart. So we go to filters, and inside filters we want to put a start month filter for this visual only, and inside basic filtering we want to select top n filters, and here we want the latest month data. So latest month data I have selected as 1 because I want to show the top 1 month data, and here we will bring the start of the month by value. So we will select the latest month data. So this is showing that latest month data will be taken, and latest 1 month data will be taken based upon this top filter here. And if we apply that, you can see that 19 quantity is showing, which is our latest month sold quantity here. Now what further we need to do, we need to create our targets here. So for that, what we will be doing, let's go to our measures table. Inside our measures table we have created one measure as you can see previous month order quantity. So if I bring this previous month order quantity here, let it get loaded. If I bring this previous month quantity here, you can see that for December month 19 quantity was sold, in November 21 quantity was sold. So for December month, previous month become 21 quantity. Now what we want, that whatever quantity we have sold previous month, we want to give our sales team a target of 10% more than that quantity as compared to previous month. For example, in previous month 21 quantities were sold, so in December 21 plus 10%, and we will round that number as well. So what we can do, we can create a new measure, and inside measures table we go and create on new measure. Let it get loaded, and let's give it a name of target quantity. And inside that, what we can do, we can simply bring previous month order quantity and then multiply that with 1.1, because we want to give them 10% more target. And when we bring this number, this will be a decimal number, so the quantity sold cannot be in decimal. So what we will do, we will round it up, and we want to give them an upside target, so it will be a round up. And inside this round up, let it get loaded for a moment, we want to round it up to 0 decimal points, and here we press enter. So let's see what's the problem this is showing at the moment. Previous month order quantity, okay, so there is some syntax error, and let's correct that syntax error. So this is our roundup, and inside that roundup, let me see what's the error. So this is our roundup, and if we multiply that with 1.10, this should be fine. Let's see, now this is correct. Let's go and bring this target quantity here in our matrix. So you can see that in the previous month we have sold 21 quantities of our blazer. Right now we want to get a 10% increase inside that. So what we will be doing, we will be doing a 21% plus 10%, which will bring the numbers in decimal, and we will convert the decimal to an upper round, which will give us the quantity of 24. So this 24 will become our total target quantity. Now if this target quantity has been created, we select our this measure, and inside that what we will be doing, wait for a second, we will be going to our maximum value, and inside that we will be writing a target quantity here. Once we do that, we can simply see that the total target quantity is 24 is showing here, and 19 quantity is showing, which is our actual number. So we can select others as well based upon that, and here we can see if we select our jackets, 15 was our target and 10 is our actual number. So these numbers keeps on updating and changing based upon our selection which we want to highlight. Now let's go and do a formatting for this particular chart. So for formatting this particular chart, let's go to format. Inside the format, what we can do is select title. So we can show it like target versus actual, and this target versus actual, let's do the font selection for this as Figo UI, and let's make it bold, and then let's bring it to the center of this chart. This looks fine. Do we want any subtitles? No, we don't want any subtitles, so let's not select that. And let's go to the colors. Right now the color theme which we are having is I can say blue and black, so let's select the color as black here. And target color, this is asking, so let's make it little bit blue. And then let's go further and see our data labels. So this data labels is in the Figo UI, which is fine, and the color is we can select as black here, and we can make it a little bit bold. As you can see, these have become bold. Display units is auto, which is fine, and there is no decimal places in our quantity, so that is also fine. Once we do that, let's go to our target labels, and these target labels we want to also show it into the black color, and let's make it a little bit bold. Wait for a second. Yeah, and we can keep it on and off as well, so let's keep it on. After the target, let's go to our callout values. Inside our callout values, the dim light is selected, so let's go and convert the font here to Figo UI, and we can keep it into the bold. So this is our callout value which we have shown into bold, and let's convert its color to black, and the display units are correct and everything looks correct and right. Let's reduce the size of this chart little bit here for our reference, and this looks fine now. So this is our targets versus actual, and let's redefine the name. But instead of writing target versus actual, let's redefine it by saying targets versus actual quantity. That would be a more appropriate name here. So we have written that. Once we have done that, this is showing the targets versus actual target achieved. Similar to the quantities, we can create the same kind of chart for our revenue. So we selected it here, and inside this visual, let's go and select our, instead of quantity sold, let's write it as revenue, and revenue has been selected. Inside the maximum value, we need to put the revenue targets as well. So just like we created the revenue target for quantity, let's go and create the revenue target for value as well. So here you know that inside these measures we were having this previous month revenue, and we also want to give our salespeople a target of previous month multiplied by 10% extra as compared to previous month for their revenue target. So let's go to the measures table and create a new measure here. Let's wait for a moment, and inside that we write it as revenue target, and we can write it as previous month revenue, and then we can multiply it with 1.1, and here no need to round off because the numbers can be in decimal places. So this became our revenue target. Now inside this chart, which is our targets versus actual chart, let's put the maximum value to be our revenue target, and you can see now this is showing the correct number, which is 658 was our target and we achieved only $461. Also, one important thing inside this particular chart is that we should not be using this targets value, because when we use this target value, let me show what happens. So we write as revenue target, and right now I am showing this inside the target value. So when we show it, this shows just like a liner here and show the double number, which is not of very much help for us. So instead of showing the numbers inside target value, we should be showing the target in the maximum I can say field. So we select that, and now this looks fine, and let's remove our support table, and these two targets have been created, and let's rename it. Instead of targets versus actual quantity, let's write it as revenue. Once we have done that, we are good to go ahead with our further analysis. So thank you so much for watching.
Let's understand about advanced conditional formatting in Power BI. So these are two of our gauge charts, and we want to create a conditional formatting based upon selection. Right now, if we see our blazers, so we can see our target was for 24, however we achieved only 19 target. So basically we have not achieved our target. If the target was not achieved, we want to show the color in red, and if the target was achieved, we want to show in green. So let's go and create conditional formatting. But before that, we need to create a measure which reflect that are we behind the target or ahead the target. So this is our order quantity details, and this is our target, and this is our actual quantity. So let's go and create a new measure here. We go and click on new measure, and let's write its name as I can say, wait for a moment. Yeah, let's write its name as order quantity gap, and inside that let's write our, so we know that we are having our target quantity and something is our actual quantity, and if actual quantity, which we call as quantity sold, is less than our target quantity, then it will show a gap. Okay, so we press enter, and let's see if this is working fine. So let's go and get this measure here and get this metric kind of table, and gets the data based upon the number of months, or I can say start of the month, because this gauge chart is based upon start of the month. Now you see that let me just filter it out, sort it out. Yeah, now you can see that there was a gap of 5 here. As you can see, 24 minus 19 is 5, and if we go to quotes, then you can see that there is a positive target achievement of +1 here. If we go to jackets, then I can see that there is a -5, which is the target not achieved. If we go to jeans, we can see there is a negative 2 quantity here, which means that the target has not been achieved. So this is working fine. Similarly, let's create a measure for revenue versus actual targets. So let's go to the measures table again, and let's go to new measure here. Inside that we can say revenue target gap, and inside this we can call it as actual revenue, which is our revenue, less our revenue target. So this is our revenue target, and we press enter. When we do that, we can bring the revenue target gap to the measure here for our evaluation. Now let's make it up to 0 decimal points here. Yeah, now you can see that there has been a gap of $76 in case of jeans for the latest month, which is our December 24, and if we go to blazers, then we can see that there has been a gap of 201 as compared to what was our target. So this is working fine. Now let's put the conditional formatting for which we are trying to understand this session. So we select this particular chart, target versus actual quantity. Inside that, let's go to format. Inside the format, there are option of call out values. In this call out values, there is an option of color, and along with color, there is an option of conditional formatting, which is shown by fx. When we click on that, we can create the conditional formatting based upon certain rules. So we select the rules, and this conditional formatting should be based upon quantity gap measure which we have created. So we select the quantity gap measure. Now we want to show that if the value is minimum, right now if you see that the value here in case of I can say quantity is -5. So the minimum value is -5 and this is less than 0. Basically what happens that this condition we need to create is because if any quantity is less than 0, then we want to show that color as I can say red, as I have selected. Also we need to add new rule. If any quantity is, we can say greater, wait for a second, let's do it in the less than. This is greater than minimum and less than 0, this is fine. And if we want to show that if the value is greater than what, greater than, we want to put it as 0, and this is less than maximum, which means that you can see if the value is, let's suppose 13, which means that it is a positive value, which means that if this is a positive value and this is a greater than 0, it means it will go and highlight the green color. So let's select the green color here, and we are done with that. We press OK. Now you can see that there is a gap of 5 quantity here, so the actual is showing as negative, as you can see. If we go to our quotes, then you can see that there is a positive 1 quantity gap which is showing in the green 15, because we have achieved actual, which is more than our target. Similarly, if we go to jackets, we can see that we have achieved less, 5 quantity has not been achieved as compared to our target, so this 10 is showing as negative. So I hope you understood this quantity. Let's try the same thing using the values here for revenue. So we go inside the revenue, and inside that let's go to our formatting, and we want the formatting to be done using the rules, and the rules should be based upon gap of revenue. So if the gap of revenue is I can say minimum, here you can see the, one second now, yeah, here you can see that the minimum value is whatever is the value. Let's suppose minimum value is -10, so this will become -10, and this is less than 0, which is true, because -10 and less than 0 will give us the negative numbers, right? So we want to highlight it with red, and we add a new rule, and we want to show that if the value is greater than 0 but this is less than maximum value. Maximum value is what? Maximum value, let's suppose if the gap is positive 10, so this is greater than 0 and less than 10, which itself means that the value is positive, and we need to highlight it using the green color. So we press OK and OK here. Now you can see this is showing red. If we select jeans, you can see that again this is showing red. If we select our blazers, this is again red. If we select our coats, then you can see that we have achieved more target as compared to what was actual target. So basically in December you can see there is a gap of 166. So there is a gap of between these two numbers is 166. However, we have achieved more as compared to what target was given. So I hope you understood how this conditional formatting work, and we can use it in a different ways based upon the requirement. So thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about the area chart in Power BI. So basically area chart looks like the chart of line, except the fact that it is filled with certain area. So let's go and create that. We have already created one customer dashboard. Inside the dashboard we are already having this line chart of quantity sold. let's bring it to our product dashboard here and we paste it here, and let's align the above area first. Yeah, once we paste it here, instead of selecting this as a line chart, let's go and select the area chart from here. So we select the area chart. Once we do that, you can see that this line chart has been filled with the area, and here this is all about the product dashboard. So instead of writing product quantity sold trend line, let's show the profit here. So we go to our add dashboard and visuals, and instead of quantity sold, let's add to x axis y axis the profits. So this is the profit here. Yeah, that look fine. Now let's go and do a little bit formatting inside this area chart here. So we select the area chart, we go to formatting. Inside that formatting, you can see that a lot of options are there, just like shade area. Do we want to show the shading? Yes. Also the lines, inside the lines as well, we can insert any particular kind of color. We can increase the width, so from 2 to 3 we have increased it. Also the color selection can be done. So the color right now is based upon theme of our entire dashboard, so this looks fine. And other area of the, I can say, this area chart are more or less same like the line chart. So this was all about basics of area chart. So thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about drill down, drill up and drill through. So basically, if we are having this particular chart and inside that we want to add the functionality of drill, so we can go and select here the hierarchies. So right now if we go and see, then you can see on x axis only the start of week is mentioned here. However, if on x axis we put the hierarchy from our calendar table, so this is our calendar table. Inside that table you can see we are having the hierarchy of year, start of week and date. So let me just go and select that. Once we do that, you can see that there are options showing up for drill up and turning on the drill down and drilling at the lowest level of data. These options are showing. So right now let's do one thing to have a drill up here. So you can see the data points in 2022, 23 and 24. Now what we can do, we can go and start drilling. So if we click to drill to next level, you can see the data based upon July, January and July 24 and so on are showing. Now if we want to drill even more inside these months, so we can click on go to the next level in the hierarchy, and you can see that the next level of data is showing for a particular start of the week, which is 21st of February 2024. So in this way we can use the drill down and drill up. Also there are important functionality, such as if we go here on a upside and let's add to our, I can say, hierarchy the month level as well. Right now if you see, this hierarchy is only having the year, start of the week and date. Instead of that, let's go and put the start of the month into this hierarchy as well. So we go here and add to hierarchy. Now you can see, wait for a second, this is getting updated. You can see that start of the month is also showing here. We need to rearrange them as well. So let's go to our data model. Inside our data model we can rearrange them. So here we come to our calendar lookup table. Inside the calendar lookup table, year hierarchy we can see here, and inside this year hierarchy there is the option of rearranging. So we don't want it to show by start of week, so we remove the start of week, and we want the hierarchy in the form of year, month and date, as you can see, and we click on apply level changes, and here you can see now this will be showing post apply changes in the form of year, month and date, as you can see. Let's update it to month. Now this is looking fine. Yeah, wait for a moment. Then year, month and date, this is showing good. Now let's go to our report view here. Inside our report view, let's add our hierarchy. So let's remove it first, and let's add the data from our calendar lookup table, and inside that year hierarchy we are selecting. Once we do that, you can see we are at the lowest level of hierarchy where the date wise data is showing. Let's come to the drill up at the highest level, and years are showing now. Now if we go to the next level, you can see that on a month basis data is showing. This is July, January, June, because this line is showing a lot of months. So now April, and even if we can make it little bit smaller here, so you can see July, October, January, and so on. We want to drill it more down, then we can click on that as well. Then at a very smallest level we can see the data. Now there is another option of click to turn on drill down. So if we click on that, what will happen? Let's see. So we are at this particular level. Now if I click on any particular area, I am clicking on 2023 right now. So when we click on that, entire 2023 data is showing here based upon the click on this chart only. Now inside that chart, if we want to click on 1st August 2023, then if I click on that, then you can see entire August month data is showing, because 1st August reflected my entire month's data, start of the month. Similarly, let me just go up here again, and right now if I select 2023 again here, and I want to get the data of entire September month. So this is our September month, this is the start of the month, so entire September month data is here. When I click on it, then you can see the entire September month this data is showing on 1st September, on 3rd September, 4th, on 2nd September there might not be any transaction. So we can click on the chart as well to get the data, as you can see right now. So there are the options, and if we just remove this click option, then based upon this click nothing will happen. I am clicking here, nothing will happen. So there are two options, either we can use these drill up drill down options, or we can keep it on, and based upon our selection we can get the data. So just like if I click on 2024, then based upon 2024 entire 2024 data is showing. Now if I want to get the data for October, if I click here, you can see October data is showing. So this is all about drill up drill down. Let's go further and understand about drill through as well. So right now if you see, this is our product dashboard, and inside that there are subcategories mentioned and all the details are mentioned. However, our management want to get the data. For example, if they click on any particular item in the dashboard here, let me just show you. So if our management click on the codes, then they need to know all the details about those codes inside this product dashboard. So how can we achieve that? Let's go to our product dashboard here. Inside this product dashboard there is an option of I can say format. Inside that there is an option of page information. In that information we can say that page type should be drill through. Drill through means that when we will be selecting any subcategory inside our summary dashboard, that will come here and show the details, and we want to drill through here through, let's suppose, our subcategory name. So we selected it and clicked on subcategory name here. Once we do that subcategory name, you can see there is an option of back arrow here, which we don't need at the moment, so let's just remove that. Also we don't want to show the subcategories here, so I have removed that as well. Now when I removed, entire data for the current month is showing here. Now if you go to our dashboard, and let's suppose our management want to understand the t-shirt product details, so we do a right click here, and when we do, there is an option showing now drill through, and this will be just taking us to the product dashboard. When we click on here, you can see that these data points have been updated, and these are showing only the details for that t-shirt, because we have drilled through the t-shirt option here. Let's go again here and let's try to drill through the blazers. So we click here and we do a drill through and go to our product dashboard here. Now you can see these are the details for blazer. These are targets versus actual, our revenue, and quantities sold over the period. Now it may be sometimes confusing that no name is written here, so let's do and bring the name. Let's write the KPI card here, and that would be more helpful. And inside this KPI card, let's bring the name and add the field as subcategory name. So this is our subcategory name, and this is showing blazers. Also inside this subcategory, let's format it little bit. We don't want to show the first category subtitle here. So let's let's go to these call out values, and inside those call out values, let's go to the category label. It will help us to update that. If I close that, now category label has been removed, and this is our blazers. And 1 second, that looks fine. Now let's give one more try here, and if this time the management want to know the details of our product, actuals versus target, and their revenue of our dresses. So we do a right click on dresses and do a drill through to the product dashboard, and here you can see now the dresses are showing, and inside that we can see that our target was 14 quantity, but we sold only 13 quantity. Also our revenue quantity sold trend line is showing here. So this is a great way to get an entire insight about any particular line item or any particular subcategory, product or category in our Power BI table. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching.
Let's understand about report interactions and editing them. Right now this is our line chart, and inside that line chart, if I click on any particular point, you can see that after clicking there, all the data points keep on updating. So if I click here, you can see the current month revenue, current month orders, every data point is changing based upon that selection. Now if I don't want to show the changes, there are certain options. So let's go to our view tab. Inside view, before going to view, let's select the line here, and let's go to the format. Inside format, there is an option of edit interactions. If we click here, you can see that there are options which are showing like here. So right now if I select any point inside this revenue trend line, I don't want to get the current month revenue and current month orders updated, because this is showing the monthly data, and based upon selection of these points, these should not get updated. So now what we will do, we will simply go and click on this none option. So based upon selection of points inside the trend line above, it will not get updated, so we selected it here none. Also for current month orders, we will be selecting it as none here. Once we are done with that, then whenever we will be selecting any point, then all the other charts would be updated, but these two charts won't be updated. Also here if you see that when we are selecting any particular area inside this line chart, these revenue by category, these bar charts are showing in a highlighted mode. Now there are other options as well. So do we want to show it in highlighted mode, or do we want to show it in a filter mode? Right now if I click on filter mode, you can see that entire data has been filled as a filter. If I click on highlighted mode, you can see that out of entire data points of this men's wear revenue, only the selected dates data point is showing, which is 1.83k here. Right now if we don't want to show it as in a highlighted mode, we can go and click on filter mode. It will filter the data based upon selection of this particular date here. So once we are done with that, we can go to our, I can say, format tab again. So we go to format and we can stop editing interactions, and now all the updates has been done. If we want to do certain other changes as well, for example, if let's go to our wait for a moment, customer dashboard. Inside this customer dashboard, we go and select the quantity sold trend line here, and based upon selection of quantity sold here, you can see that these got removed or highlighted, because on those certain points no data are showing on the quantity sold by parent and quantity sold by homeowners. So what we can do, we can again go to format. Inside that we can go to edit interactions, and inside that we can go and select this none option, so it won't be affected by this trend line. Also we want to show the quantity sold by parent as well. It should not be affected by the selection of any particular point inside this table, or I can say line chart. We can go and select here any data point and select the none option here as well. Now based upon the selection inside it, it won't get changed here. So just like this, for any particular chart, if we select that chart and select any data point inside that particular chart, we can just change the report interactions as well. So if we don't want to filter anything based upon any selection, then we can use these edit interaction option. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching.
Let's understand about bookmarks in Power BI. So bookmarks is a particular state of your entire page. Right now this is the state which we want at any point of time. Then what will happen? We will need to create a bookmark. For example, if I go and click on the selection here on men's wear or women's wear, all the revenue, cost and other details have been filtered. Similarly, if I click on the men's wear and trouser here, the report is again getting filtered. However, we want it to come to a default state, so for that we need to create a bookmark. So what we will be doing, we will be going to first this customize option on the right side. Inside that there is an option of bookmark, so that is selected at the moment, and this ribbon icon is bookmark, and we can go and add a bookmark here. Let's give the name this bookmark as, I can say, reset summary dashboard. And now let's go inside the insert, and we want to add a button here. So this button looks like a reset button, so we select that and let's bring it up to here. If we double click on this button, the format option for this button opens. We want to assign any action to this button, so we do an action on this button. And what kind of action do we want? So we will be selecting the action from bookmarks, and the bookmark is reset summary dashboard. I will correct the spelling of reset. After that, what do we want? Do we want any tooltip? So the tooltip is on at the moment, and tooltip is simply when we hover over this icon, some text would be shown. So I write it as click to reset, and when we go here, you can see the click to reset is showing when I hover over. Also, let's make this button more stylish, so we go to button style, and the default style color is not that much great, so let's make the color of this icon as white. So this is white. When we go and when we hover over this particular icon, let's change the color on hover. So the color selection is this one. Now if I hover, the color is changing. Also, let's have the same color when we press, I can say, on this button. So again we select the same color like this. Now our bookmark should work. So here you can see that if we select let's suppose this men's wear and blazer, now entire data gets filtered based upon this men's wear and blazers. However, if we want to reset this page to entire initial first stage, what we can do, we can go and click on control and left mouse button, and you can see the entire page has been reset again. Also, we can reset it in any ways. If we have selected this particular area inside the line chart, then this report got filtered again, and we want to reset it to our original state, we can just go and click on it, and you can see that this has been restored. So in this way, whatever methods or whatever, I can say, states of any report you want to show to the management, you can just use the bookmarks to show them. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching.
Let's understand about custom navigation tabs in Power BI. So for that, we are creating a new page here first, and I am copying the side I can say navigation bar, and I just put it on the first page, which is page here, and let's make it up to the size of 100, because these sizes are also 100 for these pages. Now what we need to do is going to create the icons. If we click on those icons, it will redirect us to different tabs, just like location tab, product dashboard, customer dashboard, and summary dashboard. For that, we will go to insert. Inside insert, we'll go to buttons and we'll choose a blank button. This is a blank button, and we just double click on this blank button and the format option will show up here. Inside that, let's go to the button style. In the button style, you can see that we can add the icons here, right? Or we can add some shapes. So the shapes are already here, but we need to just select the icon. So we go to icon, and inside the icon there is an option of custom icon. So we click on that and we can select the image. So these are the images of our icon. First image we will be selecting is as this white house, which will be like this. And once we have selected that, you can see that right now we are on a default state. So this is showing as a white color here. However, let's make it little smaller first. Yeah. However, if we click on a hover style, on hover, we want to change the color of this white house so that it looks like that we are hovering over it. So we go on that and let's change the image here, and the image right now is this color. So when you hover over it, you can see the color is getting changed for this particular icon based upon that. Now let's double click on that again and let's go to the action. So we assign some action to it, so we on the action button. After that, this is asking for which type of action. So we want to create a page navigation, and inside the page navigation, this home icon will be our summary dashboard. So we select the destination, which is our summary dashboard here, and when we done that, let's click on control and left click. So when we do that, you can see we have reached to our summary dashboard. If we go to our page 1 here again, and let's do one thing, let's copy these again 4 times so that we can navigate to all of our 4 pages. So this is our second, this is our third icon, and let's make one more copy. Okay, now let's go and align them first. So let's go to the page here, and we have selected, wait for a second, yes, yeah, now those 4 have been selected. Let's go to format. Inside format, let's go to align, and we want to align them how? So there are options. So we want to firstly distribute them vertically so that gap between all of them is correct, and then we want to align them, so we can align them on I can say middle. So if we do that, this will be shown on a clustered area, but we don't want that. So instead of aligning it on middle, I press Ctrl Z. We need to align them on center. So these are aligned now in center, so these are correct now. Now let's change the icons here. So this was the first home icon. After home icon, let's go to our firstly button style, and on the button style, let's go to default first, and on the default the image should be for our customers. So these are our customers. White color is customer. After this white color, if we need to I can say on hover, we want to change the color. So on hover, we need to select the icon which is of our highlighted customer. Now this is getting updated, and inside that action we need to assign it to go to I can say the customer dashboard tab. So inside the page navigation, we need to select, instead of summary dashboard, we need to select the customer dashboard. So that has been done, and this should work fine. Let's go to our third icon and change them as well quickly. So on default state, I have selected that, and inside that default state we can go on this image, and this image is for our product tab. So this is our product, and inside that on hover we need to update that. So let's select on hover how it will perform, and now on hover we need to update the image as well. So we go here and we selected this image. Now this will also get updated. So you can see that these are getting highlighted based upon selection. And finally let's go to our location tab, and on our location we need to first get the default image. So this is our default, and let's go and select the image for default. So this is our white color image here, and on hover we want to update it. So we have selected on hover, and in this hover what we can do, we can go here and just select the icon of country, or not the country, the location. So all those have been selected. If I do a control and click, you can see that this is going to the customer summary, or I can say summary dashboard here. So I need to update the navigation for them as well. I have missed to update them. So let's go to navigation. So instead of summary dashboard, we want it to reach to location. Like this is the product, and inside that product we need to go to product dashboard, and the second one was our customers, which we have already updated, but let's go and check it once. So this is our customer dashboard. Now if we click on, let's suppose product dashboard here, we'll be reaching to our product dashboard. Now this is working fine. Let's do one thing. Let's select all the objects here and let's create a copy for them. Or instead of selecting all the objects, let's go and select these 4, I can say, icons, and let's make a group of them. So we have clicked on all of 4. We do a right click and we can say and click them as a group. Now these have been grouped together. We have copied it, and now I came to summary dashboard. I did a control V, which is paste. Similarly I come to customer dashboard, and here I am not showing the strip on the left, so that is fine. On the product dashboard as well, left I can say strip is not showing, and location dashboard I am not showing the strip here as well. So if we want to show the strips here as well, we can create it on the left and we can use those icons. But from the summary dashboard, let's suppose if we want to go to our I can say location, so I click on this location and I do a control click, and when I do, I reach to the location tab here. So this is a very used way of creating the navigation buttons inside Power BI. I hope you understood this. Now this page button is not used for me at the moment, so I delete it, and we are done with that. So thank you so much for watching, and I see you in the next sessions. Let's understand about custom slicers in Power BI. So inside this dashboard, people can do the filtering based upon selection of any item. However, many times management and top level people want to have a slicer on the left panel or on the top of the, I can say, canvas, so that it can be easy for them to filter. For example, they want to filter by countries, they want to filter by, I can say, years. So how can we do that? For that, let's go and insert first a shape. So let's go and insert a rectangle, and let's bring it above here, and let's make this rectangle a little bit wider up to here, and let's make it little on the left side. Yeah, that's fine. Once we have done that, let's change the color of that rectangle as well. So we can select the shape, and inside the shape we can go and change the fill. We'll be filling the color here as which is our theme color, which is black. Now after that, let's do our logo a little bit on the right. Yeah, after that we'll be selecting the slicer from the insert menu. So this is our slicer. This slicer is showing here below. Let's insert the name of the countries here. So we go and select country, and we
just drag it above this I can say rectangle which we created, and let's go and try to format this I can say slicer. So this is our slicer. Inside the slicer we need to do some adjustments. So inside the size and shape, we don't want the background, so we just off the background. When we do that, the color needs to be updated, so we go to values. Inside values there is an option of font color, so let's make it white. So we can see the country names are reflecting here. Now along with country names, the I can say header needs to be updated. So this is slicer header, and this slicer header color needs to be white as well. So this is showing countries, and let's reduce the font size to make it covering little bit. So let's make it around 9, and let's make the values as well little smaller. Let's make them around 8. So this is our slicer here on the left, and let's increase the size little bit up to 9. Now this is fine. So this is our primary slicer here. Just like this slicer, what we can do, we can create a Control C and Control V and another slicer which will be reflecting our years. So inside this, instead of showing the country, let's take the years. So we go here and filter the data through years. We select that, and all the 3 years are showing here. Now based upon this data, if our management wants to filter the details inside Australia, so they can select the Australia, and you can see the revenue, cost and other details for Australia as a country. Similarly, if they want to filter for any particular year, then that particular year can also be filtered, and this year is for Australia, so we can remove that as well from our selection, and now the data is showing for 2022 only. So these are 2 slicers. Now we want to create the slicer, but our original left I can say pane has been hidden now, so we want to bring it back. So what we will be doing, we will be first creating a bookmark for that. So before creating a bookmark, let's go and insert one button, and let's give this button an option of back. So this is the button which is showing a back option, and let's bring it here, and let's do a little bit formatting for this. So let's go to the button style. Inside the button style, the default state is showing, and inside this default state we just want to change the color of this icon. So let's make it white, and when we hover over this item, on hovering we want to update the color, so the color will be this one. When I hover over, and this is changing, and on clicking we want the color to again be the same. So on press, let's have the same color, so on pressing it will be the same. Now once we have done that, what we can do, we can select these 4 objects which we have created here. So one is our slicer, so we select shift, the next slicer, instead of it for a moment, yeah, we selected our first slicer, then the next slicer, then our button, and finally the shape. So all the 4 have been selected, and if we press right and group them, so we can group them together. Once we do that, we can go to our selection pane, and we can see that this is named as group 2. So let's give it a name of I can say slicer panel, and this has been given the name of slicer panel. If we go and do a hide here, you can see that the previous left navigation pane is showing here. Now what we can do on this navigation pane as well, we can create a filter option. So we go here and we go to insert, and inside insert we can insert certain shapes if we want to filter, or we can insert certain buttons as well. So let's go and insert a blank button here, and this is a blank button. If we do a double click here, you can see that we can update the blank button. So if we go to a default state, and the shape we want to have is rectangle, that is fine, but we want to have a, I can say, image inside it. So let's go to the button style again, and there should be option of selection. So these are the arrows here. 1 second. Yeah, so wait for a moment. Yeah, this is the icon type, so we can go to custom. Inside that we can go and browse, and here I am selecting a white icon first. So this is showing our filter, and this filter will be applicable as a default view. When we hover over it, we want to change the icon color, so we go and select the other color icon which is for filter. Now if I go and hover over, this is changing, and finally when we click on press, the color should remain same. So on press we are here, and let's go and change the color. So let's bring the same color here. So now this is showing correctly, and now this is our filter at the moment. After this filter, what we can do, wait for a second. Yeah, so this filter is showing here. Now if we go to view, and inside view we can go and see our selection panel and all the things. So if you see, the selection panel is here. Inside that, this is our slicer panel which is hidden at the moment. If we show this slicer panel, you can see that this slicer I can say filter is showing up here. So let's do one thing, let's send this to backwards. So we go to format and do a send to backwards. Now this has gone to backwards, and this is our slicer panel which is hidden, and now this is showing correctly. But still if we are showing the slicer panel here, this has gone to back. Now what we need to do, we need to create 2 bookmarks. So one bookmark will be showing this entire picture. So we go to our, I can say, this is our slicer, and let's go and create a bookmark. So we go, and there was the option of bookmark. Let me see where it has gone. Wait for a moment. So this bookmark option is on the right side. Yeah, so this is our bookmark option, and we want to create a new bookmark. So we go and add a bookmark, and let's give this bookmark name as slicer panel reveal. So this will reveal the slicer panel, and let's go and hide our slicer panel now. And this is our second I can say bookmark area. So let's create another bookmark. So let's go and add, this is our, go back to I can say original navigation pane. Now these 2 slicers have been created. Now let's assign the actions to these items. So this is our filter. When we click on that, and inside that we go to actions, and inside the actions we want to give it action through bookmark, and this bookmark would be opening the slicer panel reveal. So we select that, and once we do that, you can see what will happen. Let's try that. So this is our data, and if I do a control and click on this, you can see slicer panel has automatically opened. That is helpful for us. Now to this particular button we want to assign another task, I can say action. So let's go and click on this button, and inside that let's assign an action, and this action would be for bookmark. So this will be the bookmark. Now the bookmark would be bringing it to the original navigation pane, and we do that. And now if we do a click on this back button, you can see original navigation pane is showing, and if we click on this filter button, you can see extended slicer is showing here. So this is a very unique and great way through which we can filter the data and open up the navigation panes and custom slicers. I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about parameters in Power BI. So basically this chart at the moment is showing our revenue at any point of time. However, revenue is the function of our quantity and price. What if we increase the price by 10% or 15% or 20%? What will be the total impact on our revenue based upon multiple increment or decrement in our price? So for that we can use the parameters to determine that what will have the impact on it. So for creating a parameter, we can go to modeling. Inside there is an option of parameter of numeric range and fields. So right now we are understanding numeric range parameter, and let's give this numeric range parameter as price adjustment percentage, and we want it to be a decimal number. So basically we want that our price can be increased by I can say up to 200%. So basically we can increase and decrease it. So let's, instead of 2, let's keep it at -1 and +1, which will show that every time we can do an increase of price by 10 decimal points, which is 10% or 20% or 30%, and we can increase and decrease that as well. So I have done that. Minimum we can go up to -1 and maximum we can go up to +1. So we go and create it. Now if you go below, let it get loaded. So this is our wait for a second, this is our price adjustment parameter here. Here you can see that there is a slicer kind of thing wherein we can increase the price by any point. So we can reduce it by 10 points, or I can say 10%, by 20%, 30, 40, 50, and by 100%, and so on. So let's go and adjust it first so that it looks fine. So let's go and reduce our chart first, its size here. Let's bring the price adjustment on the left. And let's have a format of this price adjustment for a moment. So let's go to I can say headers, and instead of font din, let's select the Sego UI, and yeah, that's fine with us at the moment. Now for adjusting the revenue, we need to know that revenue is the function of price and quantity. So if we go to our data and inside our measures, we know that we have already created a measure named as revenue. So this is the revenue measure inside which we have found out our total revenue, right? Now what we can do, we can simply copy this measure and create a new measure. Let's wait for a second. Let's give this new measure the name of, I can say, adjusted revenue. So I have pasted the data here first. So this is our adjusted revenue. Now this will bring our entire revenue, and if we multiply that with 1 plus the parameter which we have created. So this was the parameter, and the name of the parameter, if you remember, initially we have given the name as price adjustment percentage. So this is showing as a parameter which we initially gave the name when we created it, and we can just press enter. Through it, what will happen, if we keep on updating the price adjustment here, the 1 plus this percentage will give us the updated number, and this is the mathematical thing. I hope you understood the mathematical part. Now let's go to the revenue trends here again, and inside this suggested visuals, add the adjusted revenue on y-axis. So we write it as adjusted revenue here, and we have selected that at the moment, and let's see what's happening. I think that the adjusted revenue is not working at the moment. Why this is not working? Let's check it for a moment. Let me just keep it as 0 first. Yeah, now I think it's working. So if we want to increase the price by 10%. So what we can do, we can select it as 0.10, and if we press enter, you can see that these data points are showing here, and you can see that our revenue is $1,280 and our adjusted revenue is $1408 because of increase in 10% of price. If we reduce the price, so what we can do, we can just go on the left here, and if we reduce the price by, let's suppose instead of 10%, let's go and reduce it by 40%, then what will have the impact on our revenue? So you can see that our revenue is 1070 at the moment, but when we reduce the price by 40%, our adjusted revenue will be $642. In this way, we can use the parameters when the management keeps on asking based upon certain scenarios what will happen, and if we do this, what will happen. So this is a great tool which can be used at multiple instances, and I hope you understood this. Thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about field parameters in Power BI. So field parameters are like multiple parameters inside a single graphic. So if we go to our customer dashboard, and you can see the quantity sold trend line is showing here on a day by day, but instead of quantity, if we want to show quantity, our revenue, our profits, and any other line item inside this, so how can we do that? For that, we can go to our modeling, inside modeling, new parameter, and we can go to fields. Inside fields, we can select I can say customer parameters, and inside that you can see the field option is showing. Inside the measures table, we can select the items. So right now we want to show our revenue. Along with our revenue, we want to show our, I can say profits. So let's go and select the profits, and along with the profit, we want to show the quantity as well. So this is our quantity sold, and we go and click on create. You can see that a new field parameter has been created. This is working for a moment, and you can see that this field parameter has been created. The field parameter is showing as a customer parameter, and we can change the name from here as well. So for revenue, if you want to write its name as total revenue, total profit, total quantity, and so on, so we can do that. So we can write it as now let's go and see what happens if we select this quantity sold, and here instead of showing the quantity sold, let's add our customer parameter. So we go and add here our customer parameter, and once we do that, you can see that all the three items which are our revenue, profit, and quantity sold are showing here. But if we only want to show the revenue, we can click on revenue. So now only the revenue is showing. You can see our revenue is $1966 on the particular date. However, if we want to show the profits, we can go and select the profits, and you can see the profits number as well here. Along with that, finally, if we want to show our quantity sold, so we can go and select the quantity sold, and you can see all the quantity sold are showing here. So this is a great way through which we can create a dynamic method to find out the values in our, I can say, charts. So I hope you understood this thing, and let's go, before going further, let's format this one a little bit. So let's bring this customer parameters on the left, and yes, now this looks fine, and I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about custom tooltips in Power BI. So custom tooltips are the tooltips which are reflected when we hover over of any data point. So right now, if you hover over on this line chart, you can see revenue and adjusted revenues are showing. We can create this custom details which enhances our report capabilities. So let's go and create one custom tooltip. So we added a new page. Let's give it a name of custom tooltip, and we go to our format, and inside that the page information is there. Inside that the page type is written, so we select the custom tooltip, or I can say tooltip, and this is the tooltip size, which is the standard size. We can update it as well. And now let's make the color of this canvas background as black, so we selected it as black. One second, the canvas background I have selected as black, and after selecting the black, let me reduce the transparency, so this shows as black. Now that is fine. Now let's insert one chart which shows our revenue, profits, cost and our orders. So we go to charts, and inside there is a multi-row card here. We selected that, and inside this multi-row card, what we can do, we can add certain datas. So let's go and add inside field our revenues. So revenue has been added. Along with revenue, let's add cost, and now add profit, and along with profit, let's add our quantity sold. So these are the 4 parameters which we want to show here, and let's make it on the left. Now let's format it little bit. So we selected it, and inside it, let's just turn off the background. So we have off the background. Now after that, we are having some call out values. So let's have the call out values color updated here, which is this, and Seego UI is fine. After the call out values, these are the category labels, which are the name of revenue, cost, profit and so on. Let's make their size as 10, and let's make their color as white, so this will be reflected fine. I think this is showing fine here. So this is one of the data point which we wanted to show. Along with this data point, we can also add another data points, like let's suppose if we are going to add a pie chart. So we added a pie chart. Inside this pie chart, let's insert our revenues, and along with the revenues, what legends do we want? So we want to check the revenues by parents. So if somebody is parent, what is their revenue and so on. So we selected that, and this is our chart at the moment. So let's do a little bit adjustment to this. So right now the title is showing here, and we want it to show no background, so background is removed. Now after removing the background, the title is here, so revenue by parent, or so I am removing the check word here, that is fine. Also the text color I am updating to white, so the title looks good. After the title, we are having legends, so we can update the legend color as well. So the legend color is white, but this is not showing at the moment. So what we can do is update its position, so we can bring it to bottom center, and also bringing it to bottom center and reducing its size to 7. This may give the impression of right representation of parent and not a parent. This looks fine. After that, let's go to our detail labels. So inside that, let's make its color as white. As you can see, these are showing white color. Seego UI is fine. And do we want to show the units in decimal? So we don't want to show in decimal, so the auto is fine here. Also wait for a second. Yeah, where do we want to show these positions? So we want to show outside, inside or somewhere. If we select inside, then this looks very haphazard, so let's select the outside itself. And what do we want to show? We want to show the data value, percentage and so on. Then we can add anything. Right now I need the percentage of total, so you can see the percentage are showing here. So this tooltip has been created now. Now what we can do, we can go to our summary dashboard, and on this dashboard, if we select our revenue by category and we go to our properties, then after that we can click on tooltips here, and inside that we can select a report page, and the report page name is custom tooltip at the moment. Once I do that, and hover over it, you can see that this is showing our entire revenue for men's category only, because I am hovering over men's category. So this is showing the revenue of men's category, cost, profit, quantity sold, and revenue by parents. And if we hover over the women's category, then this is showing all the details with respect to women's category. So this custom tooltip was created once, which was standard. Now this gets customized based upon selection or hovering of any data points which we are looking at. So this is a powerful tool which is helpful in Power BI to enhance the reporting capabilities. So I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about importing the custom visuals in Power BI. So if we go to insert, and inside insert there are multiple, I can say, visuals. However, there is a option of more visuals here, and we can add the visuals. Now Power BI has multiple visuals from the app source, and this can be accessed only if you are logged into the Power BI, meaning either you are using a work account or a, I can say, school account, then it can be accessed. So right now I am clicking from App Store, and when we click on app source, you can see that a lot of Power BI visuals are showing here, and we can select any kind of visuals, just like comparison, correlation, distribution, filter, flow, infographics, and so on. And these are of highly used because multiple times the visuals which are needed are not in Power BI, so we can use them. Right now I am going to use the sunburst chart by Power BI, and I am just loading it. And this kind of visuals are created by third party which may have paid plans and, I can say, free uses. So we go and add it. So this is getting loaded. Once it will be loaded, a pop-up will be shown that it has been loaded and the import has been successful. Now let's go and add a new page, and we name it as imported visual. And if we go to our visuals here, you can see the imported visual is showing below here, which is our sunburst by PowerViz. Now let's increase its size little bit, and this is showing a little bit tutorial at first. However, we need to add our data points, so we want to add our category and measure. So let's add our category first. We want to show our quantity sold by people who are parents, so I am writing a parent check, and inside the measure I am adding sold quantity sold, and you can see this chart has been created at the moment. Now for the sunburst chart we can add more items as well. So right now this is a parent check. I also want to know that if someone is having the house or not, so I can write as homeowner, and my customer lookup table is having the homeowner details, so I have added that. Now let's do one thing. Let's go and increase the size of these fonts. So I go to settings, and inside the setting option there is an option of labels. Let's increase the size of these labels from 10 to 12 and do an apply, and let's go back to report. Now you can see that an overall data has been created, which is showing that if someone is a parent and if someone is not a parent. So the people who are parent, they are having a total quantity sold of 6.54k, and people who are not a parent, they are having a sold quantity of 1.3k. Now the people who are parent and who are owning a house, so this yes is showing the details. These are the house owner. So 3.27 thousand people are owning the house who are parent out of these data. So these kind of sunburst charts are helpful to determine any subset of an entire data set, and there are multiple visuals inside these more visuals which you can use based upon your requirement. It all depends upon your imagination and how much creative you can be with respect to these I can say visuals. So I hope you understood this, and thank you so much for watching. Let's understand about managing and viewing roles in Power BI. So right now I am on my dashboard. Let me just go and filter the entire dashboard first. So this is our entire dashboard where entire revenue is written as 356k, and we are having multiple locations just like Europe, North America and Pacific. Now if our company has created 3 business heads for Europe, North America and Pacific specifically, and we only want to give certain viewing rights to Europe business heads, certain viewing rights to North America head, and similarly for Pacific heads, we can do that. For that we need to go to our I can say modeling. Inside modeling there is an option of managing roles. If we click on that, there is an option of roles, so we create a new role, and this new role, let's give it a name of Europe manager, and we want to show the data based upon the territory. So we go to territory lookup and we want to filter the data entirely based upon the continent, and if the continent is equal to Europe, then this data will be shown. So I go and do a save here. Similarly for North America, let's create another role. So this is North America manager, and if we go and create a new rule, so here the continent or based upon country, region or sales territory, we can assign and create these roles, but I want to create the role for business head of North America. So if wherever the value is written as North America, this will be filtered. So I do a save here and this has been done. Now if we close it and go to view as, because right now we are in a static view, if we are the head of Europe and we are given the rights of Europe only, so I click here the Europe manager and do OK, and when I do it, you can see, let it get refreshed, wait for a moment, you can see that this data is only showing for Europe, not all the countries. So you inside Europe, UK, Germany, France and all the countries data is showing here. Also if you go to summary dashboard, you can see our original entire revenue was 356k, but this revenue is only 108k. This is for Europe manager only. The cost, profits and everything is showing for Europe. So what happens that we can create these roles and assign based upon Power BI administrator, so that different people can have different viewing roles. Let's go and try to view the role of, instead of Europe, North America manager, and we press OK. When we do that, you can see our total revenue is showing here. We now viewing as North America manager, this will be seen, and if you go to our location dashboard, you can see only North America data is being shown here. So this is a very important tool if our business is expanding and we only want to give certain viewing rights to certain people. I hope you understood this managing roles and viewing them in Power BI, and thank you so much for watching it.